Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Built a Hero Suit? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Skimming through the shelves packed with hundreds, if not more, colorful books on them should lift Izuku's spirits. Especially looking through the hero comic part, but it didn't. At all. If anything, it added more salt to the rhetorical wound. Quirkless. He was quirkless. Because of something he didn't know what it was. The doctor explained it to his mom, but he used words that Izuku couldn't understand at his age. Besides, he was more focused on the crushing feeling he felt. His ambition, his dream. Taken away from him. All because he didn't have what most of the society possessed. Without a quirk, he couldn't be a hero. Kaken said it, the doctor said it, his mom said it. Not directly, but he figured it out when she hugged him tightly and apologized continuously while shedding tears. Izuku shook his head, trying to get rid of all those thoughts. His mom came with him to this shop, so he could get some new hero comics and cheer him up. While he still had trouble reading and didn't understand a bigger part of the words used in them without explanation, he still enjoyed them, the colors, the action. Heroes saving people and triumphing over villains. Izuku truly found himself wrapped in the world of comics. He eyed the books on the shelves. Most of them had All Might on their cover. Izuku wasn't surprised by that. All Might was #1 hero in Japan and America after all. It was only natural for people wanting to see his adventures, even if most of them were fictional. Everyone enjoyed them anyway. Under normal circumstances, Izuku would grab one of them to his already large collection without a second thought. But this weren't normal circumstances. All Might represented everything that Izuku couldn't ever hope to archive. All Might was a true hero with a charming smile and a powerful quirk. And Izuku couldn't even get a chance to try to become one. With a silent sigh, he hung his head low and left the shelf. He wandered for some time looking at the floor, before his eyes rose up. Izuku tilted his head to the side. He was still in the hero part of the comics section, but this comics were different. Lines were more sharp to them, colors more toned, but still somehow flashy. But the most important thing was that Izuku didn't recognize any of the heroes here, which for a dedicated hero fan was simply groundbreaking. He deduced that maybe some older heroes, like more than 20 years before him. There was a guy with a hammer, red cape and some kind of armor with lighting around him. Then a huge, green human, whose muscles were rivaling All Might's, that was smashing through a wall. Next was a man in blue costume with a shield that had a fierce expression and explosions in the background, while jumping through the air. And then, some kind of flying robot, but the robot looked like a person. None of those rung any bells in Izuku's head, and as a dedicated hero fan, he couldn't allow that kind of disgrace to shine upon him. Intrigued and determined, he took one of those with the humanoid robot. First thing he noticed was that the comics was rather dusty and the paper felt kind of old. Ignoring it for now, he started looking at the pages. Imagine his shock when it turned out it wasn't robot, it was a suit of some kind that the main character made for himself to battle crime. Before Izuku knew it had read 4 of those comics. "Izuku, honey, what are you looking at?" His mom voice brought him up from his lecture. Izuku looked from the page he was reading at, to his mother who crouched next to him eyeing the comics sprawled around the floor. "I found this," he said, showing her the cover. Iron Man. He felt his tongue twist at that, and judging from his mom's small laugh, he most likely messed it up. English words were hard to say. "I believe it says, Iron Man, Izuku." She said the name slowly to show him the proper pronunciation. "It probably means man made out of iron." "Oh, that makes sense," he said looking at the cover. Man made of iron. Iron Man. The man who fought the crime in metal suit. Most likely he had some kind of strength-type quirk to be able to move around. But then again he could fly, shoot some laser beams from his chest and palms, and then there were rockets and other weapons in his suit. Multiple quirks? That sounded like a possible solution, but, "Wow kid, you've got some brain there," came the voice with a weird accent behind him. Izuku jumped slightly and blushed. He was mumbling. getting over his embarrassment, he looked over his shoulder to find a rather old man with glasses and slicked back gray hair smiling at him. He wasn't Japanese, maybe American? He had a shirt with the store logo on it, so most likely an employee. The man looked at Izuku and then at comics laying on the floor. Nice taste, kid, no one really reads those anymore. Izuku raised his eyebrows at that. But these are good. I really enjoyed them. The man smiled even more, chuckling slightly. Those are Prequark's comics, kid. They're like over 200 years old. The employee explained, making Izuku gasp. Only guys working here read them, well, some of them, myself included. He pointed at the comic Izuku was holding. I like that series in particular. Do you want me to tell you more about it? The man asked, and Izuku found himself nodding his head rather vigorously, making the man chuckle again. It's about a smart inventor millionaire who had a terrible accident happen to him and decided to save people by using a super tech suit of his making. Smart? He must be super smart to build that thing. Most likely he has some kind of intelligence quirk. No, wait, it's a Prequark comic, so maybe some kind of power that makes him really, really smart. Izuku mumbled under his nose, stroking his chin, and judging the possibilities of such a hero to exist in his era. Only to be interrupted by the man laughing loudly. You really have a brilliant mind and colorful imagination, don't you, kid? He said, making Izuku blush yet again and his mom giggle. Sorry to burst your bubble, but it's not that, man said, looking into Izuku's eyes. What? Izuku couldn't help but ask. If the man with the suit didn't have multiple quirks or some kind of brain power, then what? He's just really smart. He's got a big brain filled with knowledge and ideas. That's a kid. No quirks, no brain enchanting abilities. It's just him, man explained to Izuku softly. Izuku blinked at that, his brain coming to an abrupt stop. He had it spelled to him, but he wanted. No, he needed to have it. Confirmation. For his own sake. So, he's quirkless? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. Man blinked at that. Oh. Using our age terminology. Yes, he's quirkless. Izuku moved his eyes from the man to the cover of the comic, that showed the main hero in his suit, helmet under his armpit, smiling gently and looking ahead. Looking at Izuku. Something warm filled his chest. And he knew what it was. That was the same feeling he had every time, when he heard or saw All Might. The feeling that told him that everything was going to be okay now. That he's here. That his hero is here, watching over him. Keeping him safe. Giving him hope. Izuku sniffed and felt his eyes water, so he ran his hand over them. Hey, Mom. Izuku said, his voice being nothing but a soft whisper, but he knew he had his mother attention. Can we get this once? Of course, sweetie, his mom answered, hugging him lightly and kissing the top of his head. And do we have a book that explains words at home? A dictionary? Yes, we do. Why? She asked, curious of her baby boy motives. I want to read and understand the words in them. Izuku said, while getting up, there was the ghost of a smile gracing his lips. If you want to read them, better start at the beginning. The man said, while eyeing Izuku, giving him warm smile. I can fetch you those, kid, they must be somewhere at the back. Yes, I would like that, mister. Izuku said, tilting his head. Stanley, kid. Gimme a few moments. Izuku simply nodded and watched the man go and look for the comics. He may not have a quirk. His dream may be laying in the mud right now. But his spirit is not broken. And Izuku would be dead if he gives up without a fight. If he can't have a power of his own, then he will simply develop it. Building it from the ground up. Izuku kept his gaze glued to the page he was reading, completely ignoring the commotion in his classroom. Once again he wished his classmates would be more considerate, and keep all the noise an octave or two lower. Not that they're bugging him in any way, Izuku just didn't want to go deaf so early in his life. He lived in his own little world and they lived in theirs. Of course he wasn't a complete deech, that role belonged to the very angry Pomeranian, with his ever-present scowl, a few sits in front of him. Maybe he was born this way. He tried listen to what was happening around him, but only picked up on the important things. Like how their homeroom teacher came with a stack of papers, started saying something about choosing their life paths, only to throw all those, rather nicely sorted for him, papers in the air, which in turn made his classmates cheer and start using their quirks. Didn't they know that was illegal? Then he heard someone ranting about his destined life path to greatness, while something popped and filled the room with a caramel scent. Only for his teacher to say something that filled the room with eerie silence, before laughter bursted from the class. Somewhere along that mildly annoying sound, Izuku heard his surname but chose to ignore it. The part he was reading now seemed rather complicated. He knew he would have to return later to it and make some notes at home. He really didn't want to mess up and make a miscalculation during the planning phase. But the very loud and obnoxious scream that sounded oddly like death and non-stop popping cut his lecture short. Holding back a sigh that threatened to escape his lips, Izuku lazily rose his eyes from the pages just in time to see Bakugo ready to swing his arm at his desk, animalistic scowl and small red eyes directed at him. Izuku in a flash pieced together what was the most likely scenario that led to this unfortunate development. Weighing his options and taking into account that principal had all desks replaced last week, he chose to act. Support course. Izuku said in the most uninterested tone he could muster, which wasn't that hard, but it worked. Bakugo stopped mid-swing, his explosions vanishing completely after a second, but the scowl and red gaze piercing right through Izuku remained. He was finally getting to some interesting parts, but he knew that leaving his eyes out of the blonde form would lead to taking combusted sweat right into his face. Excuse him, he liked his face as it was. So he kept looking, not in the eyes. He didn't want Bakugo to think he's challenging him or something, God forbid. He glued his eyes to his chin, most likely the safest place to look. What did you say, you DMN nerd? Bakugo nothing but growled at him. UA's support course. That's where I'm going. Izuku said short and simple. He really wanted to go back to reading. Bakugo huffed, shoving his hands into his pockets and somehow relaxed, but the scowl remained. Was it permanent by now? Good. Keep it that way, Deku. Remember that it was me who aced the UDATA mock test. Go with the other extras, at least they could use your shitty nerd brain for something useful. Bakugo said with his gruff voice sprinkled with satisfaction of putting the shitty nerd where he belonged. Izuku just nodded to him and watched him go. He wanted to correct his unpleasant ex-best friend number 1 bully. Bakugo didn't ace the mock test. He did fairly well, getting 95%, which was fairly high, but he was still 5% shy from Izuku. Thank God that his teacher ignored his score. Izuku knew that saying that to Firecracker's face would be equal to uncomfortable heat and shockwave right into his nose and some other roughing. Izuku wisely chose life. Midoriya, came his teacher's sleepy voice. What are you reading? Again. Izuku didn't even spare a glance to the man. His eyes were occupied with picking up where he stopped reading. He realized that his teacher was trying to get him into trouble for what seemed like the 1000th time by now. The man couldn't handle that there was someone much smarter than him. Izuku only corrected him once, 2 years ago. Electrodynamics and energy conversion. College-level stuff. Izuku answered as politely and humble as he could. Why people couldn't just leave him alone with his books? Maybe he really should take that early exam. He would have so much more time to read, gain money from his work, or train some more martial arts. Not to mention the peace and quiet he would acquire, his social life was non-existent anyway. Izuku focused on his reading, completely shutting down the world around him. Now that the unfortunate commotion was out of the way, he could just read and take mental notes. If he remembered well enough. Which he did. This was his last PRD. Which meant he was free in about 30 minutes give or take. Good, he had training today. Leaving the school grounds, Izuku walked at a leisurely pace toward the gym. He had some time to kill, so he decided that taking a detour and going next to the river bank, away from the main road, would do him some good. He wanted some quiet time and read some more. The devious bell had rung right in the middle of an important explanation. Seeing the underbridge passage, he decided not to cross it and sit on the grass close to it. His mom said that he could use some sun, vitamins and stuff, and that he was too white. Mom once joked that he was whiter than a paper sheet. Excuse him, he wasn't. He compared it and was a few shades away from it. Izuku was just about to open his backpack when he heard some weird noise from the passage. Like jelly dessert makes when you blow air into it using a straw. Intrigued, he rose up and looked into it. There he saw some kind of grayish-green sludge with creepy eyes and mouth. The jelly monster ranted about how he was being chased by some giant, blonde buffoon and needed to hide. Izuku wisely decided that he didn't want to deal with it and stood next to the entrance, hiding next to the wall. A few moments later he heard a notorious and slightly obtrusive voice, a call of the super move like the one in games, and felt the extreme wind pressure rushing past him. Izuku's mind registered that he knew that voice. He knew it very well. Taking a peek, he saw an abnormally tall, buff man with blonde hair that had two bangs sticking up like a V, wearing green cargo pants and a plain, white t-shirt, who held a grocery bag. Yup, suspicions confirmed. It was All Might, his number 3 favorite hero. In front of him, on the walkway and walls, was green goo. Piecing together what happened, Izuku couldn't help himself but say, "Wow." All Might heard him and turned to him slightly surprised. The two stared at each other for a few seconds and then, "Do not worry, citizen. The danger have passed. But, because I'm here." All Might all but shouted, ending it with his iconic laugh. "I wasn't worried," Izuku said nonchalantly while shrugging a bit. "And could you keep your voice down, please? I've just left the school and there is plenty of obnoxious loudness there," he said bluntly. He didn't want to have a headache or damaged hearing. "Oh, of course. Sorry." All Might answered him somehow bashfully with clear embarrassment. "Do you need a hand with picking it up?" Izuku asked, pointing to the whole passage behind Giant's back. "We could use those bottles of yours." All Might blinked at him, taking some time to process his words. After most likely rebooting his brain, he answered, "No need, young man. I've got it covered," waving his hand in front of him. "Nah, I've got time and I'm always happy to help," Izuku said, a small smile on his lips. All Might looked like he wanted to deny him yet again, but Izuku already made his way past him and started gathering gross to touch sludge into a more manageable pile. The two worked silently, slowly squeezing vile slime into plastic containers. Getting work almost done and securing the most important parts, eyes and mouth, Izuku thought that he needed to tell All Might something. "You know, I'm quirkless," he started, dropping the rhetorical bomb at the hero, making him stop and look at Izuku with surprise evident on his face. "All my life I was laughingstock for everyone around me. Especially considering that I want to become hero in the future. Thanks to you, I may add." He flushed a small smile at All Might, but didn't stop his hands from working. "I was and still am bullied for a genetic defect. The day I was told by the doctor that I don't have any kind of power like everyone around me was crushing." He stopped for a second, getting lost in his memories and feelings. "But it didn't stop me. I still want to become hero. Still want to help people. And no matter what everyone says, I'll carry on. Maybe I won't be the number one like you, but it matters not to me. It's all for the public and media anyway. I aim to become a symbol just like you. Although symbol of peace may be out of my reach. I don't think I'll ever have power to be that. Maybe a symbol of hope or something like that." Izuku finished, both his monologue and gathering the pile of disgusting goo. He felt somehow lighter, getting it all out of his chest to the man who inspired him to choose his life path. Izuku rose up, straightening his back and sending All Might a big grin while handing him a bottle. All Might took a while to wrap his head around his declaration, his face morphing from surprise to slight shock and finally to admiration? Recognition? Izuku wasn't sure, but the giant smile and full belly, friendly laugh made him feel at ease. "Young man, those words you've just said moved me deeply. I admire your determination and your dream. I'm going to be honest with you. The moment you said you're quirkless and still desire to be a hero, I wanted to stop you there. But I know my words would just dump down your spirit, nothing else. Let me warn you though, the path to heroics isn't padded with roses, and hero life is a dangerous one, trust me on that." His voice turned very serious at the end. "No doubt some kind of personal experience. But seeing the look in your eyes and hearing the drive in your voice, allow me to say those words to you. You, young man, can become a hero. A splendid one at that, no doubt. So carry on with your dreams and change them into reality." All Might finished while giving him a thumbs up. Izuku couldn't help but smile widely at that. He felt his eyes itch a bit, most likely due to the tears that were threatening to fall from them. Stupid Midoriya waterworks. Quickly he rubbed them against his sleeve and looked at the hero. Thanks. That means a lot to me. He eyed the bottles that were shoved into All Might's side pockets. Considering that All Might's most used way of transport was literally jumping into the sky, those 2 containers were sure to fall out. Give me a moment, All Might. I have a duct tape in my backpack. We can secure the bottles with it. Better be safe than sorry, he said, already looking for said item. Good thinking, young man. And while we're at it, would you like an autograph? Izuku blinked at the question. Did he want one? As a dedicated hero fan, he always wanted to have one. And having All Might's, no doubt he would frame it in his room. Did he have something to write it on? Not really. In his backpack were only book he was reading at school, some basic supplies, and his Inventions to Build in the Future Volume 13 notebook. While taping bottles secure, he was thinking about using the notebook. He would consider it as some kind of blessing. Yeah, that would be good. After getting All Might's signature, telling him his name and watching the hero take off into the vast sky, Izuku turned around and picked up his pace from leisure walk to march, barely containing his excitement. He didn't want to be late for his training. Izuku fished out a simple black earpiece and put it on. Alan, please tell me that we have that recorded, he asked while grinning from ear to ear. His cheeks hurt, but he didn't mind. Of course, sir, answered him a computer voice in the earpiece. I've already cut it and saved under a very appropriate name. Oh my god, it is All Might and I'm trying very hard to not fanboygasm right into his face. Alan, Izuku started, his smile now strained. I really hate you sometimes, you know? I'm doing my very best, sir. Nizu kept glancing around the observation room. Teachers slowly filled it, sitting comfortably in padded armchairs. Midnight and Mike were chatting rather loudly as usual. Snipe, Vlad King and Cementos engaged in small talk, 13 and Ectoplasm cutting in from time to time. All Might in his small, withered form observed the screens, watching candidates preparing to practical part of the hero course exam. He could bet his money that Yagi was already looking for potential successor. Eraserhead stood in the corner, his back against the wall and eyes closed. He seemed to doze off. Well, when time comes, Nizu knew that Aizawa would be very meticulous in watching kids struggle. And lastly, Majima-san, did something happen? Nizu couldn't help but ask. Ever since the support course exam last week, Power Loader was. Nizu had hard time placing his paw on it. Majima was going from being super excited and a bit giddy, to complete desperation and downwards Aizawa's dead inside state. He even caught him stealing some of Vlad's secret vodka stash. Power Loader turned toward Nizu and folded his arms on his bare chest. It's just that I'm going to have 2 very unique students. He ended with heavy sigh. Going to? We still haven't gone through support candidate scores. Nizu inched closer, putting his head on his paws, small smirk dancing on his lips. Power Loader barked a laugh and shook his head. Oh, trust me on this, boss. Those 2 already are in our school. Looking at their scores is just a formality. Nizu couldn't help but grin at that. So where does your problem lie? One of them is definitely going to be a death of me. Majima answered in so familiar Aizawa deadpan tone. And the other one, he's a genius. I had to ask him during the interview to explain some things to me, because last time I heard them was in college. Power Loader chuckled a bit. You're going to like him. Nizu grinned widely at that. Excitement bubbling in his chest. Maybe he's going to pay a visit or 2 in support studio. But I'm fighting with my thoughts. Majima admitted, scratching his chin. Nizu just nodded his head to continue. I'm sure that if those 2 click together, they'll push each other into greater highs. He paused for a moment, shivering slightly. But I also fear that they're gonna do something that'll probably result in our early demise. Nizu laughed at that. Now he was sure that he's going to drop into studio to watch those 2. I can't wait and see what their inventions are. Nizu admitted and turned back to screen. It was almost time to start. Power Loader chuckled silently. Oh, you're about to see one in the exam, he said, gaining Nizu's attention again, this time with puzzled expression. Let's just say that I've taken a bit of liberty and added something that genius boy made. Ha paused for a second. No spoilers though, he ended, gluing his gaze to the screens. Nizu fidgeted in his seat, excitement overflowing. Now he was looking at every monitor, searching for clues, wondering what the oh-so-talented future student did. He had to scold himself more than a dozen times. That riddle Power Loader left him with was keeping his attention away from hero hopefuls. It was subtle at first, so subtle that he was sure he missed it at the beginning, but then it started becoming more and more clear. He heard murmurs beginning to rise in the room, other teachers picking it up. Questions flowing from one to the other. Is it me, or do those bots seem smarter? Finally Snipe asked what was in everyone's heads. Nizu heard cackling and looked at Majima to see his shoulders rising with every sound, huge Aizawa-like grin on his face. Majima-san, would you be so kind and enlighten us? Power Loader took few deep breaths and turned toward his fellow co-workers. What you're witnessing, my dear friends, is the work of a support student candidate. He savored their surprised reactions, even the ever-so-stoic Aizawa raised his eyebrow. In his mind he started thanking Genius Boy. His work was going to make his day. Long story short, Kid not only changed the whole bot operating system, he gave them a new one. He gestured to the screen to show how one pointer dodged a laser beam with movement too complicated and refined for old robots. Not only that, he also added a learning program to it. Bots now observe, analyze, and develop counter-strategies, and to spice things up, they share information between themselves. Lastly, if a bot judges that his opponent is too much for it, it calls for help. To sum it up, our bots think just like a normal human being. To say that teachers were shocked would be an understatement. Almost every jaw hung open, Aizawa's eyebrows seemed to vanish in his hairline, which was enough for Majima as he allowed his lips stretch into the biggest sheet-eating grin he ever had in his life. He was sending this kid a basket. You're saying that a 14-year-old did that in 3 years? Came the question from Mike, his voice pure bewilderment. Oh no. Power Loader laughed, getting comfy in his seat. He did it in 2, and in the other hour he vastly improved the bot's power cores. At the interview he said to me, if I had 1 hour more, I'd improve their AI even more, or something like that. The choking noises from some of his friends were music to his ears. Then came the 0-pointer and they watched as students turned into mass of headless chickens. All of them running away as far as possible, not caring about others, their own safety first at foremost. Displeased sounds made a round around the room. Suddenly screens switched to show a girl with brown hair stuck under a huge slab of concrete. She tried to turn around and touch it, but to no avail. The biggest problems? No candidates around her and a giant behemoth rolling towards her. Power Loader stopped that robot. Came the distressed call from All Might. No need. Majima answered nonchalant, checking his nail protectors. What? This girl is going to be rolled over. Yagi screamed, standing up, steam rising from his body. She won't. Power Loader pointed to the screen, smirking slightly. Just shut up and watch. They all watched in anticipation as the giant robot came closer and closer to where the girl was lying, and completely ceased its movement. Its head spun around, making it look like lost puppy. Then lowered its arm, swiping the concrete from the girl just to gently pick her up and leave her on the side of the road. Then it casually continued chasing after other kids, making girls stare at it with her jaw hung open. Kid added extra lines for the 0-pointer. If it can't go around students unable to move out of its way, it helps them. Tested it on myself. Majima simply stated, burning the image of his co-workers' slacked jaws with Nizu's insane laughter in the background into his memory. He couldn't wait for that genius kid to come to school. If it lead to more situations of this kind, Power Loader will gladly take any consequences. Izuku breathed in slowly cold air and released steam from his mouth. He was glad that he listened to Mom and took that hideous yellow scarf. It was super freezing today. He ran his hand against frigid stone, shoving accumulated snow on the ground. Hey, Stan, Izuku said in a somewhat somber voice. It was closing on a year now, since his boss, friend and grandfather figure died. Izuku didn't remember last time he cried so much. Not even declaration of his quirklessness was that hard for him to deal with. He owed so much to that man. He alongside his mom shaped him into who he's today. It was Stan who gave Izuku the idea, no matter how insane it may look, to turn comics into reality. It was Stan who sparked Izuku's thirst for knowledge outside of anything hero-related. That's why Stan will forever remain as Izuku's #1, as his symbol. I had the support course exam 2 weeks ago, the answer will come by any day now. He paused, shuffling nervously. I'm almost sure I got in. You should have seen Power Loader face when I showed him some of my ideas. You would find it absolutely hilarious. Izuku chucked, utterly bewilderment in the hero's face still fresh in his mind. I didn't show him the suit. That's a total secret for now. Only, when I'm in the UA I'll share it with him, and ask for help if necessary. Izuku took deep breath and pursed his lips slightly. Honestly, I don't know what I'm going to do if they shot down the idea. He admitted with fear. The Iron Man's suit was his only solution. His only chance to ever become a hero. He remembered when Stan joked around that Izuku'd become the live version of Tony Stark. Suit, company, lovely lady at his side and a mass of people asking for his autograph. Izuku didn't deny that he dreamed about it almost every day. But now, being so close to turning those thoughts into reality, he was terrified. He couldn't help but think of millions what-if questions. He guessed it was natural for anyone. But he still was scared shitless. Of course, if they said no, Izuku would most likely come up with another idea to become a hero. High-tech suit wasn't his only written-down invention, but it'd not be the same. He'd feel disappointed in himself, like he let the Stan down. Just that thought alone was more devastating to him than any of All Might's punches. Izuku touched gravestone, gently following his fingers across the edge. We shall see what life brings to us, won't we, Stan? He sighed loudly and patted the headstone. I'll swing by another day. Don't go around and cause trouble to others, okay? Izuku left cemetery feeling somehow better. He wasn't fantastic or even good. He was just okay. Still worried and stressed, but throwing it out of him somehow lifted a weight from his shoulders. Of course it wasn't as effective as talking to Stan himself. But it's all he had now and he's not one to complain much. Arriving at his home he immediately spotted very stylish, carefully polished dress shoes that were ideal for 4-year-old child in size. From the living room came 2 voices, one belonged to his mom and other was definitely male, although it was rather high-pitched. Taking off is outside where Izuku slowly made his way forward to greet sudden guest. Mom hasn't told him about a visit. There, in front of his mom sat a small. Izuku wasn't sure here. He knew that humans nowadays shared trades with animal. The police chief in Hosu had dog head for crying out loud, but this guest looked exactly like some kind of oversized rodent, in a super fancy suit with a long scar over his right eye, while drinking tea, and chatted with his mom, who looked like she had the time of her life. The rodent human saw Izuku enter the room, sent him a polite smile and put away his cup. If it isn't young Midoriya, he said standing up and walking toward Izuku. He didn't even reach Izuku's hips, but his presence made Teen feel that this man was to be respected. He extended his paw. I could not contain myself and not pay you a visit, young man. Izuku bent down and shook Rodent Man paw. His fur was very soft, Izuku duly noted. Thank you, sir. I'm honored. But I'm afraid I don't know who you are. Guest grinned at that. Who am I? Am I a bear? Or mouse? Or maybe a dog? The answer is, I'm the director of U.Hi, he said, while making some sort of dramatic pose. Izuku was dumbfounded. The very man who was responsible for the best hero school in Japan and one of the most known in the world, came to his house to talk to him. A nerdy, antisocial teenager. Sudden sense of dread crept down Izuku's spine. Was he in trouble? Did something happen during hero exam and he was responsible, because of his new system? Oh God, please tell him nobody died. Just the bare thought that his invention could be responsible for taking away someone's life made his heart stop. Was he going to court? or maybe straight to prison. Was principal here, because he wanted to present them an insanely long list of damage that was dealt to the school? Please tell him that the freaking 0-point behemoth didn't run rampant, because he messed up somewhere in the code. Oh my, power loader and your mother weren't joking when they said that you can talk. Principal said, chuckling silently into his paw. Izuku clasped his hand over his mouth and felt his face heat up. Let's sit down and have a small chat. The rodent man turned around and plopped himself back on the armchair. Izuku sat next to his mom, who tried her very best to not laugh at her son's embarrassment. Izuku sent her slightly annoyed and dirty look, turning toward Principal and found his mouth drier than the desert. He wanted to ask questions, but no sound came out. He was beyond nervous, partly wishing to go back to cemetery and lay beside Stan. That would be 1,000 times better now that this. Worry not, young Midoriya. I didn't come here because you're in trouble. Quite on the contrary, Principal stated, allowing Izuku to let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Normally we send out letters and to those who passed holodiscs. But there was no way for me to contain my excitement and wait for such a brilliant mind to come in April. I had to meet you, young man. Principal chuckled into his paw and took a sip from his cup. I must say you've left quite an impression on me and other teachers. He looked straight at Izuku, small friendly smile gracing his lips. I did. Of course. Due to your aid we had to lower the acceptance score, because almost all candidates had trouble with taking down villain bots. Allow me to show you something, Principal said, digging into his briefcase, which laid previously beside the armchair. He took out a tablet, tapped a few times and presented it to Izuku. He and his mom watched the scene. Many candidates running away from giant 0-pointer with fearful expressions, leaving behind an injured girl. Izuku felt anger boil in his chest. Those were hero candidates. He heard his mom gasp when Metal Behemoth stopped before Trapped Girl. They fidgeted waiting for what's to come. Both released their breaths when 0-pointer helped Girl get out and left her alone. Good, Izuku didn't accidentally screw up. Thanks to your program, this girl's health and many others was saved. Principal said, taking tablet from Izuku. We always had a problem with them and some of the children ended up being injured. The rodent man bowed slightly to Izuku, offering a smile. Izuku himself felt all of his earlier anxiety vanish. He helped someone. His invention helped. He could do it. He really had a shot at being a hero. I must say, I'm greatly impressed in your programming skills, young Midoriya. And Power Loader told us about your wonderful mind. Allow me to congratulate you, Izuku Midoriya. You are accepted into the UDA support department as a member of Class 1H. Principal said, while placing the official letter on the table. Izuku's mom hugged him with all her might and he himself felt a happy lone tear down his cheek. He did it. But I can't help myself, but to ask you, young Midoriya. Principal said, gaining the son-mother duo attention. What is your source of skill in question? Power Loader tried to walk me through your lines of code, but found himself unable to explain more than half of it. Izuku opened his mouth to answer that, but stopped himself before any sound was made. Half grinning, he asked wordlessly his mom to release him, which she did, but not before kissing his head. Izuku took out an earpiece from his pants pocket and presented it to Principal, who in turn looked at it with curious expression and pressed it against his small ears. Alan, say hello to UA's principal. Izuku said proudly, grinning fully. He enjoyed the principal's face shifting from pure surprise to full grin matching his own. Izuku felt that it was a strange beginning of a wonderful friendship. Izuku woke up to the sound off his beeping alarm. With the sluggish movement of his arm he tried to find his phone, intent in turning off the obnoxious noise. He didn't even remember setting up that particular song. After a few pats around the usual laying place of device, he decided that he was too sleepy lazy to bother with it and choose the easier option. Alan, please turn off the alarm, he said, rolling across his bed. After a few seconds the alarm was still beeping. Alan? You there? Izuku raised his head, slowly opening his eyes and looking toward his desk. Yes, unfortunately I am, sir, came the response. Monitor lighted up blinding the now hissing Izuku. I'm just waiting for you to get your lazy butt up, sir. Well, I don't wanna. Izuku answered, falling back on the soft mattress. He stayed up till 3 a.m. to make sure everything was prepared and working properly as planned. He also gathered all of his semi-finished products to take them to UA, intending to use school supplies and finish them all up. So, do I understand correctly that you want to be late for your first day in UA, sir? Should I call Principal Nizu and relay that message? Izuku all but jumped off his bed, landing comically on the floor. Why didn't you tell me sooner? He asked, while searching his dresser for his underwear. I've tried to get you to sleep earlier at least 10 times, sir, and when you finally decided to rest for the night, you just said to set up the alarm for you. So if anything, it is your fault, sir. Izuku opened his mouth to talk back. I've got it on the tape. Don't bother arguing with me, sir. Izuku just huffed, slightly regretting giving Alan a free will to create its own personality. He shook his head and left to get ready for the day. His first official day in high school. Talk about exciting. After marking off the bathroom from his morning activities, Izuku slipped into his school uniform and marveled at his reflection. It still felt like a dream for him. Maybe he still was sleeping? He pinched his cheek and felt pain, so, unless he dreamed that feeling, it was real. After breakfast with his mom, grabbing his backpack and sport bag filled with electronics, he made his way out. Izuku, wait, came Mom's voice behind. Turning to her, Izuku saw her small and thin form tearing up a bit with proud smile on her lips. You look cool, sweetie. Have a good day. Thanks, Mom, Izuku smiled back, waving at her. During his train ride to school, he felt people looking at him, sending him polite smiles. Was that the famous respect toward UA and its students? He was just starting school and everyone around him already were looking up to him, expecting great things. Most likely they thought that he was in hero course. If someone asked Izuku about it, he'd tell the truth. He didn't want fake admiration. He wanted people to recognize him for his deeds and inventions. UA's building was, as always, breathtaking for him. It didn't matter that for the last month he was coming here to work on a special project with the principal and power loader. It was his school now. Maybe he was still in bed? Another pinch said otherwise. Sir, do you want me to guide you toward your classroom? Alan asked, pulling Izuku out of his musings. No, I'm good. I've already memorized most of the main campus layout. Izuku answered, stepping into school grounds. Are you sure? We don't want you to end up in Midnight's arms. Do we, sir? Izuku shuddered at the memory of this particular accident. The worst part? He found himself enjoying a bit off her petting. We agreed to never speak of it, Alan. Did we? Came back the cheeky response. How are you feeling though, sir? Izuku blinked at that and scratched his head. When Alan wanted, he really was a great friend. If only he finally dropped the sir thing. Good. I can't wait for it to start. Izuku admitted, smiling slightly. And you, Alan? Just like the lines of zeros and ones. Back to being cheeky. Izuku smiled, shaking his head. He started wondering about his future classmates, remembering one in particular from the exam. He had to admit, she's talented. Where everyone made 1 or 2 things, that girl ended up with 5. But during this she caused several explosions and a mini fire. Her proud laugh and the offhand comment that it was less than what she normally didn't help. Izuku found himself wishing that this pink-haired menace wasn't in his class. Shota slowly sipped coffee from his cat-themed mug in the teacher's lounge. He wasn't sure who made it, but DMN him, it was good. Almost enough to show some of his heart and not make his students suffer. Almost. Thinking of students, his mind wandered to a particular one. Power Loader's genius boy. Shota had no doubt that kid was smart, well, smart wasn't accurate. Nisa showed him the kid's IQ test. That boy really had a brain. Shota himself meet boy once. The mumbling that kid made, while gushing out all information about Eraserhead, honestly gave him chills. Then he asked for an autograph and pulled a notebook containing said information and good-looking sketch of him seemingly out of nowhere. Shota didn't really know what to do. In his whole hero career he was never asked for one. In the end he just shrugged it off and fulfilled the kid's wish, gaining a blinding smile. Then Genius Boy gave him one of his inventions, a micro camera that was ideal for underground operations. Best thing about it? No one would be able to see it, because it blended perfectly into Shota's hero costume. But Shota knew a problem child when he saw one. Call it his seventh sense because the sixth belonged to finding cute, fluffy cats. That genius boy was sure to bring trouble, especially with that odd, positive vibe he gave off. When he voiced his thoughts to Nizu, the accursed rodent laughed a bit and told him about the kid's plan for the future, or at the very least a part of it. Hearing it, Shota wasn't sure if he was impressed or scared. Probably both. His phone pinged, signaling him it was time to get going and meet his new students, or playthings, as Midnight loved to say. She wasn't entirely wrong. Grabbing his beloved yellow sleeping bag and resetting his facial features to completely dead inside, he made his way towards 1A. Momo wasn't entirely sure what to think of her classmates. Her whole life she was homeschooled and didn't have much contact with people her age. Her only interactions were limited to ball and tea parties her parents attended. Every girl there were just like her, prim, soft-spoken, giving of polite smiles, and all of the boys there. Momo had lost her count after the fifth time. She caught them secretly ogling at her body. But she was sure of two things. The extremely loud blonde with spiky hair and ego bigger than the whole school, and the little perverted kid with purple ball on his head were not on her list for potential friends. She wanted as little to do with them as possible. Already she caught little perverts stare at her body 4 times. Then came their homeroom teacher, and Momo again found herself unsure what to think. Judging from the dark bags under his eyes, he looked like he was about to drop to the floor on his next step. His state of wardrobe and hair made him similar to hobo living under a bridge. She knew it wasn't good to assume things about people. She was raised better than this, but she couldn't help but think that way this time. Aizawa-sensei gave them their P uniforms and told them to meet him on the training field beside the school's gym. Good thing she already memorized school layout. After arriving, Aizawa-sensei told them about the quirk apprehension test. Momo found herself intrigued by that and silently mused about it. The teacher most likely wanted to see them in action, to judge their control and fitness. After a short speech, her teacher pulled out his phone and started tapping. When 10 seconds passed, Momo couldn't help but think about his rudeness. Answering a text mid-lesson? Unthinkable. Why did you hired? God damn it. Aizawa said, irritated. Why is it not working? Stupid thing. Momo and many of her classmates tilted their heads at the scene. Did that man never had a phone in his hand? You know, you could just ask me to do something. No need for the rudeness, Aizawa-san, came the response from the device. What the heck? Said someone from her class. Momo ignored the crude language and focused at the phone in the teacher's hand. Last time she was in UA, during her special exam for recommended students, she didn't hear it. Was it some kind of computer program, or maybe someone called Aizawa-sensei? Sensei, what was that voice? Asked a girl with brown hair. Allow me to answer that, and Aizawa-san, please be so kind and stop blocking the camera feed from your shirt. I like to see my conversationalists. The device said again, and after the teacher rested his arm against his body, it continued, Hello students of 1, my name is Alan. Starting today you could consider me a helping program for the whole UA educational system. I'm pleased to meet you all and hope that we get along. Momo found her jaw dropping slightly, mirroring the state of most of her fellow classmates. That thing, Alan, sounded just like a normal, skin and bones, human being, and he was so sophisticated. That was some impressive technology. Holy shit. So UA has a robot of some kind? So cool, said boy with black lightning bolt on the left side of his hair. It's not a robot. Momo said, gaining everyone's attention. It's artificial intelligence. A very developed one. Am I right, Alan? Yes, Yaoyorozu-san, you're indeed correct. My creator is the very same person that greatly improved the villain bots from the entrance exam, and it's thanks to him that Uraraka-san's Heath wasn't in any real danger from Zero Pointer. So it had access to student files. Wow, so he must be some really smart person. So cool, said pink-skinned girl with horns, bouncing on her feet. Alan chuckled at comment, and surprisingly it wasn't creepy. My creator is a first-year student, just like you. Now, that was something. Momo couldn't help but feel amazement. Whoever that student was, she must be very talented. Aizawa-sensei cut short the rest of the conversation, signaling the start of the test. To show them the school motto, he gave the ball to the rude blonde and said to throw it. She had to give it to him, he was powerful. After her classmates' cheer of happiness at the possibility of showing off, their teacher told them that last place is going to be expelled. An obvious lie in Momo's mind, no way Yue would allow that on first day. But he had to agree with Aizawa-sensei when he stated the grim truth about the world. Momo felt she did quite well on the test. She used her intelligence and quirk to create things that would allow her to score to the best of her ability. On the pure, physical part, she also did well enough. She also paid attention to her classmates, noting their quirks, scores, and overall performance. That would be useful in the future, and to help her make some friends. No, she wasn't in despair for a normal contact with people her age. Not in one bit. She noticed that during the exercises Alan talked with class, giving polite comments, motivating them to do their best. She felt slightly weird when her cheeks heated up at one of his compliments. Excuse her, not every day a super advanced computer program says that her intelligence is magnificent. Aizawa-sensei showed them their scores. She was very pleased with first place. Maybe she wasn't as powerful as some of her classmates, but the sheer versatility that her quirk gave was more than enough to secure the spot. She used the scoreboard as a chance to learn the names of her classmates. She couldn't help but blink at the third place, who was Angry Blonde Pomeranian? The F dash. Who the F did this? Either was her answer. Apparently, Angry Blonde Pomeranian was that obnoxiously loud and rude boy with the explosion quirk. Momo, despite her well-mannered upbringing, found herself agreeing with the name displayed. He fumed, wild scowl on his face and popping sounds coming from his hands. Looks like his quirk matched his personality rather nicely. Or maybe it was the other way around. Why, I did it, I thought it was fitting for you, came Alan's voice. She could only imagine him with very pleased smirk. You wanna FING die, you stupid program? Just wait till I find your unit. I'll blow you to fingy scraps. The Pomeranian screeched while popping even more explosions. He could use anger management therapy. Momo believed that she would be able to find some specialist for him. Alan just laughed of the treat. I would like to see you try firecracker. That made Momo raise an eyebrow. Despite Alan's almost never-changing tone of voice, that sounded like something personal. Very personal. Now, I believe my time with you all is over, and I'm looking forward to our next meeting. Till then I wish you all a good day. Momo was very pleased that this program was so civilized. She hoped its creator at the very least matched Alan at that department. She looked at Aizawa-sensei, who was observing Pomeranian with narrowed eyes. He then moved his look from him toward a different student and pointed finger at him. You're expelled. Every sound stopped and all eyes looked at the boy, who had shocked expression. What? But I placed 11th, he all but shouted. Unlike Mineta, who gave his all, you simply took it at a leisure pace. You really think heroism is a game, don't you? I saw you during entrance exam, there you were at least trying. Get out of my class. Maybe the principal would be gracious enough to grant you a place in Gen Ed. Aizawa-sensei answered in a serious, if not also annoyed tone. Momo felt disappointed. She believed that teacher lied to them to motivate them in his strange way. Well, it motivated some, but she really thought that it was just a harmless threat. She looked at Mineta, who rose from his knees and cheered loudly at dodging a bullet. She hated to admit that despite all the shameless ogling he did toward the girls, he really tried his best in all of the exercises. Although her mood was slightly dampened by the whole deception thing, she found herself excited at the prospect of tomorrow. She was in the hero course and finally had a chance to show everyone and herself that she wasn't just some rich girl with influential parents. A big explosion followed by smoke came from one of the nearby buildings pulled her out of her thoughts. Nizu looked at the monitor, his grin getting wider and wider. He really had to thank young Midoriya for suggesting it. Paying for those additional storage units was totally worth it. Nizu was sure about it. Watching his student progress in ultra-high definition while drinking a good cup of tea was his favorite thing to do now. All thanks to Alan and young Midoriya's micro cameras. He issued them to all teachers, doing also a favor to Alan, because the AI wanted to see with who he was talking to. He said it made him feel more human, which in turn made Nizu cackle. He savored yesterday's 1A quirk apprehension, very pleased with results. He should thank Alan later for all of the encouragement he gave to the students, making their jobs so much easier. To help students develop even more, just show them the footage to find what they struggle with and voila. It could also serve so many more purposes. For example, there it was. That quick anger, that hostility, that animosity. So that was exactly what Alan mentioned to Nizu. He had to admit, when he was first presented with that information, he just threw that the kid was just really passionate about it, but now, judging from yesterday's video and many others that Alan provided, while asking for secrecy, Nizu saw the issue loud and clear. No doubt changing young Bakugo's name to that rude, but extremely hilarious, fitting nickname was just part of proving his point. He had another endeavor in the making and he wasn't sure if it was good thing or not. Sure, Flame Hero was excellent when it came to crime fighting and investigations, but it all ended there. Of course, drive to be the very best was more than desirable, but if the cost of it was mass public property damage, was it really worth it? Alan, is this what you wanted to warn me about? Nizu asked Endelenji with his paws on his frozen image of Katsuki Bakugo with his animalistic scowl and light explosions dancing across his hands present the screen. Yes, Principal. Alan assured, a small green LED showing his presence. I see the issue. I apologize for dismissing your concern earlier. Nizu said, frowning a little. No worries, Principal. Better now than never. Nizu sat there silently for a few moments. For now young Bakugo would be kept under close observation. If the boy won't show any signs of improvement, then adequate measures will be made. Aizawa his eyes on him from the start. Good thing that Alan also contacted him. That reminded him. Alan, why did you do it behind young Midoriya's back? Nizu was curious about his reasons for doing it this way. At first the program just stayed silent, but the green LED showing his presence on the computer remained. Although I am very grateful to Izuku for creating me, naming me and allowing me to have free will, I can see that he won't take any actions against that blonde menace himself. He still clings to that childish awe at Bakugo's power and drive, even when he doesn't see him as a friend anymore. I want to protect Izuku, and if it means doing things behind his back, so be it. Nizu nodded at that. Thank you for your honesty. Sighing, he turned in his office chair and looked out of the window, his mind thinking about this whole situation. He would need time to fix it. Especially if young Midoriya's plan for the future came to fruition, the boy deserved it, and Nizu would be dead if he didn't help him. Time for some more tea and a heavy brainstorming session. Izuku's hands and mind were in that odd, but not undesirable, state of synchronization. It was simple really. His brain was just throwing numbers and words for his hand to write them down as fast as possible. Which was quite a bit. He remembers that one time, a paper was literally smoked from one of his creative endeavors. He was in UA, and had access to many more resources than he had before. His paycheck from his job in the comic and manga store, and his allowances could only support him that much. Seriously, to just get Alan working properly he needed to save up for almost a year, and the AI was only capable of doing simple tasks and holding basic conversations. Over the years Alan became more aware of himself, developing his own sense of being as well as doing more and more complicated tasks, but it wasn't anywhere near nowadays level. Connecting Alan to UA's servers did so much good for him. Alan could do now so much more tasks at the same time, had access to many more information, and all for the small price of helping the school run its educational program. That was what he called a bargain. And now, having the opportunity to use UA's superior vast list of materials, Izuku had to run new calculations and change some designs. All for better, of course. Midoriya, what are you doing? Someone with a hoarse voice said. Izuku stopped. Looking up he saw ectoplasm staring at him, standing next to the whiteboard, with some complex equation on it. Wait, ectoplasm? Ectoplasm taught math. When his creative strike struck him, his class had a lesson with present Mike. Which was a PRD ago. Or maybe it was 2. Wait, lunch was just around the corner, and after that he had the most glorious PRD he could have. 3 hours in UA's support department workshop. He had to do so much today. Oh, ectoplasm was glaring at him and he slightly shivered. He was mumbling again, wasn't he? 43 2/3. Izuku said as he went back to writing. He heard ectoplasm cough, which sounded strangely like, correct. Wasn't Nizu supposed to inform his teachers that taught math and physics, that he was allowed to do what he wanted, as long as he stayed quiet? He proved to Nizu that he was far above all they had to offer him in those. It was one of Nizu's logical tests or something like that. The small furred menace loved them too much. Speaking of menace, Izuku turned his head half glaring at the form of his yesterday and most likely future cause of headaches. A pink-haired girl with amber eyes, that was once again tinkering with some piece of metal, Mei Hatsum. He really must have done something bad, for God to punish him so hard. First being quirkless, not that it bothered him that much now, then this pink hurricane of destruction. What's next? Getting literally frozen by a teen with daddy issues? In all honesty, Izuku didn't know what to think of her. She seemed hyper, ultra hyper. She was all over the place, didn't know the definition of personal space, and if she couldn't find her tool, she borrowed it from someone. And above all things, she could cause anything to explode. Literally anything. Yesterday was proof of it. That thing she was building wasn't even connected to a power source and it still blasted, causing the whole studio to be filled with smoke and noise. Izuku still felt the ringing in his ears. But, as much as he wasn't fond of her, he had to admit, her talent was something to admire. Even Izuku, with his earlier possessed knowledge of machinery they were able to use, couldn't match up her sheer speed. Most of his class was only beginning to build their inventions, spending most of yesterday making blueprints and getting accustomed to the equipment. Izuku himself was nearing finishing. He just needed to screw some boards, add power, some finishing touches, and he would be done. But Hatsum, she almost completed 2 inventions. First one was some kind of grapple gun that was in form of an arm guard. The other being boots. He remembered how Power Loader had to all but throw her out of the lab, and he looked like he had struggled with it. Izuku pondered about it and he decided that if the need arise, he'll try and do his best to befriend her. Maybe they could bounce some ideas between themselves. And find a middle ground, but only if it comes down to necessity. That girl was wild and would easily be able to send him flying, no doubt with one of her explosions. The bell rung and Izuku packed his things. Now it was lunchtime and once again he could relish in Lunch Rush's awesome cooking. Of course, nothing would ever beat his mom's katsudon. Oh, never. Izuku took one more glance towards Hatsum only to find her desk empty, chair laying on the floor. This was it. Finally, after the agonizingly slow passing of time, she could finally let loose her mind, and just work, and for good measure work some more. So many ideas, so many designs, so many babies to make. This was heaven. She had access to so much more raw material and their variety. Now, long gone were the days where she had to search through garbage dumps. If she wanted something, she just needed to grab it from a storeroom and make sparks fly. She was so lucky that a day had about 70 hours. She only had to suffer through those stupid, useless lessons. Hello, she's Mei Hatsum. She didn't have time to sit around and just listen. It was so counterproductive, she didn't understand that. Why won't they just give them lab hours all the time? Or at the very least to her. So many new babies to make, and who could do it better than her? No one. She was furious at her teacher. Power Docker? Super Loader? No matter, the big guy with the funny helmet. The audacity to throw her out, saying it's over for the day. What an atrocious thing to say. How dare he get her away from her baby-making spree? She should just make a special baby that wouldn't allow him to do such a disrespectful thing. Yeah, that would do. That would be baby number 29. No matter, back to baby making. Just a few more twists of her screwdriver. Wait, was it hers? Yes? No? The one she picked up from the floor when she was going back to her station with some more materials. Did it matter? And there. Finally, she finished her super-duper mega awesome hovering boots. Diamen, her teacher, she could just do it yesterday and go make another ultra-cute baby. She looked at her newest child with love only a true mother could offer, checking her design again. She found some loose screws. That wouldn't do. She was just about to correct it when she felt a hand on top on her shoulder. "Who dares?" "I believe this is mine," said a guy with a stern voice. She looked at the person who had the ball to stop her. He was taller than her, with freckles on his cheeks and black-greenish hair. He was glaring at her hand that held screwdriver. "I've found it on the floor," she huffed at him. Really, what was with people interrupting her work? Was it some kind of competition? It set her off. "Yeah, I've put it there to have it near my hand." "Oh, that would explain it. I need it, besides mine has gone somewhere." She really hoped that this guy would just go away. "You mean that one?" he asked, taking out her screwdriver from the pile of metal sheets. "So that was where she left it. Can I have mine, please? I need it to complete my work." May just shrugged it off, and they exchanged their tools. She felt somewhat bad for it. Just for a split of a second, she interrupted him in his baby making. No matter, now she could just test how her new baby worked and go to the next one. "Are you about to do a check on it?" Freckles asked. Why was he still here? She turned and found his eyes focused on her baby, interest evident in his gaze. Oh, so he wanted to witness the greatness of May Hatsum and her cute baby? She grinned at the potential future fan of her work. Why not give him a show? "Yes, you want to see?" she asked excited. He simply nodded. She was just about to take them and put them on her feet. "Did you check it functionality?" What is wrong with him hindering her at every move she made? "I'm just about to," she answered, her patience running thin. "I meant dry test to just see if it turns on correctly. It's powered by accumulators, right? Did you run a numbers to ensure if it was too much or too little?" he told her, crossing his arms on his chest, looking at her eyes. "Did she run the numbers?" "One time was enough." "Yeah, in my head." "Let me guess. You did it once." He sounded somewhat done. She just nodded and he face-bombed. What? Was once not enough? Then he did an unthinkable. He took one boot, unscrewed the back panel and started checking her work. Now that wouldn't do. She would give him a piece of her mind. She was just about to show him her fury when he interrupted her again. "It's loose," he said, pointing at one of the wires there. She took boot from him. It was not. No way that great May Hatsum would miss something like that. The cable was totally loose. Just her grabbing her awesome baby caused it to fall out halfway through her mess of wires. And then some more followed. Well, what was a problem? It could no doubt cause her cute baby to not work at all or lead to some kind of malfunction. "You're welcome, Hatsumson," he said with deadpan voice, blinking at her. "Thanks, I guess." She laid it down on her bench top, frowning deeply. How could she miss this? Then came a rumbling sound. Maybe a storm was coming. "Hatsum-san," Freckles said, gaining her attention. "Are you hungry? When was the last time you ate?" He had worried expression. Wait, hungry? Was she hungry? She knew what hunger was. Now that she thought of it, that would be a very possible explanation for that weird feeling in her stomach. She had it before, she was sure of it. It always interrupted her work, so she just ignored it. Just like sleepiness. Nothing was more important than her babies. Dunno, maybe yesterday. "Why do you ask?" She started tinkering with the other boot. "Yup, same case here. Lots of loose cables." "Really, how did that slip through?" She heard Green sigh loudly and ask something to their teacher. Well, she would thank him later. He just saved her adorable baby, he deserved simple thank you. Then her world turned upside down and she was looking at the floor. She saw herself moving, but that couldn't be possible. Her feet didn't touch the ground. She looked behind her and saw Freckles, or more exactly the back of his head. He was carrying her over her shoulder, taking them away from the workshop, where a cheer of happiness rung. "What are you doing?" she asked while struggling against his grasp. He had some nice muscles there. "Wait, focus her babies. Taking you to the cafeteria. Lunch rush is still around, so he can make you something to eat," he simply stated. "I don't wanna. I need to go back and make some more babies." May cried. Why didn't they understand the importance of her work? "Babies?" he asked confused. "Oh, you man your inventions. That's cute, I guess. Even makes sense in some way." He chuckled a bit. May ceased her struggling and looked at him with bewilderment. He understood. Finally. Someone understood. Now to somehow persuade him into going back to lab and continue her glorious baby making. You need to eat, Hatsum-san, he said sternly. Could he read minds? When you're hungry, your work suffers. Lie, she worked at her best every time. Occasional screwing up was just part of her work. My mom always says that a hungry inventor is bad inventor. I've found myself agreeing with that statement. With an empty stomach, our minds don't have the fuel necessary to work correctly, causing mistakes. Same case with sleep, although I think it's a bit cynical of me to say that. He laughed at that. He had a nice laugh, she noted. Well, that made some sense, and some treacherous part of her mind agreed with him. Her brain supplied her with memories of being more efficient having ate and slept a few hours. Okay, so maybe Green had a point, big deal. They entered the empty cafeteria, Freckles sat her at the bench, and then he went to buy food. That was her chance. She could make a break and go back to her adorable baby. She rose her body, or at the very least tried. It felt heavy, like it weighted actual tones. Her muscles didn't respond to her pleads, and that feeling in her stomach grew even more uncomfortable. What was going on? There you go, Green said, presenting her with full tray of food. It smelled good. Well, she wasn't one to say no to the free food. Holy crap! This was delicious. How come no one told her about it? She took the next bite and another one, almost choking while inhaling the tasty meal. Maybe she would pay a visit here from time to time. She looked up at Freckles and found him smiling so brightly that she mistook it with the sun. Thanks, I guess, she said, confused between bites. Just happy to help. His smile changed to one more kinder, and May found herself charmed by it. He seemed like a nice guy. They sat in silence, only interrupted by her chewing. She should be content with it. But she wasn't. This guy was different than just anybody else. Normally people looked at her weirdly and tried to avoid her. And she was fine with it. More time for her babies. But him, Freckles, he seemed like he understood her and her mind. At least it seemed that way. So May decided that she's going to do something new. Socialize. It started somewhat awkward at first, but then? She wasn't sure when her food vanished and how much time they've spent just talking, laughing, and bouncing off ideas. It was so exciting. To find a kindred spirit. Green turned out to be such great company. And he had muscles, her mind added. Muscles, great brain, and understood her without a hitch. Yeah, he was kinda plain looking, but it didn't matter. He would make a fine partner. In her baby making, of course, her dear children could use a father. Hey, Hatsum-san? Not that I'm complaining, but why do you keep calling me Freckles, Green, or Muscles? He asked, scratching his temple, blushing lightly. I don't know your name, that was it. Plain and simple. He looked at her stupefied. You don't know? His voice deadpanned. She just shook her head. What about our classmates? Another shake. Teachers? Third time and sold to the big-headed, curly-haired nerd. He laughed and sent her an amused smile. Did she say something funny? He extended his hand. Izuku Midoriya, pleased to meet you, Hatsum-san. She took his hand into hers. It was rough, good kind of rough. It's plain. Your name, that is. He laughed. So I've been told, he said before sighing lightly, we should go back. May nodded in agreement, and stood with him, ready to follow him out. They walked back in comfortable silence. May pondered about how to ask him if he wanted to make babies with her from time to time. No, wait, all the time. That sounded so much better. Should she just say it? Or maybe she should somehow lead him to propose it. Hey, Hatsums, he said, looking toward her with a small, kind smile. How about I finish my work, and I help you with fixing your hover boots? She loved problems that solved themselves. Yeah, I'd like that, Izuku. May bounced up and down, not even trying to contain her excitement. Izuku, he shouted, his face red and mouth open. May tilted her head. Yeah, it's less plain than your surname and shorter. The less we need to call each other, the more time we have to work on babies together. Her logic was as always perfect. Izuku's face reddened some more and then laughed loud and friendly, holding his stomach. She liked that sound. Well then, I suppose that I need to call you May in exchange, don't I? He said, smirking. Knew you would get it, she said, punching him lightly in the arm and laughing some. They continued their walk, thinking about the wonderful start of a marvelous friendship. By the way, May, your hands are really soft and nice to touch. Why were her cheeks hot? Those two questions were constantly popping in his head, exchanging places, mixing together and giving him the headache of a lifetime. Power Loader, who was their homeroom teacher, after doing morning call of presence and saying some basic news, dropped a bomb on them. "Choose your class representatives," was all he said. And suddenly almost all eyes were on him, their smiling faces, politely asking him to take the role of class president, and Izuku couldn't wrap his head around it. Him, the nerdy teenager, whose best friend was a computer program. What in the freaking hell? He was anything but social. Sure, he bossed a bit around the store when Stan wasn't there, and after his death everyone called him boss, despite him stating that he would only swing by every other day if he wasn't busy. Izuku asked them for their reasoning, and honestly their answer made him snort. Apparently he tamed May, explosive hurricane, handsome. Someone said that he was also super smart. He wanted to correct them. He didn't tame May. He, despite his earlier thoughts, befriended her. He took his time to understand her by the long conversation they held yesterday. That was all. She was still super hyper girl, that would make them go flying if someone, most likely him, didn't check on her inventions. To prove their point, that May would only listen to him, they started calling her, trying to gain her attention and failing miserably at it. Then he just simply said her name, ignoring curious gazes from his class. Like charmed, May stopped playing with her goggles and looked toward him with the curiously of little puppy. When asked who she thought would be a perfect for class president, she just glanced at him, from his toes to head, shrugged and told them that he was. Izuku wasn't sure if he was supposed to be flattered or murder her. Not wanting to be the only one suffering, he proposed May as his deputy, which everyone immediately agreed. Pleased with himself, he returned toward his seat. Then, when Power Loader said they could do what they wanted for the rest of the homeroom, he saw a message from Alan, which destroyed his sense of accomplishment. Message being, "You do realize that you'll have to take her bulk of the work, genius." Alan helpful as always. When lunch came around, Izuku made his way toward the cafeteria. May's presence was surprising, but not unwelcome. They grabbed their trays, filled them with delicious food, and managed to secure a small, vacant table just for themselves. The rest of their class went somewhere else, which was absolutely fine by them. Izuku was used to eat alone, and by the looks of it, May wasn't bothered either. Maybe they had more in common than he thought. Not long after, they indulged themselves in chaotic, but completely understandable for them, conversation. But really, why don't you get the superiority of a simple switch or button? May huffed, sending him glare with no bite behind it. "I'm not saying that they aren't useful," Izuku stated calmly, enjoying her adorable pouty face. "But it's not always the best solution." "How so?" She tilted her head, blinking, clueless expression evident on her features. "Think about it. You want to make a super advanced, high-tech baby." He was surprised by how natural it sounded, and May literally started drooling at the possibility. And that baby would have many, many features. The amount of buttons, switches, and wires you'd have to use to make it functional would be downward nuts. It's easier to just program it and do voice or a gesture command. He didn't tell her he was describing his future billet into heroics. May pursed her lips and folded her arms, while her eyes roamed around. Wait, were those lines in her irises spinning? Did it have to do anything with her quirk? He should ask later. "Well, I suppose you are right." She sounded like admitting it caused her real pain. "But I can't really do all that programming stuff." Her shoulders slumped down. "Didn't you try to learn?" Programming for him was just like breathing. He spent most of his childhood learning how to properly do it. The reward of his efforts? "Alan, I've tried, but I get lost in it and it's super boring." May whined loudly, making Izuku chuckle. "Well, I consider myself rather good at it, so if you want I can teach you." He flashed a kind smile toward her. May instantly perked up and grinned. "Really? You would teach me?" "Of course, we're friends now." "Friends? Yeah, that sounded nice. Thanks, Izuku." May bounced cutely in her seat, behaving like a little kid hearing it's going to get a candy for doing nothing. Man, it must be really nice to have an intelligence quirk. Izuku blinked. That was the moment he was dreading. Normally questioning about your quirk was asked even before the one for your name. He remembered all those woeful times when he was asked about it by someone, to only hear his answer that made them turn around and go away as far as possible. Sighing, he decided to just get it out of the way. If May didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore, he would manage, just like he always does. It would sting and deal a serious blow to his mood, resulting in him sulking for a few days. But he'd take it like a man he is. I don't have an intelligence quirk. He saw May blink at him. In truth, I don't have one at all. I'm quirkless. He waited for her to laugh at him, to just stand up and go away, to scream at the whole cafeteria and tell everyone that he doesn't have what almost everyone else does. That's amazing. May shouted, suddenly right in front of him. Giant grin plastered on her face and eyes shining with excitement. Her eyes were really pretty, Izuku duly noted. So all those ideas and all just come from your brain without any kind of boost? Izuku just nodded dumbly, not being able to process what was going on. Wow. She sat back, but still looked at him with a flabbergasted expression. You're really awesome then, Izuku. Her voice was soft, but it carried so much power. He should have thought better than this of his friend. It was May for crying out loud. All she cared about was making new babies, and having a blast while doing so. Shia was really simple, straightforward person, but there was also something beautiful about it. Hey, why are you crying? May's concerned voice brought him back to earth. Was he? He felt his cheeks wet. Izuku wiped his tears away and sent her the happiest smile he could muster. Not many think about me like that. So, thank you, May. He saw her smile. Not her usual Cheshire cat grin. Just a normal, simple, kind-hearted smile. It really suited her. Before they could continue their conversation, an obnoxious alarm came to life and with it panic. He heard the generic computer voice calling a level 3 security breach. He vaguely remembered something about it being trespassing. They tried to move aside to avoid the panicked student mass of teenagers, but they were swept by the current and found themselves unable to move like they wanted. Suddenly they were separated by the mob trying to squeeze forward. He pushed through, slowly gaining ground in the general direction. He saw her disappear. He stood up on his toes to get a better view, and he saw her pink dreadlock and then May herself, pushed against a wall, trying to protect her head with her arms. His heroic heart beat harder and small spark of anger ignited in him. Shoving himself toward his friend, ignoring everyone on his way, he finally arrived in front of her. He then shielded her with his body, supporting himself with an arm against the wall. Don't worry, I am here, he said loudly. Her relieved expression, and a small grateful smile was worth all those elbows striking his ribs and back. What the hell was going on? It was UA, surely they had to have some security drills. He became frustrated at himself. Why couldn't he do something? Except he could. Or more precisely, Alan could. If he was able to reach toward his pocket. Unfortunately for him, they were boxed against people and his arm moving was not possible. Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. May, I need you to reach toward my left pocket and put its content on my ear. Why? She shouted loudly, her voice muffled by his shoulder. No time. Do it now. He felt her arm move and take the earpiece from his pants. She had trouble reaching towards his face due to how crammed they were, so he tilted his head to the best of his ability. Soon he felt familiar plastic on his ear. Alan, what is going on? There have been a security breach. Someone uninvited is on the school grounds. So he was correct. Frowning deeply and getting hit again by someone's elbow, he quickly went over his options. I need you to check every camera and tell me what is going on. We need to get it under control. At once, sir. There are only about 700th of them. No time for sass. Really? Where did he make a mistake with his beloved AI? I've got the issue. It's the reporters from this morning. Somehow they got in the premises. Those vultures? Izuku saw them when he wanted to enter school, like a pack of wolves blocking the main entrance. All they wanted was any piece of info about All Might teaching here. When he told them he was from support, they ignored him, which suited him nicely. But now? Didn't they know they just broke several laws? Alan, use the school audio system and relay that info. Let's hope it's enough to calm these animals. He wasn't one to insult others right off the bat, but excuse him. He could feel bruises forming on his ribs. As soon Alan's voice came through the intercom, everyone ceased their flailing and evacuation proceeded in orderly fashion, just how it should been done in the first place. You okay, May? He asked, worried she got hurt in the whole ordeal. Yeah, I'm good now, she breathed slowly, then sent him a sharp glare, which made him nervous. What was that back there? And what is the deal with that earpiece? Izuku blinked and chuckled a bit. Leave it to May to completely diminish the thought of them almost being trampled to death just to learn about some invention. Well, you remember that computer voice that we hear from time to time during lessons? He was amused at the memory when he saw his class going into uproar of questions, geeking out. May nodded to him, Izuku smirked, passing her his earpiece. Well, let's just say I'm a very proud father. He thanked God for giving him such good photographic memory, because now he will always remember her jaw-dropped face. I knew you were awesome, she shouted, hugging him. He had to admit she was strong, despite her small build. You're pretty awesome yourself, May, he said, returning the hug. Come on, we need to get to the evacuation side for the head count. Only hours later he'd realized that he had a beautiful girl, and her goodies, pressed tightly against him, turning him into human tomato. Nizu frowned deeply at the now turned to scrap barrier. He didn't want students to see this, so he sent them out using other entrances exists. He took a closer look at the chunks of metal laying on the ground. Some of them were in one piece, but most of it looked like it corroded and turned into dust. He looked to his sides. Aizawa and Majima also weren't pleased with the state of it either. They already checked all of those unexpected guests. None of them had a quirk similar or powerful enough to do this kind of damage. The only other conclusion being the involvement of a third party. That particular thought greatly disturbed Nizu. The whole thing looked like some kind of declaration of war, only question being who was responsible for it. Nizu took his phone from his pocket. Alan, do you have any security footage showing someone other than reporters entering school grounds? 1 second, Principal. I'm afraid not. There is no camera observing the other side of the school gate. So 0 leads then. Nizu's frown deepened greatly. Although sensors picked up someone blinking into existence near the teacher's lounge. Now, that was something valuable. Did you say, blinking? Aizawa voiced Nizu's thought. Yes. They seemed to appear out of nowhere and a minute later they disappeared. Unfortunately, no camera caught who it was and there is none of them in the room itself. Thank you, Alan. Nizu said shortly. His mind was being occupied by many unsettling things. Looks like their enemy possessed a warping quirk, which was a real rarity, even more uncommon than healing ones. He'd need to develop countermeasurements. His hope that he'd have them in time. Something wasn't right. When the teachers told them to leave school using side entrances, he knew that there was information they were missing. So after he accompanied May to the train station, and returning home, he sat on his office chair staring blankly at the wall for hours. Pursing his lips after coming empty-handed, he deducted that he would need to use the so-called Big Brother. Alan, you there? Izuku spun toward his monitor, which immediately lighted up. If I say no, would you finally go to sleep, sir? It's close to midnight now. You know the answer is no, he chuckled slightly. There go my hopes and dreams. Izuku could imagine him citing. What do you need me for, sir? What happened at the main entrance today? He decided to cut the chase. He needed to satisfy his curiosity. Reporters broke in. That I know, but how? Izuku narrowed his eyes. Don't try to sell me any crap, Alan, you know, that I can just open your detailed thought process. He wouldn't do it and AI knew it. It was invasion of Alan's privacy, even if he was a program he wrote, he's a human being to him. Besides, he passed the Turing test. You do realize, sir, that you want me to reveal information that only teachers and police have access to. Yup. Then was a short silence between them, but Izuku saw Alan downloading few files. And I thought, you wanted to be a hero, the sassy AI stated, making him snort. Alan showed him a video in which he saw the famous UA barrier falling apart, some of it turning into dust, and a mass of reporters pouring in, running toward the school like a bunch of animals. There's no way that he'll ever remotely like media. The percent of truth they gave to society was so small that Izuku long ago stopped watching news channels. Then Alan showed him the school detector log and building map, explaining the situation. So, whoever did that waited till lunch to have most of the corridors empty, and used reporters as a diversion to lure the teachers out of their lounge. Izuku said, drumming his fingers against his desk. Correct, sir. Are you perhaps Sherlock Holmes in disguise? He huffed, not amused by Alan's comparison. Are there any street cameras that show UA entrance? Why do you ask, sir? AI asked suspiciously. Because if there are any, I want you to break into the city camera system and find the feeds. Izuku stated seriously. He wanted to protect his school and schoolmates from any kind of danger. That's what a hero would do. I didn't know that we switched business to villainy, sir. Cheeky program retorted. Izuku let out humorless laugh. Are there any or no? Unfortunately, sir, there's none. The two closest ones are at the junctions, which is quite far away from the gate. He cited slightly, waving to Alan, signaling that he was done for now. Slipping under his duvet and finding a comfortable position, he drifted to sleep. Tomorrow was going to be hectic, so he needed as much energy as he could get. And hectic it was. He could see some seniors from the hero course going around the school, keeping a keen eye on any sign of trouble. Teachers constantly doing head counts and looking behind their shoulders, like something was going to strike them at any given moment. And he couldn't really blame them, as he also felt that strange kind of dread, keeping him on high alert. He informed Power Loader that he's going to be slightly late for lab. When asked for a reason, he answered, going to visit our beloved psychopath. Power Loader just laughed at it. When he told May that he wasn't going to stay for the whole lunch, just a quick meal, she happily exclaimed that she's going to get a head start with today's dose of baby making. He made her swear that she's going to eat something later, on which she reluctantly agreed. She was going to be the death of him, he was sure of it. He made his way towards the principal office. His mind mulling over everything he wanted to say, he foresighted it to be a longer than simple chat, but this was important. If he was going to be a hero, then he'd need to start somewhere. Helping his principal with upgrading school defenses seemed like a good start. The humongous double doors that hid Nizu's office from the world at the end of the corridor opened, and through them stepped out a walking skeleton. This man was so thin and sickly looking that Izuku thought a simple breeze would knock him over. Shoulders slouched forward, blonde hair in total mess and eyes sunken deeply into skull. And why was he wearing a suit, at least 4 times his size? Suddenly the man started coughing, putting his hand against his mouth. It sounded wet, and like his lungs were going to be ripped from his insides. Izuku quickened his step, gave the man an arm over his shoulder and started massaging his back in circles. It always worked for him, so maybe it'd be helpful here. After a few moments it seemed to be working. The man's breathing returned to normal, and he unclasped his hand, showing Izuku red spots marking it. Without a second thought he pulled his package of small tissues, and gave man one, who looked thankful, albeit a little surprised. Thank you, young man. Then Izuku's mind came to an abrupt stop, 1,000 red flags rising up per second. Despite his voice being raspy, he knew it. Getting a quick reboot, he did a fast checkup. Super tall? Suit that could contain mountain of muscles? Blonde hair with 2 bangs in front? Electric blue eyes? Ultra-familiar voice calling him young man? He was sure, he was mumbling at Mach 1 speed, but it didn't matter. Shocked, he could only ask for confirmation. All Might. Where? Man shouted and started nervously looking around. Yup, that confirmed his suspicions. Folding his arms on his chest and hardening his gaze, he could only press forward. I'm not going to be kid by such a simple trick, All Might. Beside, I can ask Alan to do voice comparison. He didn't mean to sound so rude, it just sort of happened. All Might sighed in defeat and frowned deeply. He waited, and waited, and waited, staring at Izuku nervously. "Don't you have some questions?" he finally asked. Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Questions? Oh, believe me, I do have a ton of them. And most likely after you answer them, I'll have some more, but right now I'm too busy, so maybe someday later," he stated, simply scratching his cheek. All Might blinked at him, shock evident on his face. "Why aren't you like, I don't know, freaking up or something?" Izuku sighed, resting his hand on his hips. "Too much on my head right now. I'm going to freak up at some ungodly hour at night, when I'll have time." He really would do it later. All Might watched him for a moment more, before he chuckled. "You really are something else, young Midoriya." He smiled softly. "Just keep it to yourself, please. It's important to me." His voice was serious, which wasn't that surprising. "I know. I'm not the kind of teenager to gossip. Besides, you're my third favorite hero." Izuku smiled a bit. "I need to get going. See you later." "No, wait, I shouldn't call you that." Izuku frowned, thinking of proper way to address the symbol of peace. "My name is Toshinori Yagi, my boy." Yagi-san stated. "Thanks. See you later, Yagi-san." Izuku stepped through the giant door into the principal's office. It seemed that nothing has changed from his last visit here. Spacious, fluffy red floor-covering carpet, dark wood furniture, most of them being bookshelves filled with books and folders. At the center stood Nizu's giant desk, that was completely covered with huge stacks of neatly sorted papers, behind it a large UA logo. "Oh, young Midoriya, what a pleasant surprise," Nizu said from the armchair in his conversation area, near the windows. "Come and sit down on the couch. Tea is still warm, so maybe you would like some." Principal sent him a polite smile. Izuku smiled back as he nodded. He couldn't imagine a long talk with Nizu without the cup of aromatic tea. Sitting on the couch, once again marveling at how comfortable this piece of furniture felt, he took his steaming cup and sipped a little bit of the warm drink. He also vaguely wondered if it was Nizu coping All Might with that young prefix, or the other way around. "As good as always," he stated, giving the principal a smile of his own. They both sat in silence, and Izuku used it to sort through his thoughts, trying to predict how the conversation would go. He wasn't sure how to start it. "So, why do I owe the pleasure of hosting a brilliant boy in my chambers?" Well, that was one way to start a conversation, Izuku supposed. He knew that Nizu loved playing verbal games. Izuku also enjoyed them, but today he wanted to get straight to the point. Mirroring Nizu's posture, with his hands neatly folded on his lap, he sighed loudly. "I'll cut the chase and get to the essence of this visit. I know exactly what transpired yesterday, courtesy of Alan." He looked right into Nizu's eyes while saying it. A smirk passed the principal features, before returning to the small smile, but his eyes shone with excitement and mischief. My young Midoriya, I've never imagined that you would even consider doing a thing that could cause you to be expelled," he said with small chuckle at the end. Izuku's lips twitched slightly. "I'm a future hero. You cannot expect me to sit quietly and do nothing." Nizu allowed himself to let out a short laugh. "What is the point of your visit then, if you already possess the information? I want to offer solutions that are going to keep the school safer." He smirked and leaned a bit forward. "Consider it a help from a beloved student, good friend, or business partner. Choose a more suiting one." Nizu's lips stretched further, bouncing in his seat. "I'm all ears." His small ears twitched when he said that. Izuku drank his tea before continuing. "For starters, digitize all information about students, teachers, school schedules, and other important documents. To protect them even further, create a special server for them that's going to be completely separated from school network and only accessible through Alan. Don't worry, he's too advanced to be hacked by someone who doesn't know how he operates." Izuku saw Nizu nod, a pleased smile on his face. "Next step is to increase the number of cameras, especially ones looking at the gates. In school there's still some blind spots that could be covered. Alan already marked them on the building plan and delivered them to you for inspection." He took a breath. So far so good. "And lastly, a countermeasurement towards the warp quirk user." At that the principal shifted slightly. As it was documented, all warp quirks leave the trace of their energy behind whenever the portal is opened. I believe that Hatsum-san, can build a device that would be able to track that energy and alarm us before portal is fully open. Of course, we need to get a good read on it to ensure it works as desired, but it's doable. He took another sip, chastising himself in his head for the slip with May's name. Also, I believe it would be wise to reschedule UA Sport Festival and to further improve security. We don't want a villain attack on such an important day. Nizu stared at him for a moment or two, before smiling brightly and clapping his paws. I'm impressed, young Midoriya. To think that it took you only half a day to come up with those solutions, maybe even less. Oh, and don't worry about the way you called young Hatsum. Power Loader already informed me about your friendship and partnership in the called baby making. Principal laughed at the end. Izuku was sure Nizu had a good cackling session when he first heard that term. It's nothing really. I'm just doing the natural thing and using my abilities to protect this school. And for that I'm thankful. You're going to become a marvelous hero one day, young Midoriya. Principal stated with a kind smile. When could that device be done? Izuku adopted his thinking position. I could most likely get a design ready for it today, and we could start building it during Saturday's open lab hours. If you could allow us to have it accessible on Sunday, then at the beginning of the week it's going to be most likely ready to use. Consider it done. They both sat in silence, drinking their tea. Izuku was pleased with how the conversation went. He felt even a bit proud of himself. Was that the feeling heroes had when they're able to help people around them? He could get used to it pretty quickly. Now, is that all, or do you have something more that involved breaking the law? Nizu asked with an amused smile. Izuku was sure that he's never going to ever live that one through. Actually, yes. But it's more of personal request. You see, I'm having a bit of trouble with getting one material. I've placed my request for it, but its arrival is still far away, and it's going to be a major setback in my work. Oh, is it for that project? Nizu asked with an excited voice. Yes. I assume that you remember your deal about it, right? The principal asked, and Izuku simply nodded. Am I correct to assume that you want to ask me to pull some strings and get it shipped faster? Another nod, this time more sheepish one. I see. Unfortunately, it's Power Loader who holds more power in that department, and if he can't get it earlier, that surely I don't have better chances. Izuku frowned at that. He really hoped to start already on it. He had most of the materials ready and even upgraded them with school supplies, at which May helped him. She even gave him some tips at how to better do a thing or two. But do not worry, young Midoriya. I do believe I have a solution for your problem. Nizu said with wide grin. Momo waited for her class to empty itself. She needed to ask Aizawa-sensei about the specifics of her new duty as a class president, which unfortunately she didn't have time yesterday, due to the earlier release of the students. She gladly took that position when it was presented to her. She was also pleased that she convinced her classmates to give Azui-san the position of her deputy, when she tied with Ida-san. She didn't have anything against him, she respected his determination, but she felt that he wasn't suited for that role. He seemed a bit too passionate about everything. She preferred the more level-headed frog girl. She also couldn't deny her utter happiness when Mineta lost the election. She feared what would happen to her and other girls if little perverted student would be given power. Not that it had ever going to become reality. She was the last one to leave from her classmates and caught Aizawa-sensei nearing the exit. That was her chance. The teacher opened the door and paused, looking down. Oh, genius boy. What do you want? Aizawa-sensei said in his usual tired voice. Genius boy, Momo heard that term before. Mike-sensei and Midnight-sensei said it a few times while thanking Alan for something. Apparently that was their way of referring towards the AI's creator. She shivered at the memory of Midnight-sensei admitting how she loved to play with the poor boy. That would be considered as an assault, right? Eraserhead? Oh, so you're 1A's homeroom teacher? Hope you're not too hard on them. Genius boy, said. Wait, Momo knew that voice. She heard it many times before, and there's no way that she could mistake it with someone else. Stepping next to the Aizawa-sensei, she saw the familiar bush of green hair with black roots, happy emerald eyes, and kind smile. Midoriya-san, she asked surprised, gaining his attention. Yaozu-san, it's nice seeing you again, he said, showing her a wide smile that he always has every time they saw each other. It's nice seeing you too, she admitted, smiling politely. I don't have time, so say what you need, or get out. I don't want to be late for my nap, Aizawa-sensei stated, his voice suggesting his patience running thin. Actually, I was looking for Yaoyorozu-san, Midoriya-san said. Momo quirked her brow at that. Questions developing in her head. She saw her teacher leaving the room, and remembered why she stayed behind. Sensei, she said, getting Aizawa-sensei's to stare at her with evident annoyance. It's not her fault that he had a messed up sleep schedule. About my duties as a class president. Go to the representatives' lounge near the teacher's room. There you'll have all you need, he told her quickly, and continued his trek towards wherever he left his sleeping bag. Momo sighed at that. At least she knew now where to go. She turned toward Midoriya-san, and saw him waiting patiently for her to finish her business. Well, there was her answer at why was Alan so well behaved. Sorry for that, Midoriya-san. You said you were looking for me, right? No worries, nothing happened. Yes, I am. I have a favor to ask, and the principal said you're the one that can help me. He looked into her eyes and scratched his cheek. That was his way of showing he was nervous if Momo's memory served her right. That depends on what you need, but of course if it's in the range of my abilities, I'd be happy to comply. Polite down to the T as always. How about I show you? It's in the support workshop. Of course if you have time, I don't want to be a bother, he said concerned. Momo smiled kindly at the smaller boy. He always was considerate of others' well-being, and that spoke a lot of him. I'm free now, so I'll gladly go there with you. Midoriya-san brightened at her words, and they made their way towards the support department building. Although the silence was a comfortable one, she felt like they should have a small chat. She hadn't seen him in a while. He looked slightly taller, Momo duly noted. I didn't know that you were interested in engineering. But it's not a surprise seeing as you were the one to program Alan. She honestly didn't have anything better. Midoriya-san chuckled silently at that, and turned his head toward her. Well, I've never mentioned it before. And let me guess, the genius boy comment was that gave that away. Momo simply nodded. But being an inventor is not my end goal. How is a hero course treating our store #1 romance manga buyer? He asked with tiny smirk. She laughed at that silly nickname. Every time she wanted to buy new chapter of her favorites mangas, she only came to the shop where Midoriya-san worked. It was how they meet. So far so good, it's demanding and going to get gradually harder, but I believe that the teachers know what to do with us. Her mind returned a few seconds back. If I may ask, his nod serving her as an answer. What do you mean by inventing not being your end goal? She truly wondered about that. Momo saw his shock, and then he started tapping his chin with his finger with a faraway look. His lips moved but no sound came out. He seemed to be deeply in his thoughts. From time to time he sneaked a glance toward her. Momo gave him time, her curiosity raising every passing second. Finally he sighed, and looked at her with an unsure expression. Can I trust you? Simple question really, but his voice? Momo knew that tone, she heard it every day in her head. Midoriya-san was doubting himself. Which was odd, he always give off that vibe of being rather sure of himself. Looks like she accidentally found something what could be considered a taboo subject for him. Could he trust her? Momo liked to think of herself as a trustworthy person. Yes, he could trust her. She'd keep whatever he said to herself, and if she was able to help him, then she would. She was a hero in training, and helping people in distress was something that she's going to deal with almost every day. She presented him with nod and encouraging smile. Okay. Midoriya-san took deep breath to calm his nerves. I'm quirkless. Not that uncommon, but still surprising. But all I wanted my entire life was to become a hero. Was this what people considered as dropping a bomb? My life wasn't the easiest one. Nearly every person just made fun of me. All because of my birth defect and seemingly unrealistic dream. He sounded rather bitter, but Momo understood from where that came from. But no matter what everyone says, I'm going to prevail and make this a reality. I'm becoming a hero, and this is final. His drive was truly admirable. He sounded a bit like All Might there. I see. Well then I wish you luck, Midoriya-san. She found herself somewhat excited at the thought of him having him in her class. Am I correct to assume that you'll try to transfer to the hero course then? Midoriya-san chuckled and shook his head. No, I'm staying in support. I still want to have my inventor license and open a company. I intend to produce equipment not only for heroes, but also for everyone else. A small smile showed on his lips. That's very considerate of you. But how are you intent to become a hero then? She just needed to know, otherwise her mind wouldn't stop nagging her with that question. She suspected that it was possible Aizawa-sensei and Midnight-sensei seemed to be the cases, judging by their quirks. Midoriya-san grinned at her, giving her a strange Aizawa-sensei's excitement vibe. Do you know what SNHQT is? She almost choked on air and didn't try to hide her bewilderment. That was his chosen route? You mean the standardized National Hero Qualification Test? She asked in weak voice. No, that couldn't be right. Oh God, he was serious. His smile looked bright as always, but his eyes were sharp. The standardized National Hero Qualification Test was a special test for all those who didn't go to a hero course in high school but wanted to become one. It also served as a purpose for checking if a hero, who was charged with some serious accusations or had been on long leave, was able to continue his work. Her uncle, who's part of the government, once told her that he had the chance of seeing one. He said that it was brutal and ended the whole conversation with a dreadful expression. You do know that it's 1,000 times easier by transferring to the hero course, right? She knew that may come out rude, but this situation was something else. Well, I want to prove to people and myself that I have what is necessary to become a hero. His features turned softer, and lips changed into a small smile. Besides, it's just another mountain for me to conquer. Nothing new in my life. Momo stared at him for a few moments, before smiling brightly. He really moved her soft heart. Thank you for sharing that with me, Midoriya-san. I believe that you can turn your desires into reality, and I'll gladly help you with it. Midoriya-san turned toward her and presented her with miniature sun for a smile. His eyes shoved gratitude. Thank you, Yaoyorozu-san. This means a lot to me. Besides, you're about to help me. Before Momo could ask what he meant, he stopped her. She quirked her brow and tilted her head. Midoriya-san stood next to the wall and seemed to sneak toward the huge metal door. He then extended his hand, made 3 rapid knocks, and quickly backed away, while shielding his head. It's safe. She went to grab a lunch. Came a gruff voice from the inside. Midoriya-san relaxed. We've someone that is quite an explosive person, he explained while chuckling. They entered, and her nostrils filled with a scent of oil, metal, plastic, and some chemicals. The room was spacious, every student at their station working busily, giving her a passing glance of curiosity. Power Loader sat behind his desk, checking something on his computer. They made their way towards the back of the room, where she saw Midoriya-san workplace. Neatly sorted tools on a side table with wheels, on the main one some device in parts, and chunks of various metals on one side. On the other 3 monitors that displayed various programs, showcasing data and designs. Next to it all stood black machine in the shape of rectangular box with white, glassy surface. From its corners come out supporting beams that held, what Momo assumed, 2 projectors turned towards device surface. Midoriya-san made his way toward it, and she followed, intrigued by the purpose of machine. He handed her a black earpiece. He himself already wore one. She put it on. Hello, Yaoyorozu-san. Alan said politely. Right, Midoriya-san was the one to develop AI. It'd be strange if he didn't have a way to access him. Hello to you too, Alan. I see that my oh-so-great creator decided to entwine you in his project. He said somewhat snarky, but not toward her. Hey. It was the principal who suggested it. Midoriya-san defended himself, pouting slightly. But it was you who decided to go with it, sir? Alan retorted. The two continued to banter back and forth, and Momo found herself amused by that. Was that how friends or siblings acted? Anyway, Midoriya-san said, breaking the argument. Alan, show us the arc reactor. Momo raised her brow at the name of his project. Soon the black machine gave out a soft sound and she was amazed. The device came to life and showed her a 3D green picture of different parts. She saw them laying on his workbench that soon joined together to create one image. It presented her with some kind of cylinder device. This is an arc reactor, Midoriya-san said with a prideful voice. It's supposed to generate a great amount of power. I won't go into details now, trust me, it would take a while to say how it functions. Momo nodded, it looked rather complicated. I see, but I don't understand where my assistance is required. Midoriya-san began to touch the image, and once again it turned into parts. He took one, and it changed color to orange, highlighting the whole structure. This piece here is a palladium core. Without it, the arc reactor won't work. He frowned and crossed his arms on his chest. The problem is that the school doesn't have any, and my requested shipment is at least a week away. But I need to build one as soon as possible. Without it, I'm going to have to hatch a new plan on how to become a hero. So that thing was really important then. Well, she promised to help him. So am I correct to assume that you want me to use creation to make some of this palladium, right? Creation? He asked. Oh, she never told him, did she? Yes, that's the name of my quirk. It allows me make any non-living matter as long as I understand its atomic structure by using my lipid cells as a fuel. She informed him. Then the mumbling storm reached her ears. She saw Midoriya-san in his thinking pose, lips moving faster than anything she ever witnessed. His eyes locked on her figure, shining with admiration and excitement. Momo wasn't sure if she appreciated the sudden attention or not. He's so lucky that I can understand and record all he's saying, Alan said. Momo completely agreed with the AI. Suddenly Midoriya-san stopped, his face red and a nervous chuckle escaping his throat. He scratched his cheek. Sorry, I'm a bit of a quirk enthusiast, he admitted. No problem. I find myself interested in them as well, she said with small, amused smile. Back to the topic. Could I ask you to do it, Yaoyorozu-sen? He asked a bit pleadingly, at which she nodded, gaining a bright smile that quickly turned into a small frown. I have to warn you though. The isotope that I require is a bit radioactive. Concern was very clear in his voice. Momo blinked. She had some experience with that. She once created a bit of uranium in a controlled environment. Don't worry. At worst I would get a mild rash, but that depends from the amount and its potency. But I should be fine. He looked revealed at that. Midoriya-san asked Alan to present her with information about palladium, which was extremely detailed. First she created a container for the material, at which Midoriya-san gave another mumbling storm like the real quirk enthusiast he was. Then proceed to make palladium in the requested form, giving him double the amount he needed. To say he was thankful would be an understatement. They said their goodbyes, and Momo made her way towards the school exit. The halls of the building were empty, not counting a girl with pink dreadlocks that passed her running. Momo thought about what she heard, and did for Midoriya-san. She liked him. He always had something interesting to tell her, whenever she visited the comic book store. And after today she found herself strangely attracted toward him. His determination, his drive. She remembered when she saw him helping her other customers and employees around the shop. He always had a huge smile plastered on his face. Now she understood that it was all part of his heroic spirit showing itself. She would help him, she promised herself. No matter what, she was going to make sure that he prevailed. Before she exited a support department building, she heard loud explosion, which immediately was followed by Midoriya-san's voice screaming, May. In May's mind, the only thing better than 6 days of using the UA workshop to produce all of those adorable babies was 7 days of doing exactly that. She couldn't thank Izuku enough for the present he gave her. When he told her that the principal himself gave them a special request, she knew that was her chance. If she, the wonderful inventor, May Hatsum, was able to show the principal her brilliance, then that would no doubt open her so many new doors. Izuku explained to her why they were building it. Needlessly to say, it wiped her grin off and dampened her mood. Hearing the gravity of the situation, she understood why that baby needed to be made as soon as possible. They decided to do everything together. They had time for it, and neither of them wanted to accidentally jeopardize the success of their first real baby would no doubt make. So despite her wanting nothing more than just go right away into building, she listened to the voice of the reason, that was her intelligent baby-making partner, and took the step back. Turns out it really was needed. During Friday they designed a special detector that would be linked to the already existing sensor system all around the school. Whole baby was relatively small, but it needed many components connected in the right way. She had to admit, even she couldn't build it right off the bat. Plus, she got to use the super awesome holodable to make the blueprints. It was so much fun. Unfortunately, they couldn't pre-program it. Izuku once again showed his marvelous knowledge and explained her that every warp quirk had a special energy signature original for its user. So until the potential attack happened, they were only preparing for securing school in the future. During Saturday, they begun the slow process of piecing together their new cute child. Thanks to Alan running 3D printers all night, a significant bulk of the work was lowered. But things like electronic boards would have to be made by hand. She saw Izuku struggle with it, so she gave him tips at how to do it more efficiently. He looked grateful, blinding her with that sunny smile of his. She briefly commented that she wondered if she could use it to power something. The idea itself was ridiculous and make them share a good laugh. They stayed till late evening, working vigorously, only stopping to get something to eat. Izuku threatened her with dragging her out by force and banning her from using the holotable, which was a big no-no. She fell in love with that baby and wasn't planning on allowing it to be taken away from her. Mei was actually glad that they went out. Getting to know Izuku was very important to her. How otherwise she could understand him better, making them even better baby-making duo? Plus he was fun to talk, which was a real bonus. And now on Sunday they made finishing touches and started programming the whole thing. Izuku programmed, his hands a blur on the keyboard, hitting multiple buttons at one time. She just sat next to him, listening to him explain her what different parts of code were responsible for. It was still black magic to her, but he seemed to make it somehow more doable. But still, she learned the best when she did things with her hands and mind at it, not just her brain. Taking a hold of the situation, she thought how to fix it. Simple solutions always were the best. She couldn't take the keyboard from him, but what she could do was take a place in front of it. Standing up, totally ignoring Izuku's quizzical expression, she pulled his chair slightly away from the desk and plopped herself into his lap. Mei! His voice was strangely tense. Yeah, she looked behind her, to see his very red face. Was he hot? It was warm today, so that could be a possibility. What are you doing? He sent her a strained smile. I learn the best when I do stuff. So walk me through all that programming thing, and I'll do my best to remember it all. She turned toward the monitor and awaited her instructions. Slowly they made their way through it, and Mei found herself understanding more than before. She had to admit, Izuku was a great teacher. He took his time, slowly explaining what was what, stopping her when she wasted to rush out, and corrected her when she made a mistake that she didn't know she did. She had changed her position several times, trying to find the best one that allowed her to work to the best of her ability. The most effective and comfortable one turned out to be her sitting sideways on Izuku's lap and leaning into him, with his arms around her waist. Mei didn't know why her face was hot. She blamed the weather for it. She smelled his mint shampoo. She loved mint. She told him that, and once again he reddened. He looked kind of like a strawberry with those adorable freckles of his. After 2 more hours of developing the software, checking it for any potential bugs, and installing it into the device, their detector baby was finally ready. They both smiled at themselves, proud of their work. And the best thing was that nothing exploded, sparked, or started burning even once. She patted herself on her back for it. Hey Mei, Izuku said, gaining her attention, while they made their way out of the school. Do you want to get something to eat? I'm not really hungry, she pursed her lips. Oh, how about ice cream? I know the place nearby. She bounced up and down at the idea of getting the glorious chili treat. Yeah, sure, he smiled lightly. May grabbed his hand and started running toward the ice cream shop. She once again found herself marveling at how gloriously rough his hand was. When they came near it, she was panting slightly. But Izuku looked like he didn't even sweat. She added fit to her mental list of bonuses possessed by her partner. Izuku tried to offer paying for them both, but she denied it by slapping her money on the counter. In her mind, she was paying him back for that lunch he bought her earlier in the week. She was delighted by her mint and chocolate ice creams. Lemon and apple? Are they good? She asked him, while they're walking back toward train station. I think so. I've been eating them since I was like 5. He chuckled slightly. Intrigued by that, May decided to test it herself. She grabbed his hand and lowered cone toward her. She took a generous lick, where the 2 scoops met, completely obvious to Izuku's shocked face. The slightly sour taste of lemon and gentle sweetness of apple filled her mouth, and mixed with remains of the mint flavor. So that was how the heaven tasted. She never felt so refreshed in her life. She hummed in delight, and turned to yet again red Izuku. You need to try them both with mint. It's divinely delicious. She almost shoved her cone into his face. He reluctantly liked a bit of her mint scoop, and mixed it with his too. She was overjoyed when she was his eyes go wide and smile brightly at her. Wow, you were right. It tastes super good, he happily admitted. Of course I was right. If I didn't have a talent for engineering, I'd be making ice creams. But wait, we can make a baby that would produce delicious icy treats and sell them in school. They both laughed at the thought of such a machine. Soon they arrived at the train station and parted their ways. They lived in different directions of the same line. At least if one wanted to visit the other, they didn't have to make any transfers. May was happy and somewhat sad. Happy because she got to spend time making a beautiful baby with Izuku that would make their school safer and earn them gratitude from the principal. And she learned something new, believing that programming would come useful somewhere in the future, and she wanted to learn more about it by coaxing Izuku into teaching her while sitting on his lap. Oh, and she added 2 new things to her list of Izuku being awesome partner. Him being fit and ice cream gourmet. But she was sad that they needed to go home. He was such great company. Sure, she'd see him tomorrow and have a chance to talk to him, bounce off ideas, share a good laugh, make some babies. She blinked. Was that how it felt to have a friend? Yeah, she had her parents that said almost every day that they loved her and all others members of her big family. But this was different. Now she didn't have to sit alone and eat her food. She had someone to appreciate her work and admire her genius. Was Izuku her friend? Absolutely. Was she his friend? Heck yeah, she was. Smiling to herself, she wished that she could make a baby that would make time go faster. That way she would see Izuku sooner and have that strange, funny, but welcomed feeling in her stomach again. Izuku wasn't one to swear. Sure, from time to time he said, "Sheet," or "crap," but he was raised better than that. He disliked the crude language that angry blonde Pomeranian spoke fluently. But he couldn't help but say, "Thish," in his mind. He dreaded this situation and did his best to develop several contingency plans over the weekend. He even made backup plans for them and backups for the backups. All to assure that this very particular situation would never, ever happen. But of course he couldn't foresee this. He really had to PSS off God in his past life. This was it. He was sure of it. That was literally the beginning of the end of the world. And all because May met Yaoyorozu-san, who couldn't find a free sit to eat her lunch. He was absolutely terrified at how fast the two of them became friends. He had seen Yaoyorozu-san's bounciness before, but never to such degree. May also was ecstatic because of her new friend. His partner right off the bat said to use her name, and Yaoyorozu-san happily suggested to call her by the nickname her class gave her. He had to agree that Yamamo sounded cute and suited her. He was happy for them, he really was, but God damn it, why it was him dooming the whole world to perish in the flames of May building babies with the help of creation. Izuku took a deep breath. Okay, he still had a chance to be a hero and save world from the doomsday. All he needed to do, and there she was, Yaoyorozu telling May about her quirk, coincidentally ripping to shreds his only hope. And did Mei's face just turned into a sun? Her excited features made him have to squish his eyes. Wait, why was she panting? His saving grace was in form of other girls from Yaoyorozu-san's class joining them. Oh great, another pink hyperball of utter boundless energy. Did the people with pink features had it in their genes to be so enthusiastic about just everything? He also recognized a girl, who he accidentally saved from being crushed. Ochako Uraraka. She introduced herself to them. She seemed nice and Mei liked her. It was good to see her making friends besides him. Hey guys, you're from support, right? Jiro-san asked. What's the chance of you two making us some gear? He and Mei looked at each other and immediately indulged themselves into a mumbling storm of wild ideas, both overjoyed at the possibility of producing equipment for hero students. He caught the shocked and uneasy stares of 1A girls directed at them. Excuse him, he may want to become a hero, but he still wanted to build things. Sorry for that. We're just really excited at the possibility of making you guys equipment. He said the truth, which made them all chuckle. Don't you need to know our quirks for that, Karo? Azui-san asked, tilting her head. No need. All support students have access to the personal profiles of the hero course, although just the quirk and body measurements. Mei explained, grinning widely. And if we need a specific information, Izuku can just ask Alan to get us some more detailed ones. All girls, besides Mei and Yaoyorozu-san, looked at him with wide eyes. You have free access to that awesome AI? Ashido-san voiced their thoughts. Midoriya-san is the one who developed him. Yaoyorozu-san stated. Izuku sighed. Well, it was bound to happen eventually. He just didn't expect it to be so soon. He caught Uraraka-san looking at him with gratitude. He smiled kindly at her, signaling that he knew. Girls looked thrilled at that, and started to praise him. He wasn't a snob, but it felt good being praised for his work. Why you named him Alan? Uraraka-san asked curiously. Alan Turing was the man who has built the precursor of modern-day computers. I thought it was fitting to name him after him. Izuku stated with a smile. Oh, that's nice. We must thank you. Hagakure-san said, making other girls nod. For what? He asked puzzled. We have a male student in our class that sees women body as... Yaoyorozu-san tried to put it into nice words like a proper lady she was. He's a pervert. Jiro-san said bluntly. All girls, even Mei, had a displeased expression. Yes, that. On our first hero class, Alan told him that he's never going to put him in the team with a girl, or against one. He didn't want him to legally assault us. Yaoyorozu-san shivered at that thought. Izuku sighed happily. He was so proud of his AI. Oh, and he also makes funny nicknames for Bakugo. Uraraka-san happily added. Izuku wanted to murder Alan. But why did he have to do that? Yeah, on the first day he changed his name to Angry Blonde Pomeranian, and the next one All Might asked us, completely lost, which one of us was Boom Boom Boy. Ashido-san said, making everyone except him laugh or chuckle. Oh, and another time he gave him a nice burn. Hagakure-san supplied. He said to him that today he felt merciful enough to just call him Firecracker. Jiro-san ended, while snickering. Did Alan wanted to get him killed? What did he do to his beloved AI to throw him right into the burning barrels of nitroglycerin? Sure, he could deal with Bakugo, but it involved him making it look like Firecracker always was right. Alan was basically saying that Izuku was up for the challenge, which he absolutely wasn't. Midoriya-san? You look pale, are you all right? Yaoyorozu-san's concerned voice brought him back to reality. He turned toward the girls and gulped loudly. Girls, I need you to swear to me that you will never tell Bakugo that Alan is my invention. Seeing their quizzical expression, he simply added, He knows where I live. All of them adopted somber expressions. Mei's and Yaoyorozu-san's eyes shone with clear concern. Looks like 1A already knew how trashy Bakugo's personality was. Midoriya-san, I meant to ask you. Yaoyorozu-san started, wanting to change the topic of conversation, which he was very grateful for. How is your arc reactor? Before Izuku could answer, he heard something snap in front of him. He gazed at Mei, who held a now broken chopstick. Her whole body shook, and her face was marred with betrayal. He saw tears forming in her eyes. All this raised one enormous red flag in his mind. How come that Yamamo knows something that I don't? Her voice absolutely broken. I thought that I was your baby-making partner. A lone tear fell from her eye. He screwed up. He felt like he'd just killed a million's puppies in front of children. To Mei their partnership was more sacred than marriage. His heart clutched with guilt. He promised himself that from now on he would tell her about his future projects. His heart wouldn't survive another scene like that. Before he could answer her, he heard a faint "what?" and suddenly remembered that they weren't alone. He looked at the girls, their faces pure bewilderment mixed with deep blushes. Yaoyorozu-san covered her mouth with her hand, eyes roaming between him and Mei. He quickly pieced it together and couldn't help himself but laugh loudly. Mei, be so kind and tell them what baby is to us. He barely managed to say it. It was just too hilarious. She sniffed and looked toward her new friends. That's how we call our inventions, she stated meekly. Someone snorted, and soon they all followed suit, laughing at the absolutely ridiculous thought. Except for Mei, who looked like lost puppy and sulked silently. Well, time to fix that. To answer both of your questions. Izuku started, gaining their attention. Yaoyorozu-san used her quirk to make me some material that we didn't have in the stockroom, and I'd have to wait till the end of the week for it to arrive. Which I cannot. That's how she learned about the arc reactor. He saw her perk up. And about a state of the project. During the weekend me and Mei had a special build to do, but I finished most of it during Thursday after we vented our lab. Today I'm going to complete it and run a basic diagnostics. Maybe tomorrow it'd be ready to activate it. He smiled at that thought. He really wished that I would work. So, we're still baby-making partners? Mei asked, sounding pleading and hopeful. We're still making cute babies together, he said with small, kind smile. He was rewarded with her giant, million-yen smile and a small bounce. He couldn't marvel at how adorable she looked. Smiles and grins suited her the best. Without them she wasn't his Mei. Wait, what, brain? Still, I'm a bit mad at you. Mei cutely pouted, trying and failing miserably at sounding angry. Sorry. It's just something I'm not sure if it's even going to work. Besides, it's potentially dangerous. Izuku scratched his cheek. Dangerous? How so? Uraraka-san asked, leaning forward. All girls looked at him with curiosity. He just smiled weakly, giggling a bit. Well, if something goes wrong, then the best-case scenario is a city-wide blackout. And the worst? Ashido-san pushed forward. Let's just say that I hope I'll be remembered. He knew that this sentence shouldn't be said with such serenity. Suddenly he remembered something very important, which made him ignore everyone's scared faces. His other special project. He turned toward Yaoyorozu-san, who despite the shock at his words, still had red on her cheeks and grinned at her. Actually, I have a support item ready for you, Yaoyorozu-san. She raised an eyebrow. I've left it in support department this morning for Alan to install the software. He quickly turned to Mei, who was ready to pout yet again. And you can't be mad at me. It's a thank you gift for the palladium. Mei huffed, but a smile soon crept on her features. Momo followed the baby-making duo, as they dubbed themselves, to the support department. Her cheeks still felt hot from the situation earlier. Looking back at it, jumping into conclusions was silly. She was positively surprised with how fast she and Mei clicked together. The pink-haired girl had the same unlimited energy like Ashido-san, and was a little eccentric. But once they started talking, she couldn't contain her bounciness at the prospect of another friend. Her second week at UA had just begun, and already she had more acquaintances that liked her for being her than she had her entire life. She was overjoyed by that. Her mind returned to the moment when her classmates talked about how Alan teased Bakugo. She had to admit that she found herself enjoying his suffering, even if it was unbecoming behavior for a future hero. But Midoriya-san's reaction worried her greatly. He was so whiter than he ever was. Like life was leaving him. His request and comments suggested that he and Bakugo had story, which explained Alan's hostility towards the explosive blonde. She wanted to ask him about it, but it wasn't the time. It looked like another taboo subject for him. So until the ideal situation arrived, she would withhold her questions. As a hero and his friend, Momo wanted to help him. Besides, she doubted that she would get anything useful from Bakugo aside from a litany of profanities. When they arrived at their lab, the bell rung, signaling that her hero training lesson with all might would begin soon enough. She asked her classmates to inform him where she was, if she didn't arrive on time. It left her a bit uncomfortable, but she didn't want to be rude towards Midoriya-san. He told her that he had pulled an all-nighter to finish it in time. Besides, she was really curious what he made for her. She believed that support items wouldn't be beneficial for her, due to creation, but Midoriya-san was one of the smartest people she knew, so she gave him the benefit of doubt. All of 1H was slowly filling the lab, getting ready to work. Midoriya, handsome, why are you still in school uniforms? Power Loader-sensei asked, coming next to them. We'll change in a minute. I just want to give Yaoyorozu-san a support item I made for her. Midoriya-san stated. Power Loader-sensei and Mei stood next to her and waited, all of them curious. Her pink friend was bouncing on her toes with a gleeful face. He checked something on his computer and nodded to himself. He opened a drawer and pulled a pair of glasses. Not the typical looking glasses. In place of the lenses was one piece of red-tinted plastic. There was a simple rounded cut at the center, so it would sit nicely on her nose. It was slightly curved, to make whole gadget elliptic and a bit wider than her eyes. On the left side was earpiece with 2 buttons that would cover her whole ear. On the right she saw a mechanism that would go around her ear and shut to keep whole thing stable. Finally there was a plastic regulated band that would go around her head. All in all it looked well made and futuristic. Midoriya-san passed her the glasses with a huge smile. I really had to do a good brainstorming session to come up with those, but here there are. It admit it presents itself very good. Momo said, eyeing the gadget in her hands. What does it do? You said that you need to know the atomic structure of things you want to create, right? Put them on and I'll continue. Momo raised her eyebrow, but complied. After regulating the band to keep the whole thing secure around her head and locking mechanism around her ear, she nodded at him to proceed. Okay, so upper button is for power. He simply stated. Momo clicked it. She gasped when she saw a welcome popping out on the screen. Well, Alan say hello to Yaoyorozu-san. He smirked slightly. Good afternoon, Yaoyorozu-san. His voice resonated in her left ear. Good afternoon to you too, she replied with a short chuckle. Every part of it is reinforced, and the plastic is bulletproof, so whole gadget won't be broken so easily. Now anytime you need to make something you don't know, you just say it to Alan, and he'll quickly gather information, sort through it, and present you with list of ingredients. If you don't know the component, ask him to split it further up. I've set the display timer to 10 seconds, but if you think it's too long or too short, Alan can change it, he explained in proud voice. I see. It's certainly useful for more complicated builds. Momo nodded with grateful smile. And I thought that slavery was illegal. I said in I'm done tone, at which she chuckled quietly. Midoriya-san blinked and adopted Aizawa-sensei's deadpan look. He said something bad about me, didn't he? Even his voice matched. Ignoring the bratty program of mine, the other button is a save option. Click it once, and the currently displayed list will be saved. Click it again, and it's going to show up. Hold it for 3 seconds, and you'll free up the memory. It resets automatically after you turn it off. So what do you think? Midoriya-san asked, scratching his cheek. I love them. They certainly will be useful to me, and I can't wait to try them out. Momo said, her lips stretching into a huge smile. That's good. Of course you'll need to get used to reading and doing other tasks simultaneously, but I believe that you can pull it off. He smiled brightly. Her cheeks heated up at the praise. She still was just getting used to it. This baby is so awesome. Mei shouted and started jumping around her, looking at the gadget. There is a room for further improvements, for example an aim support system, but all in due time, Yaoyorozu-san. Midoriya-san added. Suddenly it felt distant, him calling her that way. It just sounded wrong, and didn't sit well with her. Momo's friends referred to her differently. You can call me Yamamo. We're friends, right? Midoriya-san blinked, giving her the perfect impression of an adorable, lost puppy. Then he smiled softly. Only if you drop San from my name. Fair enough, she nodded happily. Now I'm pumped for today. It'll be a glorious baby-making day. Mei jumped up and down, showing her excitement. Oh no, you don't, Power Loader-sensei stated in a tone that held no room for argument. What? Mei stopped, her eyes and mouth wide. But why? Don't get me started on how you blew up entire workshop again on Thursday. For now you're banned. If you get your own space, then you can go blasting it whenever you want. But it wasn't my fault really. Mei whined, dropping her head down. Not even an ounce of her usual cheerfulness remaining. So that confirmed Momo's theory about Mei being the explosive student, as how Midoriya put it. In her head she knew that it was most likely deserved punishment, but it didn't change that she felt bad for her. Sad Mei was just something unnatural. Faint muttering reached her, and she turned towards Midoriya, who was in his thinking pose. She thought that she heard cogs turning in his head. Suddenly he stopped, and looked at Power Loader-sensei. Hey, Power Loader, are there any unused rooms, or the ones empty, are used as a storage? He asked in hopeful tone. Yeah, at the ground floor. Why you ask? Teacher answered slightly dumbfounded. Midoriya smiled brightly. How about me and Mei take one? I need a space for future projects anyway, and Mei is my baby-making partner. She heard loud cheer from his classmates, and pleas for Power Loader to grant permission for it. She saw Mei literally glowing at the possibility of her own lab, and catching Midoriya in a bear hug. Midoriya, Power Loader said in serious voice, causing room to go silent. He stepped forward, and put his hand on Midoriya's shoulder. Your sacrifice will be remembered. Momo felt that those words shouldn't be spoken toward a student with such gravity, but Midoriya just nodded, and laughed it off. Mei, still hugging her partner, was blissfully unaware, probably already thinking of her own lab. I'm happy for you too, Momo said with a kind smile. Unfortunately I need to get going. Thank you for a wonderful support item, Midoriya. No problem, Yamamo. See you later, he waved at her. Bye, Yamamo. Mei exclaimed with her Cheshire cat grin. Momo made her way out of the support building, and jogged towards the training ground beta. Alan told her where the lesson would be, for which she was very thankful for. She promised herself that she'd visit her inventor friends in their own workshop in the near future. She was ecstatic, overjoyed, and simply couldn't contain her happiness. She barely was able to sleep at night. Her own lab. Second week at UA, and she already got her private working space. She'd share it with Izuku as a good baby-making partner would. She already saw the utter gloriousness of it. Both of them tinkering with their cute, adorable babies. She couldn't wait. They'd found a spacious room yesterday, filled with broken equipment, and decided to claim it. Power Loader showed them where to put it all. Izuku suggested to sort it through, and try to find any useful parts for them to use. She complied. The more components, the more babies they'd be able to make. They used all 3 lab hours, and 1 extra after school to get most of it ready. She was glad that Izuku suggested getting ice creams later. They deserved it. Now after almost half an hour into their afternoon PRD, the room was clear of any and all scrap. Only things left were 2 workbenches, few racks filled with the salvaged parts, and shelves that'd allow them to store things like bolts, rivets, and so on. They found 2 3D printers that could be fixed, so they left them in the corner. Izuku already claimed a place for the holotable, which was perfectly in the middle of the room and between their workbenches. Now she wouldn't need to cross half of the room to use that marvelous baby. It was good thing that Izuku thought forward when he was building it and already added wheels, which were hidden from plain sight, courtesy of the framework. They could simply push it out of their class lab and use the elevator to transport it down. She didn't know how otherwise they would haul it. Probably make a baby to do it for them. Yeah, that sounded about right. She stood at the center of the room spinning in circles. Using her imagination, she could see herself and her Izuku change the whole room into the best workshop in the whole Japan. Wait, her Izuku? Was he hers? He's her partner in the glorious mission of baby making, so yeah, he was hers. Oh, they should get bean bags, just like the one she had in home. Better, one bean bag. Then they would have to share it, and that funny feeling in her stomach would be even stronger, like every time she touched him. She honestly had no idea what it was, but she didn't care. Babies, and Izuku was more important. Speaking of Izuku, Mei thought that he was taking his time. He left about 10 minutes ago, to get cleaning supplies. Maybe she should go find him? Nah, he was big boy and could handle himself. So she decided to wait for him. Patiently. Patience wasn't her forte. She stepped outside the room and looked around. There he was, standing next to the staircase, all bottles laying on the floor. He spoke in a hushed, urgent tone, and had a concerned look on his face. Mei tilted her head. Last time she saw him like that was when he told her about that whole villain secret mission to steal something from school. She still had goosebumps from that thought. She walked closer, but he didn't seem to notice her. She managed to somehow hear some of the words he spoke. It looked like he talked with Principal about something very serious. It involved police. Was someone in trouble? Both of them? She observed him until he ended his call. He sighed heavily and hid his face in his hand while shaking his head. Izuku, she finally said in unsure tone. He tensed a bit, and after few seconds looked at her right in the eyes. She didn't like the look he held. It made her stomach churn. He opened and closed his mouth several times. He sighed again. The USJ is under attack, he stated dreadfully. USJ? Oh, right, that was that super facility away from the main building that Yamamo told them during lunch. She and her class were going there today for a rescue training. She looked really excited at the possibility of learning how to conduct a rescue operation. She even told them the sheer number of things she knew how to create to help people in distress. Her brain finally caught up to her thoughts and pieced together all the information. USJ under attack. Izuku's fearful expression. Police. Yamamo being there. Her heart clung, realizing that her friend was in trouble. Momo rubbed her eyes for what seemed to be 1,000th time and took another deep breath. Somehow they managed to survive it. Somehow she and her classmates were still alive. Somehow. She didn't believe in luck, but right now she felt like she'd used all of her yearly supply of it. She breathed slowly, held the air, and released it even slower. She walked through everything in her mind one more time. After their arrival at the USJ and 13th's inspirational speech, the lights flickered, a black portal with purple outline opened, and a horde of villains poured from it into the facility. Aizawa-sensei barked an order to retreat and jumped into the fray, trying to buy them time. Unfortunately, the villain with the warp quirk stopped them from escaping. He stated that their only goal was to kill All Might, which honestly froze blood in her veins. That was a very bold statement. Before the villain could scatter them through USJ, Kirishima-san and Bakugo tried to attack him. Tried being the key word here. Black mist enveloped them, and they just disappeared. Soon more were to follow. She found herself dropped into the mountain zone, along with Jiro-chan and Kaminari-san. She tried to contact with the school trough Allen, but something was blocking the communication. And just when she thought it couldn't get worse, it did. Producing a titanium staff for her and a sword for Jiro-chan, which she hastily asked for, they fended off villains that attacked them relentlessly. She was glad for all those self-defense lessons that she took as a young girl. She didn't know if she was supposed to be terrified or outraged when she heard someone say that she would be a great plaything. She really wanted to smack that guy. She and Jiro-chan somehow managed to defend themselves, beating down about 10 thugs. Before they could congratulate themselves for that, she witnessed something that under normal circumstances would be utterly hilarious. Kaminari-san running around like a headless chicken, screaming, and even begging for his life, wasn't something that gave her comfort. When he said that they can rely on him, after Jiro-chan changed him into human stun gun, she lost all hope for a second. But then idea struck her. Searching her mind for specifications, and feeling the familiar strain of her quirk turning her lipid cells into other matter, she produced an insulation sheet to shield her and Jiro-chan, then told Kaminari-san to let loose. She had to give it to him, Despite his low grades and carefree attitude, he had the potential to become a hero after the training UA would no doubt grind them through. That was until she saw him walking around with a dumb expression, which made Jiro-chan laugh out loud, and her just to blink. Thinking that danger had passed, she allowed herself to relax, and create a new leotard to replace the destroyed one. Maybe, just maybe they could try, and regroup with her classmates to increase their chances. But of course fate thought otherwise. A new villain jumped out of his hiding place behind a few rocks, and grabbed Kaminari-san, threatening them with his death. They found themselves in a pinch. She tried to distract the villain by talking to him, and allow Jiro-chan to use her quirk combined with speakers to blast that guy away, but he saw through them. The rational part of her told her that this was it, that they'd lost. But other part, her hero spirit, screamed at her to do something. She found herself torn, not knowing how to proceed. She thought really hard on what she could do, and came out empty-handed. Momo felt that she should just give up. But then a memory came to her. It was that day, when she saw Midoriya in his workshop looking for her. She remembered how he told her about his dream, how he'd chosen the hardest way possible to achieve it. To show the world that he, Izuku Midoriya, didn't give up and became a hero, despite possessing no power of his own. She latched onto that memory, thinking about his drive, his determination, and borrowed it from him along with his courage. She wanted to see him again. Imame. Despite knowing the girl for only a day, she considered her a great friend. She wanted to see them and spent time with them. Her mind went on semi-autopilot. In her outstretched hand a stun gun materialized. She created it faster than anything she ever did, and aimed it towards the villain's exposed leg. Before the thug could even do something, he was laying on the ground paralyzed. Then came a sound similar to bomb blowing up. She looked at the central plaza, and saw All Might, who held his hand high, above him huge hole in the ceiling of the facility. She was so focused on the standoff with the villain that she completely missed the symbol of peace arrival, and fight with whatever he was fighting. Alan's voice suddenly resonated in her earpiece. She immediately started telling him what was happening, but he cut her off, stating that school knew, and reinforcements were almost there. She sighed loudly, allowing a wave of relief to embrace her. But she knew that it was far from over. Not even a minute later every teacher at UA arrived, and secured the whole facility in record time. They were gathered at the entrance, and she made a head count. Everyone was there, and almost completely unharmed. Only Ojiro-san had few minor burns, but other than that her classmates were relatively fine. She held her head high, trying to show her class that everything was all right now. They were packed into the bus and transported back to the main building. After quick a change of costumes, they were ushered into their classroom. Two of the police officers came and started asking them questions. To avoid a chaos that she was sure would come, she ordered her classmates, with a stark voice, to speak one at a time, and keep it rather short, telling only important things. After every one person was done, they were allowed to leave and go straight to home. She was the last one to be released, and felt absolutely drained. Hearing all of her classmates' statements took a lot of her. She was both glad at how well they managed, and terrified by their experiences. Stopping near the school's main gate, she pulled her phone out of her bag, intending to call a driver to take her home. She just wanted to sleep. Yamamo. Yamamo. She heard her nickname screamed by two people. She snapped her head toward the school, and saw Midoriya and Mei run at her. Fear and relief mixed on their faces. She took a short breath, and made sure that her face held a little polite smile, and her posture was as straight as it could be. She would bet her money that they already knew what had happened thanks to Alan. She needed to tell them that everything was all right, that she and her classmates were safe, that the villains were apprehended. Before she could utter a word, Mei all but slammed into her, nearly sending them tumbling, and hugged the life out of her. She had to give it to Pink Inventor. She may be small, but she was really strong. She didn't get a chance to open her mouth when another pair of arms embraced her. "It's okay now," Midoriya softly whispered into her. Her breath hitched, and her vision blurred due to the tears gathering in her eyes. She felt like a dam broke inside of her, releasing all the emotions she bottled during the last few hours. She moved her arms and pulled them closer, crying into Midoriya's shoulder. They stood like that for God knew how long. Midoriya rubbed her back gently, and Mei just held her while pouring out her own tears. It was a bit strange to see her so emotional, but not unwelcome. Mei gave off the vibe of a utterly clueless person when it came to social relations, but it looked like she cared for her deeply. Slowly releasing them, and signaling them that she was better now, she took a small step back to peer at them. Midoriya did his best to look strong and reassuring, but his eyes shone with concern, and his body was tense. Mei hiccuped and had dried tears marring her face. Momo guessed that she looked the same as her. "Thank you. I needed that," she admitted meekly. "No problem, Yamamo," Midoriya said, showing her a smile. "Yeah, you're our friend." Mei added, "Hell, you're my best female friend." She grinned, but soon it turned into a frown. "Both of you are." "I've never had friends before." Her voice was barely audible. "Oh, that explained a lot. So she was kind of like her." She eyed Midoriya, who also looked like he had similar thoughts to his partner. So they all were similar in that department. This time Momo initiated the group hug, at which they both compiled. This one was different though. If the last one served to express their fears and concern for her well-being, then this one was to show the gratitude of having what they secretly always wanted. Friends. It was desirable state of being, she mulled in her head. "I'm really thankful for having you too," Momo said, after the hug broke, and sent them her kindest smile. "But I need to go home before the news reach my family." She hated to be the one to destroy the moment. "We'll go with you," Mei stated seriously, which was odd for her. "There's no need for that." "You're right," Midoriya said with steel in his gaze. "There's no need. But we want to do it." His voice denied her any room for the argument. She wanted to argufy with them, but the looks they sent her left her with no such possibility. She complied, and found herself grateful for it. They trekked toward the train station in a slow pace, enjoying each other's company. Suddenly Momo felt Mei grasp her hand with her own. She looked at the smaller girl, who just simply grinned happily at her. She was intrigued by how soft her palm was, despite her dealing with all kind of tools and materials. She didn't pull back. Soon enough she felt Midoriya's rough palm grab her other one and squeeze lightly. His hand, despite its harsh skin, felt nice. Momo turned her head to him, just to see a kind expression with a small smile. She squeezed back. They didn't say a word during the train ride. They didn't need to. Momo just held their palms, and rubbed her thumbs against them to show that she knew what they were thinking, and thanking them for it. Occasional clutches were her answers. When they arrived at her stop on the suburbs of Mizudafu, the sun was starting to go down. They exited the train station, and stopped on the sidewalk. Reluctantly they released their holds. Momo took a step forward, and turned towards them with a serene expression and small smile. She opened her mouth to say something, but once again was interrupted by them hugging her. She wasn't mad at that, and embraced them back. After a full minute they returned to their previous positions. Nizu said that the school won't hold any classes until Friday. Midoriya said, "So I've heard," she simply replied. "But on Thursday it'll be open if someone wants to come," she added. "We're going to finish cleaning and arranging our workshop on that day," Mei said in excited tone. "So if you want to..." "I'd love to." Momo cut her, already knowing what she was trying to tell her. They smiled at her, Midoriya with his warm one, and Mei with her Cheshire cat grin. She couldn't help but smile back. After what felt like hours they unwillingly went in their own directions. They went back at the train station, and Momo towards her home. She was somewhat sad that they had to part ways, but the thought of them stating that they considered her their best friend filled her with great warmth, and made her lips stretch into a large, joyful grin. If that was how a true friendship felt, then she would gladly accept it and return. Nizu sat in his office, looking into the campus through the wide window, with a small frown on his face. His teacup was cold and half drank. His paws moved nervously on his lap. League of Villains. That was the name of the group that attacked Class 1A during their rescue exercise on Tuesday. All their forces were nothing more than common thugs with small crimes on record. Cannon fodder, his mind supplied. to take care of the students and slow Aizawa and 13 down. Most of them just did it for a promised pay. Their leader sounded like a child stuck inside an adult's body. Whining, screaming, laughing, destroying. From what he gathered, he had some impressive skills and was rather perceptive. His quirk was very destructive. Most likely, it was the one to turn the UA barrier into dust. But the most disturbing thing about him was that it all seemed to be a game to him. Then there was the Nomu. The beast gave Niza chills. They were still waiting for lab work to be done, but they had some assumptions about it. None were good. To sum it up, an organization with access to a sizable amount of resources, led by a man-child that can produce monstrosities with various quirks, and on top of it a villain with a warping quirk. Nizu's frown deepened. Right now, the league was small, disorganized, and had an unstable leader. For now, if somehow they changed those conditions, they could become a severe threat to their society. And if his guess about a leader behind the scenes was correct, Niza didn't like the implications. On the plus side were a few things. 1A came out relatively unharmed, at least physically. He should get Hound Dog to visit those kids and check on their mental health. Kurogiri's energy signature was registered, thanks to young Yaoyorozu taking down a villain with a jamming quirk. The device that young Midoriya and Hatsum had built was now fully functioning. So next time he tries to open a portal within the school vicinity, we'd know. A ping from his computer pulled him out of his musings. It was an mail about the genius boy, most likely sent by Alan. He opened it and couldn't help himself but feel excited at the prospect. He grabbed a special pre-prepared bundle of forms from his drawer and begun checking them once more. He felt like he'd need them today. Momo looked around. Her sit at the back of the room gave her a perfect spot to observe her classmates. They were all tense but kept themselves together quite well. She should help them but didn't know exactly how to. Maybe talking would do the trick or some kind of out-of-school group activity. They're busy with their studies, and the sports festival slowly closing in would make their schedules even more packed. Still, it was possible to squeeze a class meeting somewhere. She wanted to help them, just like Midoriya and Mei helped her. Remembering yesterday put a smile on her face. Like promised, she showed up in their new lab, ready to work on creating a perfect workplace for the baby-making duo. At first, they cleaned up all of the surfaces, furniture, and workbenches. It was her first time cleaning and heavy cleaning at that. She had maids for it, who always tidied her room when she was away. Despite it being a tiring activity, she found herself somehow enjoying the sense of accomplishment, getting a job done with her own hands gave. She should ask maids to stop cleaning her room. After that, she and Mei went to the nearby shop with painting articles, while Midoriya prepared the room for said paint. They decided to change the old and grayed-out dull blue to something more welcoming and bright. Midoriya's only request was, please, not a pink, which caused her to giggle. After checking a bunch of palettes, they settled on a lovely shade of yellow that looked similar to Mei's beautiful eye color. Coming back with supplies and grabbing an early lunch, they begun work. Then the hell broke out. It all started with Mei accidentally touching her brush to Midoriya's nose. He returned the favor with a quick slide on her arm. A small battle has begun between them, and when she tried to stop them, they just looked at her with wide grins and mischief in their eyes. They literally jumped at her with their brushes and started changing her into a piece of modern art. She found herself returning the favor. It turned into an all-out free-for-all paint war. They ended up with more color on them than on the walls, which caused them to fall on the ground, laughing. Thank God that school had showers in the lockers. After that, they started bringing the necessary machinery, along with stocking the shelves and racks with materials. When Mei mentioned a bean bag, she and Midoriya made a quick trip to the furniture shop at the mall, while the pink inventors stayed back to fix their 3D printers. They ended up buying 3 of them, green, orange, and red. When she asked about the third one, the genius inventor just said, "For you, when you visit us." The thought made her smile. Of course, he would do that. The commotion outside her classroom pulled her out of her bubble. She had missed the bell. Momo stepped closer and saw a horde of students blocking their way, declaring war on them during the sports festival. All thanks to Bakugo and his short temper. She shook her head at the blonde's behavior. "I'm sorry for my classmates' crude words towards you," she said, bowing to the crowd. A boy with a wild purple mane and intense, dark bags under his eyes seemed to be shocked by her actions. "It's fine," he mumbled and started walking away, taking others with him. She sighed, ignoring the thanks her class gave her. She was grateful, but she needed to straighten something out. "Bakugo-san," she called, stopping Blonde, gaining his angry look directed at her. She didn't back down at his gaze. "I'm asking you to stop using that coarse language whenever you're speaking towards your schoolmates. It's compulsive and... You think I offend you care about it?" He cut her out with a sneer. "I don't have the time for a small fries like you or them, you damn an extra." He started walking away, leaving her shocked at his words. Did he think that he's some kind of king of the whole world or something? His ego bugged her before, but now it had become a real nuisance. He really knew how to bring someone's ire. Before she could say anything more, a familiar mop of green hair and freckled face with a smile showed up in the door. "Deku!" Bakugo hissed, taking a position ready to attack, explosions popping on his palms. "The F? Do you think you're doing here? It's not a place for shitty nerds like you." Midoriya took a step back, changing his posture to a more closed one. He was looking at Bakugo's form with slightly narrowed eyes. "Deku? How could someone call the other human being with that kind of moniker? Especially Midoriya, who in her mind was anything but useless." This caused even more anger to boil inside her. Enough was enough. Just coming to visit someone. You know, support the business. Her friend answered in a cold, indifferent tone that absolutely didn't suit a person like him. Bakugo eyed him for a second before huffing and walking out of the class, hitting Midoriya with his shoulder. She watched his eyes following after the blonde. A moment later he released his breath and mumbled something under his nose. He turned to her with his usual small, soft smile. "Hey, Yamamo." She blinked at him and forced her mind to stop all questions swarming in her head. She'd ask him later about it, somewhere more private than the classroom. Putting a little smile on her lips, she replied to her friend. "Hello, Midoriya. What do I owe the pleasure of having you here? Tell me, Yamamo, are you free right now?" His eyes shone with excitement. Momo ignored gossipers' gasps and comments about a supposed date. "Yes." "Great. Would you like to come with me to the support department testing site? I'm going to activate the arc reactor today." He grinned widely. So that was the reason. She wouldn't lie, she was pretty interested in that device. Not just because it seemed like something important to Midoriya, but because she was curious as well. "Wow, you're gonna turn on that reactor thingy?" Ashido-san said, stepping toward them with her usual excitement. "Is it some kind of science project?" asked Kaminari-san, who looked over the pink girl's shoulder. "Hey, can we come?" Uraraka-san bounced on her feet. She looked similar to a child asking parents for something. "Sure, why not?" Midoriya turned towards the almost whole one. "If you guys want to see a really cool science project, then you're welcome to go with me to the support building." Murmurs rose. She heard her classmates questioning one another about the project. It ended up with almost everyone following her and Midoriya towards the testing site. That was it. It was one of the most important moments of his life. The state of his mind and dream depended on whatever his theory behind how arc reactor function was correct or not. He never was so nervous in his entire life. Having an audience in the form of Mei, Yamamo, the principal, Power Loader, and a big chunk of 1A both helped and didn't. Izuku gulped while looking through the reinforced window of the control room at the testing room. It was fairly big, but the only thing stationed there was his arc reactor, laying on a simple table, connected to a transformer, which would supply electricity to jumpstart the whole thing, and one supercapacitor to gather energy produced by the device. He took a deep breath. It was showtime. "Alan, are we ready to begin?" Izuku asked, hovering his hands over the keyboard. "Yes, sir. We're good to go," came AI's voice through the room's speakers. He heard whispers behind him but ignored them. This was more important. He typed the start command, and soon on the screen he saw the visualization of the process. He observed the electricity flowing from the transformer to the reactor, but nothing happened with the device. He grabbed a dial and turned it slowly, monitoring the increase in voltage, accidentally causing the lights in the testing room to flicker. Then a soft whine could be heard, his eyes went from the screens to the reactor, and his breathing stopped. There on the table, a pale blue light could be seen, the result of the reaction inside its rings, glowing, proving all his effort wasn't for nothing, making fiction reality. It looked just like in the comics, the movies, and his dreams. He couldn't believe his eyes, holding his breath for a few seconds longer to confirm his mind is not playing tricks. He could barely believe it. "Alan, my eyes are occupied. Please tell me the numbers." "Congratulations, sir. The arc reactor shows above optimal readings. The device is fully functional." The AI happily replied. Izuku clasped a hand over his mouth and took a step back, shaking slightly. His legs felt like jelly, and soon he'd fallen on his back. He saw the concerned faces of Mei and Yamamoto hovering over him and asking him something, but he didn't react. His brain was busy with processing what just happened. "It works," he whispered. It didn't feel real. A chuckle escaped his mouth. "It works." The chuckle turned into full-blown laughter of happiness. He conquered another mountain and was a step closer toward his dream. With the help of his friends, he stood up and glanced at the screens. All parameters were in the green zone and the energy output was about the level he calculated so many times over and over again. He heard applause behind him and turned towards his audience. They were clapping and cheering at him. He allowed himself to bask in the praise. He deserved it. Over 8 years of studying, brainstorming, and theorizing, mixed up with many sleepless nights, were poured into this exact moment. "So, how does it work?" came the question from a tall redhead with sharp teeth. "Yes, I'd also like to know how it functions, young Midoriya. You only told me what it would do," the principal stated. He saw everyone looking at him expectantly. Mei was even bouncing next to Yamamoto, who had a hard time not joining her. Well, it was time for nerd talk, as Stan called it. Izuku liked his lips and breathed deeply. The idea for it came partly from an old project that would use hot fusion, the tokamak. The most significant differences here are the fuel and what it's generating. The tokamak mashed 2 isotopes of hydrogen at high velocity, thanks to a powerful magnetic field, to create helium and a neutron, which are lighter than hydrogen. The missing mass produces energy in the form of heat, which is in turn used to power a turbine and change that energy into electricity. This is where the second difference comes into play. The arc reactor generates pure electricity and a little bit of heat. The fuel here are 2 isotopes of palladium, PD-103 and PD. Whole device functions thanks to the material's interesting capture and decay properties. PD-103 produces rhodium-103 via electron capture, and during that, it creates a neutron and gamma rays. PD-107 changes into silver-107 due to beta decay, and when that happens it releases an electron. Rhodium and silver have different numbers of protons from palladium, and due to the production consumption of the electrons to balance out the proton count, so there's no net flow of electricity. This is how the electric circuits between 2 radioactive isotopes is established. By using an external power source, PD-103 is ionized by an electric arc and accelerated to high velocity in the outer ring. PD-107 in the inner core starts to emit high-energy electrons as it decays to Ag. Those electrons escape to the outer ring and their flow is directed by a magnetic field there. The lack of electrons create a net positive charge in the core, which slows further emission until electrons can be replenished. In the outer ring, the free electrons collide with PD-103 plus ions, which causes electron capture and gamma ray emission. Those rays are then deflected inward towards the core, producing further electron emission and thus creating a self-sustaining reaction. The electron flow from the inner core to the outer one creates an electric potential difference. Giving it the power output, it creates the current, which relieves the electrostatic charge accumulations that initially slowed the reactions. So the less energy is drawn out, the slower is the radioactive decay and vice versa. When palladium converts to Rh-103 and Ag-107, the reaction runs out of power. The glow that the device is emitting is due to Cherenkov radiation. It occurs when an energetic particle enters a medium, such as air, at near light speed into it. To put it in simple terms, it's just a very fancy cold fusion reactor. Izuku gazed at his audience and saw their stunned expressions. 1A had their jaws on the floor, and someone whispered, "Simple my butt." Most of them looked like they had learned more about physics in the last 5 minutes than in their entire lives. He thought that he saw steam rising up from a few heads. He heard the principal's manic laughter and witnessed him ripping apart a piece of paper and throwing it in the air. It looked like his IQ test. Power Loader just stood there like a stone figure, mumbling under his nose. Yamamo's eyes shone with admiration. She looked really impressed. She terrified him. Honestly gave him chills, and this caused his fight or flight response to trigger. Her was face all red and sweaty with pure joy, dreamy, half-lidded eyes looking right into his soul. Her whole body was squirming. She was panting like a wild animal, ready to pounce on its prey. No, Izuku didn't want to know. Nizu, after collecting himself, stepped forward and presented him with a stack of papers and a pen. "Just like we agreed, young Midoriya." He took them and started looking through documents. When he confirmed that everything was like it should be, not that he believed the principal would lie to him, he signed it and gave back. "Principal, if I may?" Yamamo asked, gaining a nod. "What was that?" Nizu chuckled at the innocent question. "Let's just say that from today, the school and young Midoriya are kind of business partners." "Partners?" Hagakure-san asked. "Yup." Izuku answered happily. "I'm granting permission to use my design to build a big arc reactor that'll provide power to the whole school. The excess energy will be sold to the city's grid, and a part of the profit will come to me." "How much are we speaking of?" questioned a boy with glasses. "A lot." Izuku simply stated. "I need that money to continue my work." "Well, our work, I suppose, right, May?" He looked at his partner and was immediately caught in the bear hug by her. "Midoriya." Yamamo started, getting his attention. "You've said that it produces electricity and heat, right? Then it means that the reactor produces clean energy? What's the output?" Her voice was laced with disbelief. He couldn't really blame her. This caused him to smirk. Yamamo was as always sharp. "Yes, it is clean. The radiation it produces is mostly used by the device to run itself, and the rest is negligible. As for the output, at max, it can produce the 300 megajoules per second. I'm guessing it's a lot, right?" The blonde with the black lighting asked. Izuku chuckled. "It's nearly 2 times more than the least powerful nuclear plant in the USA. How can you give an output of such high energy with cables that small?" Power Loader questioned, looking through the window. He was right. Normally cables of that size wouldn't be able to carry that amount of electricity. They'd vaporize instantly. I've used special industrial power lines. They can hold up to 3 times what the reactor is giving out. They're relatively cheap. And all thanks to the wonderful quirks. Well, it's a good thing that it didn't explode like you've said it could." Jiro-san stated bluntly, making all males from 1A and Power Loader look at him with shock. "It could blow up?" A guy with purple ball on his head screamed fearfully. "Yeah, Midoriya said that it was a possibility. At best, it'd cause a blackout. At worst." Uraraka-san started with a weird kind of cheerfulness in her voice. "It'd kill us all." Jiro-san ended with a deadpan tone. Absolute, eerie silence flowed through the room until, "I blame you for that. You're corrupting him." Power Loader shouted, pointing his finger at the oblivious May. She was too caught up in the thought of having funds for producing their adorable babies. After a round of congratulations and questions from 1A about their support assistance, which made him and May ecstatic, they, along with Yamamo, the principal and Power Loader, left the room. Yamamo was a bit sad at that. She wanted to stay and hung out, but something important came out. He just waved her concern. He was happy that she was here to witness the start of his hero path. May kept looking through the window at that fantastic baby. She should feel jealous because it wasn't her marvelous baby. Instead, she felt happy for her partner, that he accomplished something so great. Besides, she knew that she wouldn't be able to come up with this. That kind of baby wasn't in her spectrum of expertise. She was more into babies that used energy. Suddenly an idea struck her. "Hey, Izuku?" She started, turning towards the boy with her lips stretched into her usual Cheshire cat grin. "We should celebrate it." He blinked, still looking at the monitors, and smiled softly. "Yeah, sure. We could get some drinks and food to do it in the lab." No. I mean, go out tomorrow and do something fun," she clarified. She observed him stopping checking the screens and turning fully to her, his mouth opening and closing a few times. "What? Did she say something wrong? You mean just the two of us?" he asked, making her nod. Like a date? Why did he sound so shocked? Oh, there was that awesome, funny feeling in her stomach yet again, more potent than ever. "Yeah, sure. Like a date. So you wanna?" She jumped up and down. Oh, she was so excited right now. "Yeah, I would love to. I'm going to get the reactor back from the test room." He hastily walked out with a slightly red face. Was it something she said? A ping pulled her out of her thoughts. On the screen was a message from Alan. "Put the earpiece on." She complied. "May, from experience, I know that it's best to just simply say things to you, so allow me to ask. Do you know what a date is?" She blinked and shrugged. "Some kind of meeting, I guess." She really didn't know. "Yes, partly you're right. But it's a special kind of meeting." She tilted her head at that. "Like a business meeting?" The AI gave out a sound that was similar to a sigh. "No. It's for people that are interested in each other." May quirked her brow at that. She was interested in Izuku and them making babies together. Did that count? Romantically interested. Alan added like he could hear her thoughts. Romantically? She should know that word, she was sure of it. Perhaps this way we can get some results. I'm going to ask you a few questions. Firstly, what do you think of Izuku? He's super smart and funny. He understands me. Oh, he loves to make babies. Oh, that's enough. Next, do you like spending time with him? Of course. Why wouldn't I? The very idea of not spending time with Izuku seemed so ridiculous to her. The AI chuckled at that. Okay, last one. Do you experience something different from normal whenever you're near him or talk to him and so on? She smiled brightly at that. Yes. I've got a funny feeling in my stomach, and sometimes my heart beats faster. Oh, and my face feels hot. Congratulations on your self-awareness, May. You are romantically interested in Izuku. Or speaking in simple terms, you're in love. May paused. Literally, her body and brain functions stopped for a second or two. After her mind rebooted itself, she suddenly understood. Her parents talked about it to her. Her older brother did the same. Some of her aunts and cousins too. She, May Hatsum, the wonderful inventor, was in love. Not with her beautiful babies, but in another human being. She was in love with Izuku. Her cheeks heated up, and the feeling grew stronger. Her heart started beating so fast that she thought it's going to explode. In her current state, she commented on it in the most intelligent way she could. Oh, indeed, came the response from the sassy AI. This had to be a dream. He wouldn't believe it otherwise. He was still sleeping in his comfy bed, and this was just a beautiful dream that his mind made up for him. He was going on a date. That thought alone almost made him laugh. He didn't doubt himself that he'd be able to find a girl that'd look past his quirklessness, but for it to be so soon. He just started high school. Trying to calm down, he reminded himself that it was May. Not that May wasn't an absolutely cute and adorable girl, with a vast knowledge of engineering and an interesting, but a bit crazy personality. She was. And Izuku's found himself drifting towards her time and time again while being in the same room. She even managed to make his blushing problem return. But it was May. Most likely, she didn't know what a date meant and just told him yes, because she wanted to hang out with him. That was the case, he was sure of it. He neared Yudade's entrance at the time they agreed to meet. Besides, he wanted to show her his next project. He really wanted to show it to her. He had no doubt about her agreeing to help him, but he wanted to ask. He didn't want to impose himself on her. Then he saw her and his mouth dropped. While the school uniform looked good on her and her shop clothes showcased her lean, muscled arms, The outfit she was sporting now really showcased her good looks. Nothing fancy, just a pink pair of sneakers, blue jeans, a white tank top, and a pink-yellow checkered shirt. A similar set of clothes to his. He got closer while shooting her a smile. He hoped that they'd be able to have a fun time together. He didn't have a plan, and knowing May, she didn't either, but they could form something together. She had absolutely no idea what she was doing. And wasn't that exciting? It was similar and yet so different from when a thought struck her, and she just went into a baby-making spree. She didn't know in what direction she was moving, but that was all part of the fun. She was going on a date with Izuku, whom she was in love. Oh, hello there, funny, happy feeling in the stomach. Gosh, she was nervous and excited. She had read some dating advice on sites that Alan provided her. It had said something about arriving on time, but she couldn't help herself and came 20 minutes earlier. If she stayed home any longer, she would literally explode. She knew that Izuku was very punctual and would arrive a bit before the setup time. So she just needed to wait for him patiently and try not to do something. There he is. Wow, those clothes looked really good on him and they matched. The only difference being he had a t-shirt and his checkered shirt was green and black. He sent her a smile, and she grinned back in her typical May fashion. She really wanted to start this date. "Hi, Izuku," she said cheerfully. "Hey, I hope you didn't have to wait long." She shook her head. It was only like 10 minutes. That wasn't long, right? No matter, time to party or whatever. So where to first? She hoped he had some kind of plan. It was Izuku, he always had a plan. And the dating site said she should ask. "I wanted to show you something on the holiday first." "I don't know." "Arcade?" he said, scratching his cheek. She nodded energetically. If her memory served her right, her brother took her from time to time to the arcade. It was fun. She vaguely wondered about the games they would play. While they walked towards their lab, they saw workers and cementos working on a building. Oh, they're preparing to build a bigger version of Izuku's latest baby. She felt a wave of heat hit her at that. She was still deeply impressed by the device. They stepped into their workshop, and once again, May had to stop and just take in sight. The room felt so much like a second home now that she wished she could just live here. Preferably with Izuku. They would be able to produce so many babies. She looked at him. He was talking with Alan, asking him for something. Then he turned towards her and waved to come closer. The holodeck came to life, and models of parts started to show and connect together. Soon May was looking at the very humanoid-looking robot. Scratch that, it was human in almost every aspect. Knowing how to operate the table, she started manipulating the hologram to get more detail about the new baby that she would very much enjoy building. The image changed once again, and May had to raise an eyebrow. "Izuku? Why is your robot empty inside?" Was it that he didn't know what to put inside? Or better yet, he wanted her to end the project. Her partner chuckled and tapped the table to make the image whole again and enlarge it. "It's not a robot, May. It's a suit." She tilted her head at that. Why would he build a suit instead of a badass robot? Robots were ultra cool in her mind, and she always wanted to make one. And having Izuku with his super brain and programming skills as her partner, it was more possible than ever. Why would you want to do that? There was something in his eyes, and his face became more somber. He kept looking at the hologram. "It can make my dream come true." "I know it will." He smiled softly, softer than he ever did, and gazed at her. "I know that you have your builds, your dreamed-up babies to make, but I'll be delighted if you'd help me do this one." May felt her heart skip a beat. She didn't have a photographic memory, but she was sure that she'd remember this moment forever. It was sweet of him to think of her ideas for cute babies, but it looks like he'd forgotten about one crucial thing. She placed her hands on her hips and pushed her chest forward. "You know that we're partners in baby making. Of course, I, the wonderful inventor May Hatsum, would help you in creating a new, adorable baby." She saw him smile brightly at her and tear up a bit. "Thanks. Now, we should get going with our date, right?" "Oh, right, the date." She almost had forgotten about that. They quickly made their way out of the school grounds and took the bus towards the nearest arcade they'd found on the internet. During the ride, May remembered one of the advice from the dating sites, which was to talk to her date. So she engaged in conversation with him. About? Baby making, of course. There wasn't anything better for both of them to talk about. Barely stepping into the arcade, they were assaulted by loud music and bright colors. She was sure that the arcade she went as a kid wasn't nearly half as big as this one. Did that mean this place would be 2 times more fun? She couldn't wait to find out. Quickly buying tokens, they make their way towards the racing games. She remembered that it was the same franchise that her brother made her play with him. Placing a few tokens, they chose their cars and started racing. It was somehow natural to her. Like her body just knew how to do what. Maybe she should get a license and build her own vehicle? Oh, that sounded great. Suddenly a green car overtook her orange one. She peeked at Izuku and saw his smirking face with a challenging look. Oh, game on, genius partner. Every other game they've played changed into a competition between them. Hero-themed fighting games, shooting games, basketball throw. Even a DDR that both of them were terrible at. Every time they wanted to do better than the other. And they were having fun. Mei really found herself enjoying their silly competitions. And from the grin Izuku had plastered on his face, he did too. They checked the time, and it turned out to be almost 2.5 hours since they arrived, which surprised them. Deciding was enough, and they were out of tokens anyway. They've left in search of food. Mei wanted to just fill her stomach with glorious ice creams, seeing as the weather was unusually hot today. But of course, she had to listen to Izuku's argument about it being unhealthy for her. He always made good points, which was another thing she added to her list. They've settled on takeout burritos. Walking through the streets and searching for something to do, they caught heroes in action. Immediately they followed and squeezed to the front of the crowd. Mei was disappointed. She hoped to see some awesome babies at work, but neither of the heroes used them. Even their costumes were just a simple piece of clothing with some twist to add more style. Both of the heroes relied on their quirks. Mumbling reached her ears, and she turned towards Izuku, who had his eyes glued to the fight while breaking down both sides' quirks, pointed their strong suits, and their mistakes in their strategy. For Mei, it was more interesting than the fight itself. So she just stood there and listened to Izuku throwing words out of his mouth at inhuman speed and tried to make sense of it. It was similar to when they delved into talk of possible babies for the 1A students, but at another level of nerdy. After the fight was over and she snapped Izuku from his little bubble, Mei proposed getting some ice creams. She used her secret weapon, which was the so-called puppy eyes, to coax her partner into it. Once again, they took their favorite combos and shared some between them. Mei kept suggesting possible babies for the girls from 1A because she considered them her friends, only to a lesser degree than Yamamo. It consisted of an upgrade for Ochako's suit to help her move around while she uses her quirk on herself and special launchers for Mina, which would allow her to shoot her acid. Izuku, in turn, suggested a change for Gravity Girl, to make her helmet more functional, because right now it was a useless decoration with wasted potential. And if they agreed on something, which was almost all the time, it was that they hated things that did absolutely nothing. During their walk, Mei felt their hands brush together and electricity spark between them. That was new. She had grabbed Izuku's hand many times by now, but this was something she had never experienced before. Intrigued, she took hold of his palm and once again marveled at its warmth and roughness. With every tiny move and touch of their skins, sparks danced across her hand. It was intoxicating and she wanted more. Mei, what are you doing? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. Holding your hand. She happily replied. I can see that. But why? Just felt like doing it. Which was true. That and dating advice suggested it. Izuku tightened his grip, which caused her to grin. Oh, and the funny feeling in her stomach literally skyrocketed. That was a good thing. They walked into a local park and sat at a bench to rest a little. The sun was slowly hiding behind the city blocks. Mei was really satisfied with their date. She had followed every advice she had read in the night down to the letter. She kept the conversation going, made sure that Izuku was having a good time, and paid attention to him. Oh wait, she missed something. Thank you, brain. Hey, Izuku, she said, looking into his green, alluring eyes. You've said earlier something when you've shown me that new baby of ours. About your dream. There it was again, that weird look in his eyes like he was here, but wasn't. His smile dropped a bit, and he took his hand from hers to play with his fingers on his lap. May knew he was thinking, so she let him take his time. She already missed his hand. When I was little, I wanted to become a hero. But being quirkless made it just a dream for me. My dream was unreachable at the time, he said in a somber voice. May hugged him, making his lips quirk up a bit. But then I've met a man who had shown me something that renewed my hope to become a hero. It's because of him, I'm who I'm today. He made me study all different things, saying that knowledge is the greatest power in our world. Greater than any quirk can ever be. So instead of delving into my self-pity, I've read, theorized, and brainstormed to become an inventor. Because that was the only thing that would allow me to materialize my dream. I want to help people, not only as a hero with my suit and its equipment. I want to build things for the masses to use every day. To make their lives easier. May listened to his monologue and found herself moved by it. She assumed that her partner had a heart of gold, but that now this confirmed it. May was sure that Izuku was going to succeed, and she wanted to be there, next to him. The funny feeling in her stomach grew even stronger, and her heart beat harder. Did it mean that she was falling for her nerdy friend even more? She really hoped so. What about you? Why do you want to become an inventor? He asked, looking at her softly. Now, that wasn't something that May told everyone. It was kind of her secret that only her closest family knew. Not that she had any other human being to tell it to. But now she had Izuku. And he understood her maybe even more than her parents and brother. She closed her eyes and smiled gently. Bittersweet memories filling her mind. My grandpa was a hero. Not a very well-known, but a hero nonetheless. Despite nearing his 70s, he was still on active duty, doing simple patrols, giving people directions, helping to get cats off trees, that kind of stuff. And he was a super grandpa, he spoiled me rotten. Her smile fell, and her tone turned to a more somber one. But one day there was a shop robbery. Grandpa tried to stop it. The guy had a gun and shot him. Grandpa had a folding shield in his costume that could stop the bullet. But it didn't work. She felt Izuku embrace her. She was thankful for that. So then I thought that if I can make babies for heroes, that would work perfectly. I can keep them safe and make their jobs slightly easier. It helps that my dad runs a repair shop. He taught me a lot of stuff. Izuku shifted, and her head rested on his shoulder. She nuzzled it as close as she could and breathed his mint scent shampoo. Her partner's hand petted her hair. She loved the way it felt. It felt the same way when her grandpa did it. He sounded like a really awesome grandpa. Izuku whispered. She nodded. Maybe he and Stan have met up there. He chuckled at that. Stan? May asked, turning her head a little to see his face. He's the man I was telling you about. He became someone akin to a grandpa for me. That's nice, she simply admitted and closed her eyes again. They stayed like that for a while before raising and slowly walking towards the train station. They'd stayed silent, hands joined together in a tight lock. May marked the date as a success in her book, but really didn't want it to end yet. At least not like this. So when the train stopped at the platform, she gulped down the sudden nervousness, quickly kissed Izuku on the cheek, and grinned widely. See you Monday, Izuku, she told him, jumping into her train, enjoying his shocked expression. Momo conversed with girls before their Wednesday hero lesson started. They were discussing the surprise All Might had prepared for them yesterday when they returned to the USJ for their missed rescue training. She and many of her classmates were slightly angry at the symbol of peace for it, but they understood why he did it. If they couldn't face their potential fears, that would no doubt end up hurting their heroic carrier. Besides, she got to shoot a cannonball at the #1 hero, which in her mind left them fair and square. They also talked about the upgrades the baby-making duo did to Uraraka's and Ishido's uniforms. Uraraka got major things. A special set of springs were installed onto the heels of her boots that allowed her to jump higher, and small tanks with pressurized air to allow her some kind of movement in the air. Her helmet stopped being just a decoration and became a great utility tool. Heat vision, night vision, built-in communicator, and a special display panel that keeps track of her velocity and predicts her point of landing. The last one was something that Midoriya told her he was going to use it in his other project, but kept his lips shut, no matter how much she tried to ask him. That only made her more curious. For Ishido, it really was a rather simple thing. They made her special a canister that sat on her lower back gathering acid she produced from there, and a set of special wrist launchers that were linked to said container. The gadget was straightforward, but it gave the pink girl an incredible boost in range. She asked the baby-making duo, during her Monday visit, if they had any more plans for her classmates. They happily showed her the designs on the holidable but asked her to keep it quiet, to which she agreed. But during that visit, she saw something odd. Midoriya and Mei seemed to be close. Closer than they usually were. Momo attributed it to them sharing the lab. It was a perfectly logical explanation. Yet the strange pang in her gut still reached her. I'm telling you, we've met the guy who programmed Alan. Yeah, he really is the first year. He's slightly smaller than Kaminari and has green hair. The voices of her classmates reached her. The topic of Midoriya and his arc reactor were almost constant now. She always heard bits of conversations before their classes begin. It really warmed her heart. Suddenly a big explosion came from the corner, and everyone's heads snapped in that direction. They saw Bakugo and part of a destroyed wall. Red flags began to rise in Momo's head. Oi, weird hair. Bakugo hissed and gazed at Kirishima-san with an animalistic scowl. Did you just said that the fucker who built that shitty AI has green hair? Kirishima-san rubbed his head, oblivious to the situation. Yeah, green hair and eyes. He had freckles too. His name is Midoriya. Bakugo laughed. But it wasn't a pleasant laugh. It was malicious and gave Momo chills. So this was why Midoriya asked her and other girls not to tell anyone about his invention. She wasn't surprised why he was so white back then. Momo heard Bakugo rant under his breath, using curses like commas. Her mind went into overdrive. She knew his violent tendencies. He was glad to present them, time and time again during their first week. Taking into account his volatile personality, that was a recipe for a catastrophe. Momo chose to avert the crisis. Bakugo, I hope you're not planning in doing anything to Midoriya, she said in a stern tone. Blonde snapped his angry gaze at her, but she didn't give. It was about her friend's safety. And what if I do, you shitty extra? He barked at her, explosions popping on his palms. Then I'll have to inform the teachers of said intent. She saw him shift and got ready to create a bow staff. The murmurs from her classmates and Ida-san loud comments about behavior fell deaf to her ears. She she knew that this was far more important. So, you're gonna be a freaking snitch? He growled, his eyes narrowing dangerously. If it means keeping my friends safe, then yes. She stood behind that statement. All Might's arrival stopped any further development, but Momo saw Bakugo sending her a dirty look. It was far from over, which was surprisingly fine with her. Today's exercise revolved around a hostage situation. The live model decoys would be placed somewhere inside the buildings and would be guarded by two villains. The hero's job was to rescue them without injuring the robots and apprehend the two evildoers. If possible, the civilians' well-being was far more important than catching criminals in real life. Momo was placed in a team with Tsu, which she was very pleased with. The level-headed frog girl would do for a great scout and could potentially rescue LMDS, while she took the villains' attention. Their enemies were Sato-san and Tokoyami-san. Momo knew that both of them could be pretty troublesome opponents, mainly the raven-headed student with dark shadow. When their turn came, the girls stood before a 3-story department store. Momo looked at the plans of the building but found nothing useful. Tsu, do you think you could use the ventilation system to go inside? Momo asked, pointing at a vent on the side of the building. Frog Girl climbed a wall and lifted the vent hatch. No, it's too tight for me, Karo. Momo frowned a bit, her mind sorting through available options. I'll go around the building and peek through the windows. If I find anything, I'll tell you. Momo nodded at that. She entered the store and begun checking inside the rooms that didn't have windows for her teammate to look through. They were all filled with almost the same type of things, mainly clothing articles and some old toys. She kept close to the walls, to avoid possible detection from being in open center that held a miniature fountain. With a hand mirror, she checked around corners. She didn't want to walk right into a trap. She scoured through the first floor and was slowly looking around the second one when Sue's voice cut in. I found them. Third floor on the far left. 5 hostages. They barricaded the entrance. Windows are too small for me to sneak in, Karo. Momo stopped and started thinking about strategy. They couldn't risk a possible confrontation with the duo. They held too much power for 2 utility quirks like hers and her partner's. Sue, do the windows of this shop face another building? She asked hopefully. Yes, I'm in the space between the department store and an office. Great. Meet me on the first floor, next to the security room. Roger that, Karo. Alan, is there any type of device that could break glass without making too much noise? She asked while jogging towards the meeting point. Yes, there are, Yayarosa-san. Would you like me to present you with the most efficient one and walk you through its usage? AI asked with his usual politeness. Yes, please. Could you also give me a night vision goggles breakdown? Playing the spies? Very well. She chuckled at his silly comparison. When she arrived at the spot, Sue was already there, waiting patiently. They entered the security room and found precisely what Momo hoped for. A switch box. Quickly creating the necessary equipment, she instructed Sue to wait for her to reach the store, where hostages were held, and then cut off the power. Pulling down her Creati glasses, as she dubbed them, and putting the goggles, Momo quietly placed special charges on the front glass. She thanked the boys for blockading the entrance with desks and shelves and gathering most of the racks with clothes next to the shop front windows. They obscured their own line of sight. The plan was simple: turn off the lights to blind their opponents and enter through the destroyed glass. After 2 weeks, she caught the fact that Tokoyami-san wasn't willing to use dark shadow in places that didn't hold much brightness. While the shadowed corridor was okay with him, the closed room with almost no lights in it was absolutely out of question. And Sato-san wouldn't do much without his eyesight. Ready to go, Sue. She quickly informed her partner. Suddenly all lights were off, and Momo switched her goggles on. With a click on the detonator, she heard a quiet squeak and the sound of glass pieces hitting the floor. She quickly entered and silently moved through the mass of clothes. There she saw the 2 villains, standing in front of the LMDS in the corner of the shop. They were tense, looking around and swiping their hands to try and touch something. She created a stun gun and aimed for Sato-san, judging him as the bigger threat. She fired and witnessed him fall, trash on the floor. Before she could produce another device for Tokoyami-san, he turned to the wall and called for his quirk. Dark shadow shot forward, destroying a massive chunk of the wall. Sudden brightness blinded Momo. She threw her goggles away. In front of her floated a dangerously looking dark shadow, most likely the biggest she ever saw it be. Got you, little mouse. The creature growled menacingly at her. He swiped his massive claws, making her dodge, barely missing her. The sentient quirk followed her, driving her further and further away from its controller and hostages. You did well coming so far, hero. But now it's time for you to meet your end. Tokoyami-san said gravely. Momo's back hit a wall. Dark shadow was blocking all her escape options. She started thinking hastily. If the creature was contained by light, then all she needed to do was to produce a light source. But seeing its size, she doubted that simple flashlight would suffice. Quickly remembering how a halogen lamp built, she created it from her stomach, and soon, a small accumulator followed. Dark shadow shrieked and got smaller. Seeing her chance, Momo got closer, basking the creature in light. The beast made a desperate charge at her, swiping its claws. She rolled to the side and threw the halogen at the quirk. She rapidly stood up and turned towards Tokoyami-san. Before he could do anything, a tongue shoot from the entrance and hit him in the face. Soon Sue jumped into the fray and efficiently apprehended the teen. With just a minute to spare, the hero team wins. All Might's voice cut through their communicators. Momo took a deep breath and went to check on Sato-san. He was awake and just had a slight pain in his leg, where he got hit. While going back to the observation room, Momo walked through the simulation in her mind, particularly the end of it. She was glad that her team won, but wasn't pleased with her encounter with Dark Shadow. She deducted correctly about Bright Light being its weakness. Still, being under assault, she couldn't produce anything that would give her an advantage. And when she finally could, it took her the few seconds that the creature granted her due to being sure of its victory. Another weakness of her quirk, besides the needed knowledge, was the time necessary to create. The bigger and more complicated the thing she wanted to make, the more time-consuming it was. And atop it all was the restriction about producing one thing at the time. Any more was just like trying to look at the left and right at the same moment. After a fast debriefing of how their simulation went and pointing out their mistakes, the next batch went to their starting site. Momo stood at the back of the room and frowned at the screen. Bakugo, who was in the hero team, didn't even try to communicate with his partner, Shoji-san. All Might barely said, "Start," and the blonde was already bursting through the doors, running around the building, loudly searching for the villains, Shiro-san and Mineta. When he finally found them, he assaulted them ruthlessly. Even their provisional trap didn't stop him, he just dodged it with a strong blast. From her perspective, he didn't really care about the LMDS. If it wasn't for Shoji-san's quick thinking, the robots would be caught in the crossfire. The whole simulation ended in just under 5 minutes. When they returned, Bakugo held a smug expression on his face, for completing the exercise in the least amount of time. Shiro-san and Mineta were glad that it was over, and Shoji-san seemed to be a bit annoyed. She found herself understanding the masked teen. All Might tried to tell Bakugo that he should rely on his partner, but the blonde just huffed, not interested in the symbol of peace lecture about teamwork. Momo thought that he could use a bit of humbling. That kind of attitude wasn't really suited for a hero, strong quirk, or not. After completing their lesson and changing back to the uniforms, Momo made her way towards the support department building to visit her friends. She was hoping that talking with them would ease her mind about Bakugo's attitude. It seemed that the longer the school went, the more unbearable the blonde was becoming. She entered the lab and saw Mei holding a soldering iron, working on some kind of metal boot that had lots of wires, coils, and some sort of levers. Whenever she touched a part on the side, the machinery moved several times. On the holodable was an image of the device with marked points. "Hey Mei," Momo said, walking closer towards the pink girl. "Yamamo, hi." Inventor spun around and grinning brightly at her. She felt her lips stretch into a smile. Mei's never-ending happiness was truly contagious. "Where's Midoriya?" "He went out to buy us drinks. We're planning on staying longer to finish today's workload," she stated, going back to her work. Momo hummed and stood next to her friend, watching her work and trying to figure out what this new baby was supposed to do. She still felt a bit uncomfortable calling it that way. Maybe it's the latest version of her hover boots? But she didn't saw any places for fans, and it seemed too heavy for it to move around normally. "Mei." Her answer was hum. "What are you building right now?" "Oh, that? You see, it's a secret." Midoriya cut in, walking into the room with a plastic bag. Momo pouted at his words. His cheeky smirk didn't help either. It wasn't her fault that their ideas for new gadgets were so interesting. Plus her parents' business left her with a natural curiosity for this kind of thing. "Not even a hint," she said in a pleading tone. He chuckled. "Sorry, but no. You'll have to wait and see." His voice was too smug. She turned towards Mei, who just ended her work. "Sorry, baby-making partner's secret," she told her with a shrug. Momo sighed loudly and fell down on her red bean bag, sinking into it. She really liked this thing. It was relaxing to just be sat on it. She should get one for her room. "Here you go," Midoriya said, passing her a can. "Thank you. Let me guess. Alan?" she asked, gaining his nod. She looked at the tin can. It was a cooled-down, plum-flavored fizzy drink. She wasn't the biggest fan of sugary quenchers, but seeing as it was her favorite flavor, she guessed one wouldn't hurt. She observed Midoriya checking the boot with a critical eye. He even had a magnifying glass to help him find any potential mistakes. When he was pleased with the state of the work, he pressed somewhere on the lower part, and the whole thing opened right in the middle with a soft click and whine. Then the back part split even further to show her it held some kind of padding. "Good job, Mei," he said, patting his partner on the head. There was again that odd closeness the two developed over the last few days. The occasional touch of their hands, the petting from Midoriya, tighter and longer hugs from Mei, and that strange pang in her gut and chest. And to be perfectly honest, Momo Yaoyorozu didn't know what any of this meant. So, Yagi-sen, how's your search going? Nizu asked, taking a sip from his cup. The symbol of peace tensed a bit. Before relaxing, he took his tea and sipped it silently. Nizu watched him quietly. He knew how important the search for a successor was. One for all needed to be passed one more time. He couldn't decide if it was a good or bad thing. On the one hand, if his suspicions about the League's real leader were correct, then All Might may not be enough to finally stop this ancient evil, especially in his condition and decreasing time. On the other hand, he feared about the next wielder of this quirk. If Yagi was so powerful, then how much more strength would be possessed by this new bearer? It was both exciting and terrifying. I'm still torn in that matter. All Might admitted with a frown. How so? Nizu asked politely. He really wanted to help. Yagi worked his jaw, catching his lip from time to time between his teeth. I want to find a young man or woman who I'd be sure holds the qualities of a true hero. But I don't want to waste too much time searching too long. Time is not on my side, he said gravely. Nizu nodded and nicely folded his hands on his lap. Anyone caught your eye so far? Yagi frowned. Some, but I'm not really sure of them. I have yet to see them shine. Maybe the sports festival would provide me with a breakthrough. Nizu smiled gently. I certainly hope so. And if not? Symbol of Peace sighed loudly. Then I'll most likely go with a boy knight I had found. He's the third year, right? Yes, young Togata. He certainly has the traits you desire. The boy even gives the same vibes you do. They felt into comfortable silence after that. Nizu's mind already presented him with some scenarios of young Togata using one for all. The boy already possessed extreme strength, had the right sense of justice and charisma to sway people onto his side. Just like All Might. But then there was a simple, quiet voice in the back of his head suggesting him someone else. Taking that possibility into consideration, Nizu couldn't help but laugh silently at how ridiculous it'd be. Sure, his candidate had everything Yagi wanted, but Nizu could bet any amount of money at a negative answer. Principal, am I interrupting something important? Alan's voice came from his desk speakers. It pulled Nizu from his musings. He looked towards Yagi, who shook his head. No, Alan, all is good. Did something happen? No, but something is about to happen. I'm very sure you're going to enjoy it, he said in a mysterious tone. Nizu grinned at that. Talk about interesting. He had a girlfriend. Holy crap, he had a girlfriend. Wait, did he? Yes? Oh, maybe. It was so complicated. Even more than designing the arc reactor in a way to make it work. Were they really? Sure, they hugged more, held hands, even gave each other a kiss on the cheek or forehead from time to time. But other than that, nothing really changed. They still built babies together, ate together during lunch with Yamamo and her classmates, and went to the train station together. Izuku felt like he should just ask her directly. But he admittedly feared the potential answer. During their date, especially at its end, he felt that his crush on Mei that he didn't know he had changed into something more. He could without a doubt say that he fell in love with her. From the looks of it, Mei also was into him. At least he thought that was the case. He hadn't read any books about relationships. All his knowledge on the subject came from Mom's soap operas, and he didn't take them as a valid source of information. He guessed he'd just need to wait for the right moment. Besides, he had more important things to work through. Are you sure it's safe? Yamamo's concerned voice brought him back to reality. He looked towards her. She was sitting on a chair with a little frown on her face. Next to her, Mei typed on her laptop, which was linked to a camera on a tripod. They hid behind a perspex barrier for protection. And Izuku himself? He stood idly in the center of the testing room. An arc reactor strapped to his chest, which was connected to a control box and from there to his boots, that he and Mei completed yesterday. Yeah, I'm sure. He answered in his most reassuring voice. He sure is. Plus, My baby is there to put out any potential fire. Mei chimed in. Izuku narrowed his eyes and looked towards the said baby. It was a mechanical arm on an extendable crane with a caterpillar track. She built and programmed it herself. And he honestly had no idea when, but he was sure of one thing. This baby was utterly stupid. Yay. Izuku still eyed the bot nervously. Oh, come on. You taught me how to program. So you're its father. Besides, I gave Alan a younger brother. Mei said in a proud tone. I deny having any family ties with that thing. Alan told them in a sickened tone. You're just afraid about having a sibling. Mei countered. Anyway, Izuku cut in before it could go any further. We're ready to start. Mei just gave him a thumbs up and pressed the record button. Okay, this is the first test of flying capabilities. Due to being short-staffed, Mei is operating the camera, and Dummy is on fire safety. Izuku sent a dirty look to the machine, which in turn pointed its extinguisher at him. Activating hand controls. Izuku flipped a switch on the control box and took two handles with buttons. He bent his knees slightly and stretched his hands a bit in front of him. We're going to start nice and easy. With 10% of the power capacity. He hit the buttons. Then he felt his body jerk upwards, spin around and hit the wall that was behind him with his face and torso. He fell back on the floor and felt foam being sprayed all over him. Midoriya. His eyes opened just in time to see Yamamoto kneeling next to him with concern written all over herself. Are you all right? She asked in a terrified tone. Was he? Time for damage control. He took a few breaths and found that his ribs weren't broken. Then he gently turned his neck around to check on it. No problems either. He could feel his legs and arms and dull pain all over his face. It was similar to getting hit by his senpais and sensei during training. Yeah, I'm good. He stated happily. Yamamoto breathed with relief and helped him stood up. He looked towards Mei, who was tense and avoided looking at him. It made him feel uneasy. Mei. She still didn't raise his eyes. He walked towards her with Yamamoto at his side. Mei. He repeated with worry. Sorry. She whispered. I shouldn't rush the test. You're hurt because of me. He kneeled in front of her and looked right into her amber eyes. She was visually disappointed in herself. Tears started to gather and threatened to fall. He brushed them away with his thumbs. Izuku really didn't like seeing her like that. Hey, don't cry. He said gently with a small smile. I'm good. Besides, it was my fault for putting that kind of output. I should have run the numbers earlier. So you're not mad at me? The pink inventor asked in a hopeful voice. I don't think that's even possible. He admitted, shrugging. Mei hugged him, and he returned her affection. When she pulled back, he saw her typical grin. He turned towards Yamamoto, who was blushing and looking away. They made her uncomfortable, didn't they? Thank you too, Yamamoto, for worrying about me. He smiled brightly at her. She looked at him with a quizzical expression. It's only natural. You're my friend. That he was. And he was delighted to have such a wonderful person as Yamamoto call him a friend. My, that was quite the test. Their heads snapped towards Nizu, who stood in the doorway with a huge grin on his face, paws behind his back. Principal? Yamamoto asked. Let me guess. Alan informed you. Izuku said with a sigh. Guilty as charged. Traitor admitted shamelessly. Nizu chuckled, walking forward. He made a full circle around him, eyeing the boots. I see that your new project is coming nicely. The principal stated, looking at him. Just having our own lab really helps. Izuku answered, throwing an arm around Mei's shoulders. His partner just nodded enthusiastically. I'm sure it does. So is it going to be ready by the time of the sports festival? Nizu asked in an excited voice. For sure. Izuku smiled brightly. He had no doubt in the MrKage being ready. Principal, do you know what is their new build? Yamamoto asked hopefully. Of course. But I've sworn not to say a word. Nizu happily told her. Izuku looked towards his friend. She seemed both curious and sad. She even pouted cutely, sending him a slightly mad look. I've seen what I wanted, so I'll take my leave. I wish you all a good day. the principal said, already in the doorway. So, Yamamoto started, gaining his attention. I'm going to see it at the sports festival then? She sounded quite dejected. Izuku chuckled at that. She really wanted to know, didn't she? Unfortunately for her, it was a surprise. He was okay with her seeing their tests of the parts of his equipment, but not the whole project. He planned to show it to her when it was completed. You just have to wait till it's ready. So, about a week and a half. He smiled at her. Yamamoto perked up at that, showing him her brilliant smile. Speaking of which, how are your preparations going? For the sports festival? Izuku couldn't help but ask. Maybe he would be able to help her somehow. I'm reading and memorizing useful things. She stated. Okay, that was a start. Seeing as her quirk absolutely dependent on her knowledge, it was a necessity. What else? She looked taken back by his question and started to play with her hands, avoiding his gaze. That's all I planned on doing, she admitted shyly. His brain came to an abrupt stop. What? Izuku blinked, staring dumbly at her. That was all? Didn't she know that the last round is always one-on-one? Anger spiked in his mind, which he quickly squashed. No, he couldn't blame Yamamoto for that. It was just the philosophy that society poured into everyone's heads. The philosophy he opposed with all his being. He would not allow his friend to succumb to that twisted logic. May. Izuku turned towards his partner, who was checking something on her laptop. We're going back to the lab to get equipment and a flight stabilizer. Then he looked at Yamamoto with a sharp look that made her gulp. We're going to the training gym. A fist flew towards her head. She tilted it to the side, taking a graze on her cheek. She didn't have time to think of what to do, because the other one hit her shoulder, making her take a step back. That's going to bruise. Momo threw a desperate kick, which was easily blocked and caught in a firm grip. Then her foot was swiped, and soon her back hit the floor, knocking the air out of her lungs. Immediately she felt a weight on her waist, and a clenched hand was barely a centimeter in front of her nose. She patted the floor 3 times, and when Midoriya stood up, she took a deep breath. How many times did she get beaten like that during the last half an hour? She lost a count after the 12th. She eyed her self-declared sparring partner. She honestly didn't know that Midoriya possessed this side of him. He could be serious, like when he bossed around the store and kept every employee in line, or when he told her about his dream. But otherwise, Momo saw him as a big teddy bear. He was always smiling brightly, had a polite way of speaking, not counting the occasional joke or tease, and his kindness towards people couldn't be measured. How did he turn from that mellow, friendly boy to a brutal and ruthless punching and kicking machine? He fought better than the better half of her classmates. And he hit hard. How could he be so strong? Honestly, Momo had no idea. She accepted his hand and rose up. She eyed him, searching for any kind of answer. They both wore the UA sports outfit, so it nicely showcased Midoriya's lean, muscled arms that he usually hid under the school uniform or with that long-sleeved, loose shirt he wore in the workshop. Momo deducted he must have worked hard to achieve them. Then he used his shirt to wipe his face of sweat, and there Momo saw them. His abs were, for the lack of a better word, impressive. She could easily compare them to Kirishima-san's. Midoriya really worked very, very hard. Her mind suddenly reminded her that she was staring at him. She averted her face and felt her cheeks grow. How? Wait, was that wetness on her chin sweat? She shouldn't be ogling at her friend. But some treacherous part of her was glad she did. We should take a break, Midoriya said, pulling her out of her bubble. They sat on the floor next to May. The pink inventor once again had the soldering iron in her hand and was working on flight stabilizer, as it was called. Compared to the bulky boots filled with all kinds of stuff, this device looked almost too simple. It was similar to a 2-part, metal arm brace that had some wires running along its length. At the end of it was some kind of round object with a glossy surface and metal band, which she assumed would sit on the palm. Midoriya passed her a bottle of water, which she was grateful for. She needed a drink. After taking a few gulps and sighing with content, she looked at the green inventor. I'm astonished by your fighting skills, Midoriya, she admitted. How is that you're so good? He chuckled under his breath and scratched his cheek. I have a green belt in Oyama Karate. Mei snorted, and soon it changed into a laugh. Momo blinked at her behavior. Why was she doing that after Midoriya? Midoriya. Green hair and eyes. Green belt. She quickly joined her friend. Do you have a green FTSH or something? Mei asked him, still cackling. No. I just like that color. He pouted at them, which, in Momo's opinion, looked absolutely adorable. Besides, I didn't have time to rise higher. After getting her breath under control, she looked at the ground and frowned. She had some experience with fighting, and her hero lessons were allowing her to gain more. But it wasn't enough. Most of her childhood she spent doing simple exercises to keep her body in relative shape and studied some more. She never regretted her choices, but now... Hey! Midoriya's voice pulled her out of her musing. Don't beat yourself. I'll help you as much as I can. Then you're going to wipe the floor with your competition. He sent her a wide smile. Yeah, I'm sure you will do amazing. Mei chimed in with her usual grin gracing her lips. Those two always knew what to say to make her feel better, didn't they? She smiled back. I hope so. I just wish I could do something about my quirk to help me even more. Like what? Mei asked, raising her eyebrows. The best route is making things faster. She sighed. I'm sensing a here. Midoriya said with interest. But I'm not sure it's possible. She half-whined. Why? They both questioned in sync. Not counting the much-needed knowledge, I have to visualize every part of the thing I'm creating. Layer after layer. She told them. Momo was met with silence. She looked at her friends and saw them staring at her with wide eyes and slack jaws. She couldn't fathom why. Sorry, Yamamo. I think something is wrong with my hearing. Midoriya said, checking his ears. Yeah, I thought you've just said you visualize everything layer by layer. Mei added with a weak chuckle. I did. She simply stated. That was how she always created things. You're not kidding, right? Midoriya asked, getting closer. Momo just nodded, oblivious to the reason for their shock. Holy crap, Yamamo. Do you understand just how complicated and amazing that is? Mei said, bouncing slightly with excitement. Exactly. That kind of process. I doubt that there are a lot of people who could do that in the time you do it. Midoriya added. His eyes shone a bit. Momo took her time and analyzed their conversation. Now that she thought about it, it really sounded amazing. And she was doing it since she was 4. Baby making duo bewilderment wasn't so unjustified. Thank you. She really was thankful for their words. Back to the topic. Do you think it's even possible to go faster? Midoriya questioned. Momo blinked and looked up. Was it really? She had tried to speed up the visualization process many times, but her mind just couldn't keep up. Then her brain supplied her with a simple memory. Maybe. I did it once. She admitted reluctantly. When? Mei asked curiously. At the USJ during the villain attack. She said somberly. Suddenly she felt her palms being grasped. She looked down and saw her friend's hands on hers, just like how they held her during the ride home after that day. Looking up, she saw their concerned faces. She was glad for their support. She squeezed, signaling she was okay. One villain took Kaminari-san hostage after he overused his quirk and threatened to kill him. Then my mind kind of went into overdrive. Next thing I knew, I was holding a stun gun in an outstretched hand. I've never created anything so fast. She ended with a loud sigh. USJ was still alive in her mind. From time to time, she had nightmares about it. Mei shifted, giving her a half embrace. Momo leaned in, breathing her citrus shampoo. The pink inventor's hair was surprisingly soft, despite being dreadlocks. She felt Midoriya closing in from the other side, giving her comfort. Momo found herself very happy. Her heartbeat was a bit faster. She wished for this moment to last forever. I know I've copied the scene from the movie, but it was too hilarious not to. Rising solstice, grab a cookie for the correct guess. As for Izuku's belt in martial arts, I've chosen Oyama Karate because when I was younger I've learned some. So it's kind of sentiment. Today I saw that the chapters are missing stars that I'm using for a POV change or sometimes for scene change. I'll go and change it in older chapters. Sorry for that. Thanks for all of your support, guys. She was so excited. It felt like day after day, her excitement reached new limits. But it was perfectly normal in her mind. Why shouldn't it be? After coming back home from their date, she was so overjoyed that she shrieked into her pillow for God knows how long. And when she remembered that they're making their first baby together, she screamed some more. She reread some of those dating sites and came to a conclusion. She was Izuku's girlfriend, and he was her boyfriend. She felt like she was supposed to know what those words mean, but she didn't. So she dubbed it as becoming ultra baby-making partners. She was very content with that. But something weird was going on. Since their hugging session in the training gym, almost 2 weeks ago, she grew closer to Yamamo. That still was too long to say, but better than her surname. She was glad that the girl understood her. Just like Izuku. She spent time with her, just like Izuku. She laughed at the same jokes, just like Izuku. Basically, she was like a girl version of Izuku in almost every aspect. And what was odd about it? The funny, happy feeling returned and popped up whenever she was with Yamamo. The peak so far was when she shared her reason to become an inventor with the girl. Yamamo came to visit them after school, as she always does. Her partner was out, doing some class business that she felt she should help him with. Her friend collapsed on her bean bag, looking utterly exhausted and mad. That were rose flags in May's mind. She sat next to the girl and grasped her very soft hand. Then Yamamo told her about a troublesome blonde prick that was giving her headaches. Apparently, it was the same guy that Izuku didn't like. May swore that she would never make a baby for him. She tried to cheer up Yamamo, talking about how she's going to make something explode and scare that J. Somehow it worked out, making both of them giggle. Her friend relaxed, leaned into her side, and started petting her head in that all-too-familiar way. Then May told her about Grandpa. She didn't know why it just happened. But she was happy it did. Not that it cleared any confusion about her feelings. May didn't really know what to do now, so she did the best thing she could. She left it for later. Who knows, maybe it would resolve itself automatically without her input. That would be for the best. For now, she had more pressing matters to attend to. The mark-I was almost completed. Oh, she so wanted to see this baby rock. She wouldn't pilot it, they took measurements to match Izuku, and she was shorter than him. But just being able to build it was enough for her. She was sure that the mark-I would make her a proud mother. Momo kept sending glances at Midoriya. He seemed to be bothered by something. She observed him, munching his lunch, glaring at the table as it committed some kind of terrible crime. And whenever May giggled at his discomfort, he pouted cutely. Midoriya, did something happen? She asked worryingly. May laughed, making him look down. So it was something harmless then. But problematic enough for her friend to be mad at it. I have to cut my hair. He mumbled, tugging one of his long bangs. Momo raised an eyebrow. That was a reason for his behavior? It seemed childish for her. Which was absolutely not something that she would use to describe Green Inventor. I don't see the problem. She said, trying to push the matter forward. Have you ever touched his hair? May asked with a dreamy voice. Momo shook her head. Try it. Trust me, you'll love it. She looked at Midoriya, who just tilted a bit towards her. She took one bang and, oh god, they were so soft and fluffy. Almost like silk. She started playing with them, combing her fingers through that vast, green jungle, trying to straighten his curls. It was so relaxing. Honestly, she could do it all day long. She remarkably enjoyed it. And judging from Midoriya's smile, he did too. You see now. May said with a grin on her lips. Yes, I understand. But still, a little haircut wouldn't hurt. Momo replied politely. Midoriya sighed and scowled a bit. I need to get them short. Like really short. That changed everything. She couldn't really imagine him in short hair. Buzz cut with longer top and back, maybe. But completely short? She frowned at the mental picture of it. Now that she knew of the wonderful hair of Green Inventor, she wanted to protect her new stress release toy. Why do you need to cut it? Maybe she could avert that catastrophe. For the new baby, they would be stuck in the mechanism and potentially be pulled out. He said displeased. Momo hummed. So that meant some kind of helmet or complicated headset. Add that to the boots and that, flight stabilizers. Were they making some kind of suit? Or maybe that was all part of a gear. Something to think about later. What about something similar to a swimming cap? That way, you could keep your hair and use that device. She really wanted him to keep the current haircut. Midoriya looked at her astonished, which morphed into gratitude and then turned into disbelief. He smacked his forehead. Why didn't I come up with that? He whined. Mei burst into laughter, and Momo couldn't help but giggle as well. Looks like even a genius had to use a little help from time to time. Midoriya turned towards her with a smile as bright as the sun. She thought of creating a pair of sunglasses. How could someone's smile shine so bright? Thank you so much, Yamamo. She felt her cheeks heat up and smile gently. Yet again, her stomach had that weird knot in it, and her heart began beating faster. She frowned mentally. That was the case for about 2 weeks now. Whenever she was near either of the baby-making duo, she felt like the happiest, luckiest person in the world. And when she was with both, she couldn't decide if it was better or worse. She really needed to search for the answer to that weird feeling. Izuku sat in the representatives' lounge and glared at the 2 stacks of the papers. Really? Did his classmates had some twisted sense of humor? Over half of it, the one on his right wasn't his responsibility. Most of them needed to be handed to Power Loader. Was it that hard to remember that? He wasn't their secretary for crying out loud. Still, he was glad with what he had. He had helped Yamamo more than once with her tremendous amount of paperwork. It made him glad he wasn't in hero course. Sir, the principal requested your presence in his office. Alan said, pulling him out of his musing. Do you know what for? Izuku asked, gathering his papers. Unfortunately, you still didn't add that mind-reading option to my repertoire. The snarky AI replied. He just shook his head with amusement and started walking towards Nise's office. His mind wandered, filled out with different thoughts. The Markai was coming along nicely. Maybe tomorrow would be the whole set test and diagnostics. Then they would begin the most likely laborious process of getting rid of every issue it possesses to ensure that Mark II wouldn't have the same problems. And that would mean something he slightly dreaded. Weaponizing. There were a whole bunch of regulations about heroes using weapons and gadgets. All of them had to be as far from lethal as possible. Which was a problem because anything could lead to death. Besides, it was a bit hypocritical to not see quirks as potential harming tools. Comparing the list of rules about using those 2 in the line of work, quirks had, at best, 2/3 of what support equipment possessed. Did they forget about All Might's monstrous strength or Endeavor's super hot flames? Or Ryukyu turning into a freaking dragon? And that were just quirks that looked lethal from a first glance. So many more were potentially dangerous as well. That meant they would need to be smart about it. All devices would have to be designed with the intent to capture or disarm threats. But even that wasn't 100% foolproof. There always was a risk involved. He just hoped that his suit wouldn't be seen as a weapon of mass destruction. Izuku sighed. He would cross that bridge when he gets there. Another issue, well, not really an issue, was Yamamo. Or, more precisely, his feeling towards the girl. They changed and he wasn't sure what to think about it. Yamamo was close and important. She neared the level that he held his partner at a terrifying speed. And he was dating Mei? He still needed to sort that out, but still. His friend from the hero class was becoming someone more than just a friend. And he was torn in that matter. Izuku frowned deeply. He needed to sit down and think about it carefully. And right now, things were getting hectic. It could wait, at least that was what he wanted to believe. Entering Nise's office, he saw the principal already sitting in the conversation area, pouring 2 cups of tea. He sat on the sofa and sent Nizu a polite smile. I've heard you wanted me to come by. Of course. Why wouldn't I want my favorite first-year student and business partner to visit me? The principal answered in his usual joyful tone. So they were playing? Izuku smirked. Why not? He could use a dose of this typical, cryptic talk. Oh, I don't know, but I'm just a mere human. But, please, enlighten me with your brilliance. he replied with theatrical humbleness. Nizu's lips shifted into a grin for a moment, before returning to the usual, upwards lifted line. I'm keen on knowing how is your inventing going? The principal asked in a seemingly uninterested tone. You know, 1 step forward, 3 back, then a huge jump towards a solution, only to fall into a pit of despair filled with bills. Izuku answered with a shrug. Nizu chuckled at that. So, I assume the MrKage is ready. Almost. But don't worry, I'll wave while flying by your window. He simply stated. They looked into each other's eyes and kept their gazes still. After a few moments they both laughed. It was good to play some word games. I'll hold you to that then. The principal told him. They sat in silence and drank their teas. Izuku glanced from time to time at Nizu. He looked relaxed, but occasional twitches of his ears said otherwise. That and he was looking into the empty cup for over a minute now, which was creepy. Something wasn't right. That thought made a pit in his stomach. So, what's going on? He asked, folding his arm on his chest. Principal frowned deeply. He set back his teacup and pulled a folder from behind his pillow. I shouldn't really do this. I'm basically breaking the law right now, but I'm doing it in good faith that it's going to help both society and you, young Midoriya. Nizu said gravely, making Izuku lean forward. You're still dead set on becoming a hero? That sounded more like a statement, but he nodded anyway. But, as you are aware, while I don't have a hero license, I do possess a detective one. Now, consider this as your first step onto your heroic career. The principal passed him a folder. Izuku saw that it held the police logo on its front. He opened it and began looking through it. The more he read, the more his scowl deepened. If this was his first step, he dreaded what a second one would look like. Do you wish to help me with it, young Midoriya? Nizu asked in a serious tone. Izuku took a deep breath and massaged his eyes. He liked his suddenly dry lips, looking upon principal. Where do we start? Izuku rubbed his eyes for what seemed to be 1,000 times. Just today and it was barely noon. He had hard time with his extracurriculum assignment, as Nizu nicely put it. He understood why they were doing this and how big of an impact it would make on his future hero career. But it was still a lot to take in. All the data, all of possible ideas for resolving the crisis, all of the work they needed to do. His sleeping schedule was basically non-existing. Not to mention his other personal activity. The one he started during second week, without anyone knowing. That one was giving him absolute headache from the sheer amount of information he had to process. If all went according to the plan, Izuku couldn't help but smirk and give silent chuckle. He couldn't wait for results to be shown. Bell rung and he stood up, gathering his things. It was time for lunch. He peeked at May, who was already bouncing up and down. She was already ecstatic about today. Well, so was he. They went to canteen, holding hands. It became sort of habit for them at this point. He still needed to clarify things with May, but right now it seemed to be a formality. After grabbing their meals, they joined Yamamo and her female classmates. He saw his friend moving her eyes between him and May one moment, just to look down and bit her lips slightly. She was in deep thoughts. Should he ask? He probably should. Good friend would do it. Wait, was he a good friend? He hoped so. Midoriya. Azui-san voice pulled him from his musing. I must thank you for those goggles you made. They're very useful. He blinked. Goggles? Right. Frog Girl new support equipment. No need. Besides, May did most of the work there, he said, smiling politely. Yeah, but it was you who worked out the whole waterproofing. Without it the baby would be useless. May said back. He did? Yes, he did. He was about 90% sure he did. Lack of sleep was real pain right now. He wanted nothing but a few hours of good rest. At this rate he would develop insomnia, which would be very troublesome. Izuku didn't want insomnia. Deku. Something growled behind him. Deku. He hated that name at first, but now he didn't care. Not that he was in right state to care. But only one person called him that. And that person always meant trouble. He should deal with the nuisance, but he had absolutely no energy for it. Oi, look at me when I'm talking to you, shitty nerd. He felt something grab his shoulder and forcefully twist him around. His tired eyes met menacing red ones. The permanent scowl was in full display. His mind suggested him that it was category 6 on the scale of said Bakugo. Maybe 7. Bakugo, what are you doing? Unhand Midoriya at once. Yamamo's voice cut through. She sounded really mad. You think it's funny, you FNG nerd? Having your stupid program call me names. That was really cynical of him. You look like you've forgotten your place. I'm on top, and you're below bottom, you quirkless freak, he screamed right into his face. Murmurs begun to rise around them. He caught Mei, Yamamo, other girls and some boys from 1A trying to get Bakugo to leave him. If it was another day, he would throw some kind of believable excuse, play a good, little Izuku, who knows that he can't do anything in his life and be done with it. But it wasn't another day. Izuku grabbed Bakugo's hand and squeezed. He saw him grit his teeth. He wanted to be done with it. You sure you want to do it right here, right now, Bakugo? His voice caused everyone to stop and gulp. It was cold. I'm very sure that this kind of attitude is not applauded in UA, unlike in our middle school. Besides, aren't you a Hero Corps student? You should set up an example for people. Is this what you want them to see? Rabid dog barking at everyone for petty reasons? He growled at the end. Eerie silence rolled over them. He felt everyone staring at them, but for him world seemed to vanish. He kept gazing right into Pomeranian's eyes. He saw a flicker of disbelief, which caused him to smirk. Who do you think you are? Huh? Are you throwing a challenge at me, shitty nerd? Bakugo forced his voice low, but it was still filled with fury. Izuku narrowed his eyes and leaned forward. And what if I am scared? Bakugo wrenched his palm away and sent him a dirty look. He answered with his own. Then Blonde Menace huffed, turned around and walked away without another word. It was far from over. And surprisingly he was fine with it. Midoriya? Are you okay? Yamamo asked him worryingly. He turned back and saw concerned faces of all girls. He sighed, getting anger out of his system. Not really, he admitted. They all returned to their lunches in complete silence. He felt Mei grab his palm in tight grip. He peeked at her, giving her ghost of a smile. He caught Yamamo's hands twitching, undecided to reach across the table for his. He appreciated it. It really warmed his heart. He pushed back the sudden influx of emotions that were swarming in his chest. He would solve it. Later. But he would do it. Before leaving canteen, he quickly caught his friend's hand and squeezed. He wanted her to know that he was okay. Or going to be. She rubbed her thumb against his palm, giving him answer. He and Mei entered their workshop. His mind already was checking the mental list of things needed to be done before today's test. It had to go well. Perfect was desired outcome, but he didn't count on it. Suddenly he was all but thrown onto beanbags. Moment later he felt a very familiar weight on his chest. Mei? He asked with evident surprise. She looked up at him with those beautiful amber eyes of hers. She shifted close to his face, her grip tightened. Shoo. You need a nap, she whispered gently into his ear. And hug. Don't worry, I'll get everything ready. Till then go to sleep. She kissed him on his cheek. He should protest, but his eyelids were closing themselves against his will. That was interesting development. Usually Mei was absolutely clueless when it came to human interactions, but she had her moments when she just knew what to do to make everything better. He loved that part about her. But? Yeah, he loved it. Just like her petting his hair, exactly how she was doing it now. That only further plunged him into blissful and desperately needed sleep. Mei stood up quietly and looked at Izuku. Soft sigh escaped her lips. For the last few days she observed him becoming sloppier and sloppier. Dark rings under his eyes became more pronounced, and it seemed like all energy left him. She even saw him biting his hand, just to stay awake during lessons. He wasn't telling her something. She just knew that he hid something from her. But should she ask about it? Especially since it all started after his visit to principal. She didn't know Nizu like Izuku did, but if the person who runs a whole school wants you to visit them out of blue, it means something serious. At least she assumed that. No matter. She was going to support her partner anyway. And if it turned into something bats hit insane? Even better. That meant more fun. And possible babies. She walked towards workbench and turned on computer. They had a list there. She needed to make sure everything goes perfect, so Izuku wouldn't stress himself further. The test needed to be done before the lab hours were over. After that, Yamamo was sure to come by. She was such a sweetheart. But new baby was a surprise, so test had to be done before that. That meant she could give Izuku about 2 hours of sleep. It didn't sit well with her, but what could she do? Her mind wandered back to the lunch. That blonde prick had some ball. But dude had some serious problems. She didn't like him. Honestly, he was probably the first person to ever be hated by her. And he was hero in training? She let out a bitter laugh. She knew him mostly from girls' stories, and already she was sure he wasn't suited for heroics. That JRK wasn't quarter the hero Izuku could be. Or her grandpa was. Heck, even she would make better hero. That thought made her pause. Would she? Maybe? Did she even want to become one? Sure, as a little kid, when her grandpa was alive, she told him that she'll be a hero, so he could sit back and relax. But how many years ago that was? Probably over a decade now. She shook her head. She didn't have time for this now. Preparations needed to be completed. Izuku needed to buy May a chocolate or something. That nap could easily count as one of the best he ever had in his entire life. He still needed a proper 8-hour rest, but at least now he would drop on his next step. Which was very important right now. He dragged Zipper up and made sure that his hair were contained by his jumpsuit added hood. Yamamo also deserved chocolate for that. He looked into a mirror, his body clad in form-fitting, black, sturdy fabric. His pilot suit, as May dubbed it nicely. Stepping behind a curtain, he walked toward platform. They coaxed Power Loader into giving them another room, which then turned into some kind of launching station and storehouse for armor and its equipment. And after nicely asking Nizu for his consent, they added a garage doors that led outside the building via Cemento's help. Ready to rock? May asked, laptop already in her hand. She bounced on her feet, grinning at him. Let's do this. He took a deep breath. Alan, please initialize suit up sequence. Your wish is my command, sir. Platform floor opened and mechanical arms with tools rose from its inside, along with silver boots. He inserted his legs in them and mechanism closed, making whole thing sit tight. He lifted his arms to the sides and felt gloves slipping in, shutting with short hiss on his limbs. Other parts were slowly added to his body, starting with skeleton, which contained all wiring, then all of the armor that also held pistons. They would allow him to move and generate enough strength to lift about a ton. Finally, he felt helmet being added and soon mask shut in. His world went black for a second, before video feed came in along with green interface. Holy crap! That was awesome! May shouted, then started laughing. Izuku chuckled at that. Alan, you in? Yes, sir. I'm indeed been uploaded. We're good to go. Good, start virtual walk around. Downloading setup preferences and calibrating suit environment. On his interface, icons began to pop out and miniaturize. He saw a 3D image of his body and armor around it. Soon a highlighter in form of sniper circle showed before his right eye and begun following its movement. Wherever he gazed, the object gained green outline and data appeared next to it. Began a check on control surfaces. He commanded. He heard mechanism move all around him with quiet hisses. On his screen he saw exactly which one were in motion. During that he started doing small moves to see how the suit felt and if there was any problems. They were none, which pleased him. Test complete. Preparing to power down and begin diagnostic. Alan announced. What? No way. We have to further test this baby. You know, take it for a ride. May argued while pouting. Ride? You mean flight? May, there are still terabytes of calculations needed to be done before the actual flight takes place. AI said in deadpan tone. The two started bantering about what to do. Izuku was amused by this. Actually he wanted to test MrKage some more. Besides, flying was fun. He enjoyed those few hours he spent with just gloves and boots zooming around testing room while checking up on the devices. It was somehow relaxing him. And he needed to get the stress out of him in some way. Alan, Please open up the doors. Izuku stated. Mei cheered, already moving toward the exit. Of course, ignore your trusted AI, who has access to thousands of safety protocols, and do whatever you want. Alan said with something similar to huff, but complied with his request. When garage gate was fully open, Izuku took a stance and jerked his hands, activating repulsors. He felt himself hover above the ground, which made his heart beat faster. He leaned a bit forward to get off the platform, turned to the side and begun accelerating. He flew past overjoyed Mei and started ascending up in curve motion. He was alarmed about a collision with Tree Brunch, but ignored it. Izuku gave a shout of excitement. He was flying. He was literally flying in the skies at about 100 kilometers per hour. He heard wind rushing around him, which in some weird way increased his fun. How is it? Mei's voice cut in, her contact popping on the screen. Fantastic. You really should try it, he told her back with laugh. How high you can go? She asked with excitement. Let's find out, he grinned. He changed position of his arms and started climbing up. He ignored the rapid decrease of temperature and pushed higher. This feeling of freedom was intoxicating. Sir, the ice is starting to cover you. Alan's voice was wavered. Soon his interface started glitching out and all faded, leaving him with only 2 tiny holes in front of his eyes. He heard something blow up. Then gravity took over, plunging him towards the ground. Izuku felt his body spin around and caught glimpses of fast approaching land. Alan! Deploy flaps, he screamed in mild panic. Alan! Silence. Of course, the power was gone, so was communication. He needed to manually restart whole suit, which meant getting rid of the freaking ice. Izuku reached towards his right hip and flipped open a lever there. He grabbed it and twisted. He heard flaps open and arc reactor whine. Almost immediately screen came back alive, video feed with it. After few seconds of loading up, his repulsors activated, making him zoom forward in sharp slope. He saw a group of students practicing on the field, 1B, if he wasn't mistaken. He flew above their heads, making most of them jump back or take cover. He just laughed it out. Are you all right? Mei asked in worried tone. Yeah, I'm good. Had to do manual restart, he informed. Perhaps, if you wish to go to the space and visit other planets, we should upgrade the suit first. Alan cut in with cheeky comment. We'll think about it later. Now is the fun time. How are specs looking, Mei? He questioned in curious tone. Quite good actually. Pressurization could use more work, but other than that everything is in green. Reactor throttle is functioning better than we expected, she informed him. Good, they worked really hard on that part. He was flying near main building. Suddenly he remembered he had a promise to keep. Izuku slowed down a little, he wanted to savor this moment. Alan, please give me audio from Nizu's office, he asked with smirk. There he saw his dear principal with a cup of tea in his paw, looking through the window. The teacup landed on the floor and shattered. Nizu was looking at him with astonishment. Then his face gained big grin and insane laughter escaped his mouth. It was music to Izuku's ears, all while flying by and waving. You've got that recorded? He asked with chuckle. Of course. This moment needs to be saved for future generations. Alan answered with his own laugh. Izuku made a round around the building and decided to go back. He saw Mei jumping up with her arms in the air. She smiled brightly at him. He slowed down and positioned himself to land. Gently he lowered himself on the ground. His feet barely touched the grass, when Mei tackled him with hug, sending them both towards the ground, laughing at it. His mask snapped open and he looked at Mei's overjoyed face. He started observing her features. How her lips stretched, showing her white teeth. How her cheeks were dusted with red. How her pink dreadlocks framed her face. How her eyes shone brightly and spun around a bit. She was so beautiful. Her eyes closed a bit and she began to lean towards him. His mouth suddenly felt very dry. Were they going to... Did he want it? His head moved upwards to intercept her. Their lips touched and hers were so plump and soft, just like marshmallow. His heart beat so fast that he expected it to explode. The kiss was short. He wanted more. His hand moved towards her head and pushing it downwards. He felt her smile into their kiss, he mirrored it. He didn't know how long they stayed like that, making out on the grass, but he was in bliss. May touched his face with her hand, caressing it gently. "May," he said in whisper, looking into her amber eyes. "Are we a couple? Like, girlfriend and boyfriend?" She quirked a brow. "Weren't we since our date?" she asked innocently. He laughed and kissed her again. That answer was so like her. Izuku was glad for it. He really was. He was overflowing with joy. But he couldn't help but think that something is missing. May blinked. What was she doing again? Oh right, tinkering with her baby. Since yesterday she was distracted. And the reason? She turned around and looked through garage doors. There he was, Izuku in MrKage, using repulsor blasts on the moving targets to get a hang of aiming system. She still wanted to know how this repulsor baby worked. She used her quirk and zoomed closer on his head. She wanted to see his face, his green eyes and freckles. She wanted to kiss him again. Her checks heated up. She kissed Izuku on the lips. Or maybe he kissed her. Did it matter? Not really. It was, she didn't know how to describe it. Like she was struck by the lighting. And she wanted more of that. Was this the feeling her female cousins told her about? When you love someone and want to always be by their side. May didn't know. She remembered him asking about them being a couple. She laughed silently at his silliness. Of course they were. "May, I'm going to fly around a bit, okay?" Izuku asked in slightly muffled voice due to the suit. She smiled and nodded. When he rose up, she stepped outside and started following him with her gaze. Using her quirk she zoomed in and out. She watched him do barrels, stopping and turning around in midair, climbing up and diving down. That was a show she could watch all day. Suddenly something weird happened. Just like during yesterday's test when she followed him with her eyes. The strange feeling of calmness started overtaking her. She still felt her never-ending energy and excitement, still could think of ideas for adorable babies, but that composure made it all more clear. It was giving her better control of her mind and body. Everything was in sync better than it always was. Before she could think about it more, Izuku gave out the disturbed cry. She snapped her gaze towards him, just to see him skydive. What she heard next made her heart stop. Momo looked around the corner to check if she was being chased. It was clear. She breathed out and continued her escape from the building. She still had more than halfway towards the door. Today's training involved something that didn't possess fighting at its center. It was all about a stealth. Hero Team had to get into the building and get back a flash drive with data that was protected by Villain Team. She had a very strong feeling the scenario was made by Aizawa-sensei. It ended up with her being the odd one today, due to the uneven number of students. She knew that it would be helpful for her future hero carrier. Not always you could have a backup. But of course she had to get the short straw. Her enemy was none other than Bakugo, who was parried with Uraraka-chan. She pitted Gravity Girl. No one wanted to be in team with Explosive Teen. Maybe Kirishima-san, but other than him, everyone tried to avoid the blonde JRK. May was starting to rub on her. After studying the building plan and being previously informed that flash drive was somewhere on the last floor, she decided that using the fire escape to climb up and get through the roof entrance was her best course of action. She entered the building without much problem and started looking around. Fortunately for her, she followed Uraraka-chan's angered voice. She was arguing with Bakugo rather loudly. From their talk, she was sure then Blonde once again left his partner to try and search for her. That meant he was on lower levels. Momo created a stun gun and shoot at unsuspecting girl when she had her back towards her. After quick usage of capture tape, to eliminate her classmate from exercise and grabbing the needed item to complete her mission, she started going back towards the roof exit. But of course, due to it being a training, All Might announced that Uraraka-chan was captured. After that she heard a loud explosion. Bakugo was gunning her down. To secure USB stick she created a small pouch and pinned it to her skirt. She used the new method of utilizing her quirk. That thought put a smile on her lips. She, Midoriya and surprisingly May spent some time theorizing about the case of what they called flash creation. Trying to replicate the thing she did during USJ, they discovered something. Turns out creation was semi-sentient. If she possessed the knowledge of how something was built and trained herself to visualize that object as fast as she could, then her quirk learned that. So with just a basic thought of what she was needing, creation reacted, searched for necessary information and produced it. She was so overjoyed by it that she hugged baby-making duo as hard as she could, which ended up with her being absolutely embarrassed later. She heard explosion behind her. It was close. Too close. Making a quick decision, she abandoned a stealthy trek and started running toward the exit. She could make something to shut the door for a while, giving her time needed to escape. Suddenly, from the corridor on her right, Bakugo jumped in front of her with outstretched palm. The loud noise and searing hot reached her next. She protected her face with her arms, but the shockwave still pushed her back. How did he manage to catch up and sneak on her? Got you extra. Bakugo growled. Surrender and I may not explode you to pieces. That wasn't something a hero in training should say, she thought bitterly. She rose up and narrowed her eyes. Creating a metal bow staff, she took a stance, preparing for fight. Have it you way, he sounded almost too happy. With vicious sneer he ran towards her. Before he could outstretch his hand, she struck him on the shoulder and jumped back. She possessed a longer reach and needed to utilize it. Just like Midoriya taught her. Every time, when Bakugo got closer, she hit him and evaded. She tried to turn it into a battle of attrition by accumulating a damage on her enemy. But that seemed to cause Blonde's anger to rise even more. He pulled his hand forward and caused explosion. But this one was different. It was bright, causing her to close her eyes. A big mistake. When she tried to open her eyelids, she felt a fist connect with her stomach, pushing air out of her lungs. The next one hit her cheek. Finally, a kick to the shoulder sent her rolling on the floor, only stopped by the window. Momo coughed a few times, her vision was blurry because of the tears. She blinked them away and tried to stood up. Her legs were shaking. She peeked at Bakugo. He had a satisfied sneer on his face. Just stay down like a good extra you are, his voice was smug. Or else, she asked, showing her determined look. He scowled at her, explosions dancing on his palms. Or I'm going to teach you your place, just like I did with Deku. That spiked her anger. Momo wasn't the one to be ruled over by her emotions, but Bakugo's behavior utterly set her off. She hated the way in which he referred to other people. But hearing how he called her dear friend, that brought forth her ire. Don't call him that, she said in low, threatening tone. Her eyes narrow. He paused, shock passing his features for a second, before it turned into the animalistic scowl. He bore his gaze into her, but Momo didn't allow him to intimidate her. She wasn't scared of him. You don't know who Midoriya really is. What he can do, she told him, thinking of a way to get out of this situation. Right? Forgot you like that loser, he said with weird, disturbing calmness. Bakugo pointed his arm at her and grabbed a pin from his grenade gauntlets. Then you can just die. He pulled out a pin and explosion rocketed towards her, tearing apart floor and walls. Flash creating a riot shield from her stomach, Momo braced for impact. She hit the glass, but almost immediately it gave. She was blown away from the building. 10-story building. Adrenaline rushed through her veins. She started panicking. She was falling down fast. Momo closed her eyes. Her mind started going through the list of things that could save her from impending death. Harpoon shooter. That could help. She thought about its components, but her mind went blank. She couldn't think of anything. Her breathing stopped. She was going to die. Right here, right now. She was... Momo! Someone shouted in desperate voice. Then she felt something metallic caught her, behind her back and under her knees. The sound similar to rocket engines reached her and soon velocity decreased, until it fully stopped. Are you all right? She knew that voice. Even with it was muffled, she would recognized it everywhere. Opening her eyes, she saw a silver face mask with greenish-white eyes. Then it opened, showing her worried face of her friend. Midoriya, she whispered, completely bewildered. She took a good look at him. He was wearing some kind of metal suit. Arc reactor was at the center of his chest. His arm kept her close to him in bridal-style hold. Can you stand? He asked. She gave a shaky nod. He lowered her gently and supported, when her knees almost gave. Her heart was still beating very fast, like it wanted to jump straight from her chest. "Young Yairose, are you all right?" All Might asked, suddenly appearing next to them with a rush of the wind. "I." Her voice was weak and mouth dry. Swallowing her saliva and catching a deep breath, she looked at Symbol of Peace. "I think so. Do you need to go to the recovery girl?" Number 1 hero continued, looking at her with concern. "Yeah, you're absolutely right." Midoriya added with anxiety. "No. I just need to sit down for a while." Momo answered, liking her lips. "Of course. Go the observation room and rest there." "Actually," she started, gazing nervously at Green Inventor. "Could I go with Midoriya? To his workshop?" she asked hopefully. All Might blinked at her and turned towards her friend. He just gave a nod and smiled reassuringly at her. "Okay then. Young Midoriya, I'm counting on you." He almost had a heart attack when his UI showed him that the person who was blown away from the building was Yamamo. His body moved before his brain could comprehend it. He dived down and swooped the girl in his arms, keeping her as close as he could. The thought of losing her, he couldn't bear it. Her body was shaking and she was so pale, whiter than her natural skin color. And the look she was giving him, that utterly terrified gaze. It was so wrong to see her in that state. He knew of only one person who could cause an explosion that big and powerful in one. Wrath boiled in his chest. What the hell Bakugo was thinking? Correction. Was he thinking at all? His actions almost lead to his best friend death. Izuku felt his indifference turn into disgust. Combined with his anger, he wanted to punch Bakugo in the face. But he pushed it all in the back of his mind. Yamamo was more important right now. She needed help. He was glad that she asked All Might to go to the workshop. That way he didn't have to wait for her to come and keep Mei from rushing to the girl. Of course he would ran with her. Izuku walked Yamamo towards the lockers, so she could change from her hero costume. He informed her that he will fly back to the lab to get out of the suit and come back for her. She nodded reluctantly. He saw Mei waiting for him in the launching station. Her eyes were glassy. One look at her and he knew that she was aware of what was going on. He was grateful that she didn't go with him. Izuku was sure about what was going to happen next, and locker room wasn't a place for it. He sprinted back, not wanting his friend to wait any longer. He saw Yamamo waiting for him, leaning against the wall, looking down on the floor with empty expression. She still was too pale for his liking. When she gazed at him, she immediately ran to him and caught his hand in tight grip. He squeezed her palm. They walked back in silence. Izuku kept sending worried glances towards the girl. The fear in her eyes remained, making a pit in his stomach larger. He hated it. When they stepped through the lab door, Mei zoomed in and embraced their friend. His girlfriend was shaking and crying. Yamamo hiccuped, which soon turned into full-blown weeping. She hugged two of them firmly and buried her face into his hair. Izuku gritted his teeth, his own tears begun to drop. He guided them towards the beanbags. They collapsed instantly onto them with Yamamo at the bottom. He started petting her silky hair, trying to give her more comfort. He hated it. He hated seeing people important to him being in such a miserable state. It broke his heart. He whispered into her ear, telling her she was okay now. That she was safe now, that he and Mei were here just for her. He heard his girlfriend doing something similar. It seemed to work. Yamamo's breath calmed down, but still was hitched. She started, but her voice broke down. "I was so scared," she admitted in whisper. "My mind went blank and all I could think of was how I'm not going to see my parent again. Or why you too." Her declaration caused a new wave of tears to leak from them. They stayed like that for almost an hour, crying, keeping their bodies as close as possible. After they got themselves under relative control, they cleaned their faces to look presentable. Izuku sent Nizu a message, asking him to release the three of them to home. Principal agreed. During walk towards the train station and ride, they kept their hands locked in tight grips. Yamamo rubbed her thumbs against their palm. He and Mei sat closer to their friend, giving her constant comfort. After getting out of the train, they'd found a secluded place in the near park. God knows how long they sat there, simply hugging each other. Nizu sat in silence, boring his gaze at young man. Young Bakugo held an annoyed expression, scowling at him, constantly fidgeting in his sit. To be honest, Nizu had a passing want to just expel him and be done. But he stopped that thoughts. He wouldn't do it. Not again. He needed to help young Bakugo see the error of his ways. But he couldn't dismiss what almost happened either. Young Bakugo. Nizu started in gentle tone. Do you know why are you here? Teen huffed. Because some extra couldn't handle rough beat down, he grunted. His eye twitched. Superiority complex was very evident. Your actions almost caused young Yayorozu to die. Nizu said with steel in his voice. She needed to learn her place. Just like that hitting nerd. Young Bakugo's anger seemed to skyrocket. He beat back the comment. He needed to focus on the core of the problem. Nerd? Are you perhaps referring to young Midoriya? He knew answer, but wanted to hear it from the boy. He watched Teen's scowl deepen and his gaze turn from annoyed to malicious one. Of course I meant shitty Deku. She's friends with that quirkless BSRD. That sounded like some kind of deep grudge. He would need to resolve this. Maybe a figurative bucket of cold water would help. Nizu took a deep breath and gathered his thoughts. Young Bakugo, while it is true that you possess a powerful quirk, it's only a quirk, a part of you. What makes a great hero isn't his battle prowess, but his effort and choices. Don't let a society-twisted logic cloud your sight from your noble goal. He eyed the teen. He didn't seem much interested in his words. Your actions today allow me to easily expel you from this school. That seemed to get a twitch from young man. But I won't do it. I wish to help you, young Bakugo. So starting tomorrow you are to attend a sessions with Hound Dog, one of your school psychologists, twice a week. Nizu ignored a displeased grimace on Teen's face. However, allow me to get one matter straight. Izuku Midoriya is a kind of person who appears only once every few generations. He's similar to Tesla, Einstein, Hawking. Genius that can change our world with his theories and inventions. His acts are going to shape our future. If your issues with young Midoriya get better of you, if you decide to attack him like you did during yesterday's lunch, if you decide to destroy his work, I'm not the one to hesitate. Your expulsion will be immediate, he ended with tone that held no room for argument. Seeing young Bakugo tense, made him sure that the message was passed. You can go now. Nizu observed the teen leave. He hoped that he could do it right this time. Losing another student to their own insecurities and prejudices would be very painful. Momo was thankful for her classmates' concern about her well-being. But it was weird to be showered with that kind of affection. And maybe a little too much. Girls almost never left her side, talking to her about everything really. Fashion, heroes, classes, hot guys, food. Boys were sending her worried glances. Some of them expressed their joy that she was relatively unharmed. Even Mineta in his own weird, perverted way. Then there was Bakugo, who became utter class hermit. No one, except for Kirishima-san, tried to talk to him. At best what he received was a cold, dirty glance or fearful look. She was Aizawa-sensei peeking at the blonde from time to time. Momo knew that the treatment Bakugo received was a tad too much. But she couldn't bring herself to care. Using Mei wording, that absolute JRK almost killed her. She was glad that her friends stayed with her until dusk in the park. She needed them and their contact. After she got home, she was immediately tackled by her parents into tight hug. They were aware of what happened, due to principal call. Momo told them about Midoriya and Mei, how they helped her. That seemed to ease her parents' worry at least a bit. She left the part of how Midoriya saved her from death with his Mark I suit. Mark I, armor powered by arc reactor she helped him create. That was some amazing piece of technology. To create something like that? Once again she marveled at Midoriya's brilliance. Although he said that without Mei and some of her ideas the suit wouldn't be ready and functioning as good as it does. Their friends really were amazing. She walked through packed canteen, trying to find the baby-making duo. She saw them sat on the small table, near exit. They were glaring at each other in silence, a tablet between them. That didn't seem right. Those two always agreed. What's going on? She asked with slight worry. They peeked at her, before returning to their staring contest. Then Midoriya reached towards his pocket and pulled an earpiece. She took it and slid it on. Finally, please, try to reason with them. They're being childish. Alan whined. She looked between her friends with quirked brow. Momo knew that sooner or later they would talk to her. We're having an argument. Mei started reluctantly. About a paint job. Midoriya ended with deadpan tone. Paint job? That was the case of those two highly intelligent people to have a spat. Alan was right, they were absolutely childish. We're designing Mark II and Izuku wants to paint it. Which is very okay with me, because our baby needs to present itself. Mei said, folding her hands on her chest. That's one reason. The other is that due to the change of the material, Mark II is now gold and it looks horrible. I've tried to add some viridian, but it still screams attention. So then Mei suggested. He tilted his head towards other inventor. To paint gold to black. It would look totally badass and show everyone just how great this baby is. But of course Izuku thinks, she said with a small glare, that it would intimidate people. It looks villainous. He almost spat the last word. Midoriya taped a few times on the tablet and presented it to her. Taking a look at it, she saw the green gold armor, similar to Mark I. She understood what her friend was saying. It really screamed attention, which was complete opposite of what the boy wanted. Besides, it looked somehow off to her. She clicked on the next tab and swallowed hard. This didn't look right. That glowing eyes on the black faceplate gave her chills. Besides, there was too much black. It really gave off disturbing vibe. Momo ate her lunch slowly, thinking of the way to help her friends end this silly argument. She needed to make both sides happy, otherwise they would continue to bicker. And that wasn't in her interest. How about? She started, gaining their attention. They looks held anticipation. Maybe instead of viridian use some lighter shade of malachite. Put silver on gold parts. And to make it pop a darker tone of gray here and there, she looked at her friends. Mei tilted her head and Midoriya was in his thinking position. Alan, thrill us, Green Inventor commanded. They all looked at the tablet. New tab opened with completely gold Mark II. It really was horrible. Then it begun changing colors from its bottom. After the render was complete, it straight slowly spinning, showing itself from every angle. Wow. It looks great. Mei said with excitement. Yeah, I love it. That's exactly what Suit needed. Midoriya added. The baby-making duo turned towards her with bright smiles. Momo was ecstatic that she could help them. But she had to squish her eyes. How did those two do it every time? Izuku was working on the equipment design for Mark II. He hoped that it could be ready before the sport festival. He would no doubt need it. The ping stopped him. This wasn't the message sound. It was for his personal project. His lips stretched into huge grin. He decided for it to be one of the last batches of needed information. This was more important now. He needed to analyze it all and update his files. The sound of opening doors made him turn away from computer. Yamamo walked in, her polite smile immediately changed into one filled with joy. That was the thing he observed over last few days. Ever since the accident, whenever the girl was with him or Mei, she was at ease and let her prim persona fade away. Sometimes she leaned a bit into them or brushed their hands. Every time this happened, his heart skipped a beat, which absolutely confused him. He was in love with Mei, they were couple. And those feelings, he shouldn't have them towards his best friend. He really needed to solve this whole emotional mess soon. How is the work going? Yamamo asked, sitting on the other office chair. Good. We're getting babies for Mark II ready. Some are still in the design phase, but I'm sure we will get them ready for sport festival. At least some of them. Mei answered with her usual excitement. Then, happened something he wasn't prepared for. Mei walked to Yamamo and sat on her lap sideways. Judging from their friend's slightly open jaw, she wasn't expecting it either. He observed as she timidly moved her hand and started petting his girlfriend. His partner leaned into her touch, her smile changed into a satisfied one. Somehow this scene looked good for him. It was just right. Basically what she said. Izuku answered after getting rid of his bewilderment. Of course Mark II needs to be built and tested, but we're expecting it all to end well. He ended with small grin. I'm glad to hear it. Yamamoto nodded. Actually I came to ask you about something. He tilted his head. Did she want an upgrade for Creati glasses? That would have to wait until after Sport Festival. Or maybe it wasn't connected in any way to the hero support business. If so, what could that be? I'm very interested in how have you managed to make your suit fly. You've said something about repulsor tech, but after researching it, I've found nothing about it, she said, looking at him with expectancy. Right? You still haven't told me about that, baby. Mei added, wriggling on Yamamo's lap. How could he say no to their thirst of knowledge? He couldn't. But that didn't mean he couldn't get a little bit fun from it. Putting his elbow against workbench, he supported his head on his palm and sent them teasing smirk. Oh, I don't know. That stuff is pretty hard and boring. I don't want you to fall asleep, he said in the smuggest voice he could muster. Seeing them pout at him with annoyed looks was absolutely worth in his opinion. Izuku stood up and went to Holotable. Getting the Mark II design, he highlighted repulsor system and turned towards the girls. Okay, as you can see it all starts from arc reactor. Not only it's the power source, but also it gives necessary stuff to the repulsors in chest piece, hands and soles of the boots, but about that later. Repulsor's system is a bit similar to Hadron Collider, it's a miniature particle accelerator. Part of its product are muons. For those who don't know atomic physics, muons are subatomic particles, similar to electrons, but much heavier than them. Also they possess a short half-life time, but they can penetrate very deep. Their sources are cosmic rays or particle accelerators. To make muon you need to have a bundle of proton, which are supplied from reactor, collide with a sort of barrier. That barrier is placed at the end of those special cables, just before the repulsor outlet. Of course to do it, protons need to be accelerated to a near light speed. You archive it thanks to the coils placed around those cables. The other part that is produced in repulsors is plasma, you get it due to the energizing the air supplied by other system. So muons and plasma mix together and that super energetic mixture can give the suit necessary thrust to archive liftoff and flight. It can also be used as a weapon. Repulsor blast can do some serious damage if I desire so, but I use them mostly as a sort of knockout tool, he ended with satisfied smile. Looking at the girls, he saw Yamamoto with glowing face and open mouth. She blinked at him a few times. Her lips moved like she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. As for Mei, once again he found himself absolutely terrified of her. She was turned on by his nerd talk. Her face was dusted with pink and eyes were hazy. She panted hard, small drool escaping her mouth. Her body was shivering but not from cold. Faking a cough, he got girls from their astonishment. So yeah, that's basically it. A fancy particle accelerator, he laughed softly. I don't know what to say. Yamamoto admitted weakly. How can you come up with such marvelous babies? Mei screamed with excitement. Izuku shrugged, sitting back on his chair. Don't know, ask my brain. They all chuckled at that. He was glad that he could share this with them. Especially with Yamamoto. That girl was an inventor like he and Mei were, but she still wanted to learn, to better herself. He respected that. Suddenly an idea popped in his mind. The one that could either further push his chances of success and help his friend or would put there a stain on their friendship. The question was he feeling lucky today? Yes, he did. Smiling innocently at Yamamoto he begun. Actually I have something else to share with you. Something that will help not only you, but all of us, to get a rather decent placement in Sport Festival. Maybe even win a whole thing. He saw her interest spark at his words. Now he needed to grab it and mold into what he wanted and she needed. Yamamoto pushed a chair closer, tilting her head, waiting for him to continue. Her bounciness barely contained. So what I'm about to show you is a fruit of almost a month of work. He took a breath and pursed his lip a bit. Just, all I'm asking you, is to have an open mind, okay? Izuku saw her nod. He clicked on the folder with a generic name and wrote password. More folders appeared, but those were named after all first. Your classes. He opened 1A, showing Yamamo files with names of her classmates. Opening one of them, he presented her with many pages describing the quirk, physical fitness, character traits, strengths and weaknesses, lastly were possible strategies to archive victory against them. He observed his friend, who read it all carefully, page after page, word after word. He saw her expression. She was both intrigued and scared of the amount of the information he possessed. When she ended, she sikidi on her lip, her brows furrowed. After trying to formulate a sentence and liking her lips a couple times, she finally said, "I must say, this certainly is something. But just, how did you get it all and why?" His voice didn't hide her bewilderment. Izuku almost smirked at her gaze. Her need to know things made her eyes shine. "How? I've got access to every camera in the school, courtesy of Alan. Of course he didn't want to give them. He told me that if I can hack the system, he wouldn't say a thing," he said in a nonchalant tone. "I did the hacking," his girlfriend happily confessed, which made him laugh. "You sure did. May is an excellent hacker. But she can't program a thing." He ignored a pouty face she gave him. "As for why?" Izuku paused and adopted a more thoughtful expression. "All my life I was ridiculed for not having a quirk. Our society sees them as a trait more important than anything else. They define us and categorize us by them. By not having one, I became the element that wasn't able to fit anywhere. But I had something better. I had my mind. I trained it by reading books, solving puzzles, learning new things and analyzing others." He looked at shocked Yamamo. "As it was said long time ago, knowledge is a power. And Sport Festival isn't only a test of our quirks and muscles. It's also a test of our ability to gather information, plan for future and adapt for unexpected." Her gaze was concentrated on him. "No hero or villain is invincible. Every human being possesses something that could lead to their fall. It's just a matter of knowing it. That's why I developed those profiles, those plans to take down not only a hero class students, but any other." His fist tightened. "While I want to become a hero with every fiber of my being, I want to prove the society wrong. Show them that quirks aren't everything that determines us. I want to prove myself. Prove that I can stand next to the other heroes." He grinned and extended his open palm towards awed Yamamo. "So, want to throw everyone's expectations through the window by advancing to the finals?" Nizu marveled at the faces of his fellow teachers. Their shocked expressions really helped with his sour mood. Mike, Midnight and Vlad looked like they were about to pass out. 13 and Ectoplasm spoke in hushed tones. Hound Dog had his jaw open. Aizawa's eyes were closed as he rubbed his scalp. Yagi was absolutely awed. And Power Loader just joined him in mutual, borderline insane laughter. All thanks to Midoriya's explanation about the repulsor technology. He needed to thank Alan for putting it on the speakers, in the middle of the meeting. "How is he in high school?" Vlad asked in weak voice. "Yeah, he should teach physics in the college." Mike added, "I never want to hear anything about the physics. Ever." Midnight said with groan. "Knowing the kid, he's going to do something like that again." Power Loader said with chuckle. "I certainly hope for that. I still remember how he called his arc reactor. In simple terms, it's just a very fancy cold fusion." Nizu told them with fond smile. "He builds something that was previously thought as impossible. And in such small scale." Ectoplasm stated with his usual gruff voice. "Midoriya just rewrote some of our physics laws." 13 added, utterly gobsmacked. "We can marvel and talk about it later. Now I must ask everyone except Hound Dog and Aizawa to leave my office." Nizu told them with polite voice. When door closed, Nizu's small smile dropped. He turned to Hound Dog, along with Eraserhead. After few moments and heavy sigh, psychologist begun. "To be honest, I don't really know how to work with that kid. I had some problematic ones before, but he sees every questions like a sort of disgrace and thinks, quoting him, that I'm looking down on him. The case of superiority and inferiority complexes are clearly evident. He just stares at me with those angry eyes all the time, and when the time is over, he walks away, slamming the doors shut. I can't press on him, because that will only make matter worse, but I'm running out of the ideas of what to ask to not trigger him. Hound Dog reported. Perhaps a detailed background check would help us? Aizawa suggested. Nizu played with his paws for a moment. Frown marred his features. I'll get it done as fast as I can, he stated in somber tone. Principal. Hound Dog said softly. That kid, he wasn't your fault. And we learned from it. We won't make the same mistake again. He tried to sound reassuring. Nizu looked through the window with sad look. I really hope you're right about it. Momo laid on her bed, staring at the ceiling. Sport festival was tomorrow and she needed to rest for it, but her mind was too preoccupied with random thoughts to let her sleep. And it all was connected to the baby-making duo. Not even her beloved romance manga helped. She extended her right hand upwards and stared at it. The same one that took Midoriya's palm, signaling her want to be a part of his grand master plan. Of course, May also added her hand. During the last week of preparations, she went over proposed strategies of what they should do during different stages of festival, giving her input and changing necessary parts. They didn't know what games would be thrown at them, but it revolved around the same thing. Sticking together and helping each other advance. They were sure that the third round was going to be a one-on-one battles. It always was. They completely ruled out the possibilities of not having a hero students advance to that part. It wasn't that they didn't believe in other courses and their determination, especially those who were trying to become heroes. They respected it. But looking over the files of her and 1B classes, she understood that the possibility of them failing was low. Very low. She studied the profiles of hero course, thinking about the ways for her to defeat them. Some were easy, others were tricky, lastly were those which all came down to what she and her opponent did. Momo sighed and turned to the side, still gazing. At her hand. Midoriya and Mei, her best friends. Her first real friends. Midoriya, that stopped being right. She found herself wanting to call him by his name, just like Mei does. Izuku, she whispered, trying out how that sounded. She liked it. Her heart beat faster. She also wanted them to refer to her by her name. She wanted to be close to them, hold their hands, hug them, look into their beautiful eyes, pet their soft hair, hear them talk and laugh with her, see their bright smiles. Her mind paused. Was that how you were supposed to feel about your friends? She had others, like girls and few boys from her class and Kendo from 1B. Momo also, though of them in friendly terms, she wanted to spend time with them, but none of them were as close to her as baby-making duo was. She closed her eyes, trying to fall asleep. Soon she dreamed about her spending time with Izuku and Mei, with fond smile gracing her lips. Mei twisted her screwdriver a few times before she felt resistance and couldn't turn more. Last bolt was secure. Putting her baby away, she jumped onto her bed and stretched. Excitement about tomorrow was already making itself known. Finally, she could show the world her brilliance and her adorable babies. Well, not only hers, but she and Izuku shared rights to them, so it was the same thing, right? She remembered the plans that he and Yamamo made. Of course, she shared her ideas here and there. She wasn't much of the strategies, but after listening them talk about it over and over again, some things started popping in her head. They were really glad for her input. At first she wanted to just survive until one-on-one phase, go for one match, where she could showcase her awesome babies and be done with it. But her boyfriend and friend told her how important it was to indicate that those cute children of her would work in different scenarios. Her main concern was that the batteries wouldn't last that long, but Izuku was a good boyfriend and helped her upgrade it all to accommodate arc reactors. She kissed him good for it. Now she didn't need to worry about her babies to stop working in the middle of the fight. She still didn't know when he made over 20 of those, but it didn't matter. She didn't really know how to fight, but Izuku and Yamamo drilled into her head a few things about CQC and gave her tips on what to do with what. To maximize her chance of advancing, she would read a file on her opponent before the match and think of something fast. She was good at improvising, so she hoped it would all end well. If she came empty-handed, she could always ask Izuku or Yamamo for help. They would gladly lend her a hand. No doubt here. Yamamo, it was still too long. Momo, Momo, Momo. She repeated the name a few times. It sounded better, and was faster to say. From this day on, she would only refer to her friend per Momo. Oh, hello funny, happy feeling in the stomach, that was almost constant in her life by now. Seriously, ever since she sat on girl's lap, that feeling never left her. Did she liked Momo? Stupid question. Of course she did. But did she liked her the same as Izuku? Wait, she loved Izuku. They were dating, that boyfriend-girlfriend thingy. Back to the matter at hand. Did she? She wasn't exactly sure. Comparing Momo to her other friends from 1A seemed like a silly thing to do. It wasn't that May didn't like them. They just weren't Momo, who was very, very, very important to her, understood her, held her hand, hugged her, talked and laughed with her, bounced around with her, when a cool baby was done. Izuku did the same. With only difference that he didn't jump around, but kissed her instead. So maybe she liked Momo the same way? No use dwelling on that. With Izuku it resolved itself on its own, so here it would too. She was sure of it. She closed her eyes and stated dreaming about the world, marveling at her babies. Izuku and Momo were there too, holding her in tight hug. She grinned in her sleep at the scene. Momo looked around the locker. Everyone were already in their sports suits. Some were chatting, others were sitting in silence, and small group joined her in doing simple warm-up stretches. She didn't want to pull a muscle and lose her chance of showing off her skills. That would deal a huge blow to her hero carrier. Not to mention she didn't want to disappoint or worry Izuku and May. She sighed. Yet again she called him Izuku. It really boosted her mood greatly, being able to use his name in her mind. But she wasn't sure if she could say it out loud. Into his face. Her cheeks heat up at that thought. She heard a particularly loud voice, screaming something about squashing someone like a bug. She didn't need to turn around to know it was Bakugo. All students, get ready to leave your lockers. Sport festival will begin in few minutes. Alan's voice sounded through speaker. Everyone, gather up, we're going into the tunnel, but don't step into the field without the announcement. Momo stated to her class, opening the doors. Standing at the edge of the tunnel, she could see the stadium filled to the brim with people. Already they were making noise, showing their excitement. She caught the sight of few heroes in the crowd, no doubt there were many more. It was only natural that they wanted to observe them and consider sending them and offer work studies. Soon the present mic voice sounded, firing up the crowd even more. Now, without any more delay, get ready to give a cheer to those guys. From Hero Course, the class that already had a run with real villains and came out without the scratch. Class 1A. Momo took a breath and stepped into the field, leading her class into the daylight. She rose her hand, and with small, kind smile, she waved to the people who would watch them all, while they gave their best. She stopped near the podium on which Midnight stood. The following introductions were utterly plain. She felt bad for them, besides it wasn't like they wanted to have a run with villains. That was until it came to the support course. Now from the support department, Class 1H, and leading them into the field is no other than a student who should teach at the university. Trust me when I say that his nickname, Genius Boy, is well-deserved. Momo turned around and saw her friends with their classmates. May was jumping around with huge grin, waving enthusiastically. She had her hover boots, jetpack and modified grapple gun. The weird headset around girl head actually make her look adorable. As for Izuku, he hid his face in his palm. She understood. That Mike-sensei basically singled him out. He had boots and gloves from MrKage without the armor. Arc reactor was strapped onto his chest along with a regulator. This was all for the sake of hiding his true ace before the third phase. After all classes were on the stadium, present Mick's voice roared once more. Now the judge for the first year will be yours favorite. R-rated hero, Midnight. As for the cue, the woman started posing, showing her well-endowed figure, gaining the cheer from mostly the male part of the public. As for the commentary, today I'm joined by two gentlemen. One of them is a grumpy ninja, Eraserhead, and the other one, our beloved principal. Indeed, I am here. Principal voice carried across the stadium. I couldn't miss the opportunity to not see, with my own two eyes, the show first year would give us. There is so many talented young man and woman down there. He sounded very giddy. Right as always. Now we hand the voice to the Midnight, Thank you. She pulled out her whip and struck air with it. Let us start with the athlete oath from the student who placed first on the entrance exam. Katsuki Bakugo, please come here. Oh no. Momo looked with dread as Teen rose step by step towards the microphone. This was bad. This was terrible. A large pit grew inside her stomach. No doubt Bakugo would do something stupid like declare the war on the other classes, which in turn would paint a big target on her and her classmates. Athlete oath, he said with indifference. Here's one. Bakugo turned towards all the classes with vicious sneer. I'm taking the first place. You extras can settle for second one. Momo gave out a depressed sigh. This was worse than declaring a war. All the booing from the crowd and angered screams from other students were well deserved. But did he had to say, extras? 1A already had problems, thanks to them taking out the villains. No need to further worsen their relation with other classes. She caught up to Midnight saying something about drawing the first game. On the giant screen she saw a lottery machine that rapidly changed names. Finally it settled on obstacle race. She already knew the rules. Along with Baby Making Duo she went through all games previously used in Sport Festival. When people started moving towards the exit and fighting for the first place, she met with her friends on the side of the crowd. Momo! May shouted, hugging her tightly. She was surprised by the way she referred to her, but it warmed her heart. With smile, she returned the embrace. I love your headset. Girl just grinned and stood next to her. Izuku approached them, handing her Creati glasses. She took them and activated right away. Thank you, Izuku, she said in grateful tone. Wait a second. No problem, Momo, he replied with bright smile. Her worry vanished. So he was okay with her calling him that. And he also said her first name. She turned to the side to hide her burning cheeks. Then she caught the sight of Todoroki-san standing at the front of the crowd. He'll try to freeze us in the tunnel, she stated, watching the teen with cautious eye. No doubt here. First obstacle is the getting out of here. Izuku commented. So, how do we do it? May asked, placing goggles over her eyes. Can we fly above the stadium wall? Momo questioned. Not with the current configuration of my regulator. It can't sustain such a long flight, he said with a frown. She nodded at that. Only option left was the tight passage, that Todoroki-san would turn into the ice cage. How about flying over their heads? The baby-making duo looked at each other with raised brows. I could help my hover boots by shooting grapple gun at the ceiling and swinging. May stated. Doable. Izuku confirmed, then sent her sly smirk. You prefer a piggyback or princess hold ride? Piggyback, please, she answered with red cheeks. She couldn't give to the temptation and take second option. They heard the count and Momo quickly secured herself on Izuku's back. She hoped that embarrassment would be worth it. She observed as mass of students rushed in and tried to push forward with minimal success. Then the temperature dropped down and ice covered everyone's feet, confusing them. That was their cue. May proceeded to do what she stated earlier. Momo was impressed with how fluid and graceful her movements were. Besides, she looked like she had fun. As for her and Izuku, she heard a hum of reactor and repulsors coming to life, lifting them upwards. They flew far above the heads of their schoolmates, not wanting to accidentally burn someone. She saw some of her classmates breaking out of the ice and gunning after Todoroki-san, hoping to steal the first place away from him. She wished she could cheer at them in succeeding this task, but she knew the bitter truth. The teen was just too good for it to happen. After landing and getting off Izuku, they started running with moderate speed. The plan was to end it somewhere in the middle. It served few things, like not attracting much attention to them, saving up their energy and not showing what they could really do. Besides, Izuku couldn't run fast in those boots. Suddenly she heard a scream from the front. Gazing forward, she saw the massive robots blocking their way along with a bunch of smaller ones. Those were used at the entrance exam, if she remembered correctly. She witnessed one 0-pointer being turned into icicle and falling down shortly. Momo frowned. Looks like they would need to use creation to get through it. She looked around to find the safest way. There, at the side was lone 0-pointer, which looked around not sure what to do. She didn't know why, but it gave of the lost puppy vibe. This way, she said, pointing towards confused robot. Baby-making duo nodded and they run towards it. When they're closing in, Zero Pointer snapped his gaze at them and started approaching them, happily. She was ready to use flash creation and bring out the cannon, but the robot laid down in front of them. Through it ice, brightened. Faya there. It gave out a whine that hurt her ears a bit. Momo almost choked on her saliva. What was going on? Oh my god. It recognizes you, Izuku. This baby recognizes its creator. Mei shouted, jumping around the teen. She looked at her friend, who was staring at the Zero Pointer with open jaw. Right, he reprogrammed them during his entry exam. Suddenly, he turned towards them with the slyest smirk she ever saw him make and dangerous glint in his eye. I've got an idea. He knew it. He called it. He was right. His seventh sense was working correctly and almost all teachers owed him money. But that still couldn't get rid of the sheer bewilderment he had. And Nizu's insane laughter didn't help with that matter. Izuku Midoriya was a freaking problem child. And he had a partner that Power Loader said was going to be a problem child. But of course it had to get worse. They were corrupting his class. It just had to be one of the most rational students in his class. Why always him? What did he do to suffer that much? Still, Shota had to admit, watching three problem children riding on the Zero Pointer's shoulder and gaining on their competition make him excited enough to grin widely. Do you see it, people? I don't know how that happened, but let me say you this. Only Genius Boy could do something like that. Mike shouted into his microphone. Alan, which Zero Pointer is it? Nizu asked, finally getting his laugh under control. The one that dug out Uraraka-san from under the concrete. AI answered. Oh, it's Puppy, Hisashi said with giant smile. Puppy? Shota couldn't help but ask at the ridiculous name. Yeah, he behaved like a lost puppy when he tried to find a way to move around the girl. Shota supposed it made sense. Woo! Mei couldn't help but scream with joy. This was so exciting. She never thought that she would be able to ride such a huge baby, but here she was. She heard Izuku and Momo giggle at her reaction. Come on guys. Do one with me, she pleaded. Making things together always was more fun. They all gave out a shout of happiness with their arms thrown into the sky. Her boyfriend and friend were the best. So, what now? She asked them. They were the brains. We're closing to the front of the race thanks to the Zero Pointer. Momo pointed out. We need to fall behind a bit. Yeah, but thanks to the... Izuku started, looking at the head of the robot. Puppy, she and Momo said quickly and smiled at each other. There couldn't be a better way to name a beautiful and loyal baby. Sure, why not? He chuckled. Thanks to Puppy, we've saved more energy for next event, he said with smile. The next on is a team thing, right? Mei asked, tilting her head. Yes. There's always some kind of game that forces students to show their teamwork skill. Usually the size is between 2 and 4 people. Momo explained, looking forward. So they could add another person? Would they need to? Probably depends on the type of the event. She hoped she could finally show some of her babies. How else support companies would send her their offers? Mei, can you see the next obstacle? Izuku asked with curiosity. She used her quirk and zoomed in. It's some kind of rock formation? There are platforms of various sizes and ropes connecting them together. Oh, there's a pit between those platforms, she reported. Can Puppy get us through? Momo asked in hopeful tone. I don't think so. He can get us to first one, but he won't be able to move across. Mei frowned. They would have to leave that adorable baby behind. Maybe they could visit it sometimes? She was looking forward to it. Well, better this than nothing. Izuku said in displeased voice. So he too wanted to stay with this baby. He really was a good father. Soon they arrived at the obstacle. Some people standing next to the chasm were looking at them with shock. Good. That was a correct reaction when you see a fantastic baby. Okay girls, hold tight. Izuku commanded. She stood next to Momo and grabbed the part that was sticking out of the puppy's armor. Puppy, please carry us over, her boyfriend ordered. Zero Pointer crouched down, Then it leaned over the chasm, grabbing the platform with its arms. It was long enough to secure the safety passage. They quickly run across. May looked down. She was glad that she hadn't fallen down. She turned towards Robot and approached its head. The baby deserved a pat. Her partner and friend also petted it, showing their gratitude. Robot gave out a sound, signaling its satisfaction. "Thanks, puppy," she said, grinning widely. "Go back safely on the other side." Momo added with slight worry. "Yeah, I don't want a baby of mine to be damaged by accident." Izuku stated in proud tone. Then he sent a sweet, innocent smile with closed eyes. "Oh, puppy, be a dear and help your father with one more thing. Destroy as many cords connecting this platform to the other side as you can. But don't hurt anyone." "Yes," puppy answered. It straightened up and looked around. Aiming carefully, he swiped down its massive arm, cutting down several ropes at once. People at the other side screamed at them. If she remembered correctly, that was part of the plan. They wanted to decrease the number of people and make them burn as much energy as they could. Or something like that. "Let's go now," Izuku ordered, with Momo already on his back. They looked so adorable. May felt herself grin. Activating her hover boots, she speed up toward the edge of the platform. During her fall, she used her quirk to find a good spot and shoot her grapple gun at it. It hit, which in turn made her swing. She loved the feeling of wind rushing around her. It made her heart beat faster. Jetpack on her back, that was upgraded to repulsor tech, would only serve as the option when she had no other choice. Something about revealing her hand too early, if she remembered correctly. Oh, there it was. That strange feeling of calmness despite her excitement. She didn't know how she got it and why, but it proved itself useful. She should ask Izuku about it later. He would know. For Momo. Actually, both of them would know. They were smart when it came to quirks. Speaking of them, May saw a duo flying from cord to cord. Girl cut them with a knife she made. She briefly wondered whose idea it was. Landing on the solid ground once again, she looked ahead and zoomed. She saw that boy with dual-colored hair still on the front of the pack. Todoroki? Something like that. The blonde JRK was gaining on him. Some other students were also hot on their heels. She recognized Sue and that weird guy with glasses. Izuku and Momo joined her soon enough, and once again they run forward. "I see the next obstacle," she informed. "It's mine field." "How does it look?" her friend asked. "You can see the mines. Ground around them is darker. Spaces between them are enough to travel safely, but you need to watch your steps," she answered. After arriving, they saw all students carefully walking around the mines. Unless you were the leaders. Two of them were far into the field and fought, trying to get ahead of the other. Blonde JRK was using his quirk to fly above ground. Izuku walked forward and extended his right arm. He grasped his wrist with other hand and aimed. "Izuku?" Momo asked, curious of his actions. His lips stretched into a grin. "Just watch." He fired a blast at the ground near the leader's feet. Mines started exploding around them, making a huge amount of pink smoke. Soon more followed, completely obscuring the vision. She heard her boyfriend laugh and her friend shook her head with amusement. May didn't understood why though. Soon the smoke rose and she joined Izuku in laughter. Apparently his shot and initial detonation made two boys stumble, which in turn cleared most of the field from its half towards the end. Leaders already were running to the visible stadium entrance. "Now we can cross," her partner happily stated. May activated her hover boots and helped them move around. Especially Izuku, who had trouble due to his boots. She wanted to ask them why they did this, but student passing them were her answer. Right, they wanted to end somewhere in the middle. She didn't know why, but it was their call. Running through the tunnel, May got an awesome idea. She caught their palms, making them all move shoulder to shoulder. They looked at her with quizzical expressions. "That way we can get the same place, just like the team should," she exclaimed, grinning widely. Izuku and Momo chuckled, but their holds tightened. They gazed at her, sending her small smiles. They stepped into the field at the same time. She heard the crowd cheer, which really excited her. She hoped that they would appreciate her babies. Of course they would. After riding a giant robot, destroying most of the cords and half of the mine field, Momo Yaoyorozu, Mei Hatsum and Izuku Midoriya take the 22nd place together. What's up with those kids? Are they some kind of power team? Present Mike screamed with enthusiasm. They came 22nd? Was that good? She hoped so. And of course they were a team. The best that could be. She peeked at her teammates. They were pleased with result. So was she. Hey, that's not fair. They've equipment. Someone whined. Mei turned around and saw a tiny crowd around them, small guy with purple ball on his head at the center. If she remembered correctly, Momo told her about this guy being a pervert and staring at all girls, especially her friend. She didn't like the kid. Actually, it is fair. Izuku said smugly. Yes, support students are allowed to bring their inventions and use them. Momo happily added. But why do you have your glasses, Yaoyorozu-chan? Tsu asked, tilting her head. 2 reasons. Mei shouted, grinning at the clueless students. First one is that, it is a device I created and brought it with me, her boyfriend informed. And second one is that I've filled a special form to allow it. As long as the item doesn't give you direct advantage, you can freely use it. Things like Aoyama-san's belt or Sato-san's sugar containers. Momo ended with small smile. You could do that? Mina questioned with wide eyes. Yup, it's in the rules. You can read them on the school internet side. Mei answered. Even she knew that. Thanks to Izuku. Okay, but why were you guys working together? Kyoka asked, making others nod. Mei grinned widely at that. Hugging tightly Izuku and Momo, who also embraced her, she gave out a short laugh. Because we're a team. Izuku was satisfied with the results of the first event. Thanks to the accidental creation of Puppy, they saved much more energy, which was pretty evident. Most of the people, who passed to the second event, were panting from the fatigue. Sure, riding zero-pointer attracted some attention to them, but he and Momo agreed that it outweighed the benefits. Besides, they had fun. He really should look into what happened with Puppy's program to make him so different from other robots. Momo, that sounded both weird and right. Being able to call her by name left him utterly overjoyed. But swirl of emotions got worse. He didn't have time to dwell on it. Gather up. We're heading straight into the second event. Midnight called, waving with her whip. All 42 students stood next to the podium and waited for the game to be picked. Izuku's mind started going through the plans. Second even always had a team-focused activity. His boots and gloves would provide some power, Mei'd give them necessary ability to move around freely, and Momo being Live Factory would create equipment to cover their needs. Maybe they would have to go and take one additional person, but it all came down to what game they had to play. Izuku looked up when machine stopped and saw it displaying Cavalry Battle. That one would be a bit problematic due to their height differences, but they could manage. Most likely by finding someone to match Momo. He felt Mei pull him by hand. Right, they needed to grab their friend. Squeezing through the crowd, he caught the sight of Bakugo being asked by his classmates to form a team with them. He looked really annoyed, but that was natural for him. They finally saw Momo, who was talking with Todoroki. From the looks of it, he wanted to recruit her. Oh, tough luck, icy boy. Sorry, she's taken. Mei declared happily, grabbing girl's palm. Yup, we're team. Hope you understand, he added, and taking other hand. Right, I'm with them. Todoroki-san. Momo smiled softly at the teen and squeezed her palms a bit. He blinked at them and nodded dumbly, before turning around and looking for other possible teammates. Thanks for the safe. His friend said with sigh. No problem. Izuku nodded. Now we need to find someone. Momo quirked her brow. Do we really need to? I guess. Unless you want to be a rider, but Mei would be a better one. She could freely observe around and aim better if she's up, he explained, looking through the crowd for a potential candidate. That's some nice boots you have there, Pinkhead. A tired voice said. Though. Mei answer ended abruptly. Izuku snapped his head to the left. He saw a tall guy with wild indigo hair and similar eyes, that had deep bags under them. He quickly remembered the file about teen and felt himself smirking. He hit the jackpot. Mei? Are you all right? Izuku asked, faking his obviousness towards the situation and grabbed girl by her shoulder. What? She blinded and gazed around her, clearly lost. He pushed her back to Momo and gave them a nod. Looking back at the boy, he saw him scowling and getting ready to leave. Hey! Izuku called, making Teen stop. Do you want to join our team? Boy gazed at him with bewilderment. Looks like his info was right. He really was socially awkward. We were searching for fourth person and you're high enough to match Momo, which would balance our team nicely. He sent him soft, inviting smile. I'm Izuku Midoriya. He extended his hand. What? Teen asked with shock. Are you sure you want me? He sounded rather torn between being overwhelmed and happy. Yeah. You're going to fit nicely. I'm sure of it. He answered with excitement. But I've tried to steal your teammate with my quirk? Aren't you mad? Looks like he still couldn't believe in what was happening. Steal with your quirk? Izuku asked, keeping his obvious act. Oh, you have some kind of mind control power? That's so useful for heroics. You could resolve any conflict before it even begins. That was true. Quirk like that really would be beneficial to Hero. Have you thought about applying to Hero course? He knew the answer. Yes. Boy scratched behind his head. He peeked at Izuku shyly. I heard that depending on how well we do in sports festival, we could get a transfer to Hero class, he said in longing tone. Then let me help you. Join us and you'll get a chance to show what you can do in one-on-one. We're all aiming for third round. His arm was beginning to stiffen. Yeah, sure. He grasped Izuku's hand. I'm Hitoshi Shinso. Nice to meet you, Shinso-kun. He smiled brightly at him. Then he turned towards the girls, who were watching them with curious expressions. Go grab the gear. Mei grinned widely and stated jumping, showing her excitement. What should we bring? Anything that is good for containment, but nothing too fancy. We still need to keep our hand hidden, he informed. Girls nodded and ran towards the lockers. He still needed Momo to create something. He led Shinso-kun towards the side and begun fiddling with regulator to up the power. He had a feeling they would need a bit more punch. Shinso-kun started, looking at him awkwardly. What do we do? Izuku smirked and snapped his eyes back to the crowd. We're observing our enemies. This certainly is interesting. Nizu said, passing his binoculars to Aizawa. What do you mean? Yamada asked curiously. It seems like Genius Boy made an alliance with Hatsum and Yaoyorozu. It looks like they have planned this. Eraserhead stated, watching field. Oh, I see. So they really are some kind of a team then. Mike commented with huge grin. Nizu nodded and looked at young Midoriya, who was standing with another boy. He watched them as two kept themselves at the sideline, from time to time pointing at another team. He grinned. Looks like Teen was already developing strategies. He noticed that Inventor and his teammates from previous event could place higher, but I looked like they chose not to. He wondered what they were going to do now. Aizawa-san, are you up for the bet? Nizu asked with huge grin and chuckle. Izuku checked the harnesses around his waist that he asked Momo to make. They were secure. Good, they needed to be. This way they wouldn't risk getting split while flying. He was at the front of their formation with special boards strapped to his back. Next thing that his friend created. It had footstool with straps for riders' feet and bars for others' palms. Due to his repulsors, he needed to have his hands free. Mei was their rider. She was the smallest one, had a good grasp on how to operate jetpack, could easily use her quirk to look for valuable headbands and warn them of possible treats. Besides, thanks to her headset, their 320 points would be hard to steal. She also had modified stun gun. Momo and Shinso-kun, who were accordingly on his right and left side, wore Mei's hover boots. Good thing that she made one additional pair. When their friend gushed over them, it was a cute scene to witness. Special handguns with cylinders were strapped to their outer arms. Inside those were balls filled with strong glue-like substance. Remember, we're going for taking candy from the baby strategy. We don't go after Todoroki's team and their 10 million unless we can easily take it away. Izuku informed with steel in his voice. What about blonde JRK? Mei asked curiously. Avoid at all cost, he said sternly. But If the Pomeranian comes and starts barking. He added with hint of mischief, which caused girl to giggle. You really must hate that guy. Shinso-kun stated simply. Izuku chose not to comment on it. Game begun and they started slowly, marching around the field and looking for potential catches. Izuku catched the sight of mixed hero class team that was doing rather nicely with fending off any danger. As he suspected, Todoroki was under the siege, hiding behind his ice fortress. That seemed to be a smart choice, until ice changed literally into a goo. People poured in, but their target escaped, using a ramp Todoroki made. They were moving fast, due to Ida-san's quirk. No doubt Uraraka-san also played her part in it. Now where was Deku? That's his answer. He looked over his shoulder and saw Bakugo along with Kirishima, Ashido and Siro. They were gaining on them fast. I assume that's the Pomeranian. Shinso-kun stated dryly. Activate boots. We're running away. Catch any headband you manage, he ordered. After a few seconds he launched his repulsors and begun flying away, keeping close to the ground. He had hard time maneuvering effectively, but somehow he managed. Hours spent in the testing room proved really useful. They're still on us. Momo, catch headband from the guys that's riding Beast Boy. Mei told them. Izuku snorted. Bakugo really wanted to beat him. He was kind of surprised when Blonde Menace didn't come after him during first round. Unfortunately for Firecracker, he would need to wait longer. Shinso-kun, fire behind you a few times. Make it look like you have a lousy aim, he said, steering them towards another team that was suspecting nothing. I won't need to act, Teen commented sourly. He heard a hiss of the gun and soon enough a litany of curses. Using his gloves, he stopped his team and turned around. He gazed straight at Bakugo's said face and smirked smugly. That only agitated Pomeranian more. Take this as a warning. Come again after us again and you're saying goodbye to festival. With that he turned to the side and started running again. They needed to save batteries in hover boots for later. Izuku, why did you say that? Momo asked, both curious and worried. He bit his lip. Should he tell her that he wanted to literally beat the sheet out of Bakugo for what he did to the girl? He still held into that wrath. It fueled him and pushed to have dark thoughts about Firecracker. He knew he'd just thrown a challenge at Blonde. But that needed to be done. I will tell you later, he would do it. Izuku felt Momo place her hand on his biceps and squeeze it lightly. He tilted his head to her and showed her small smile. Another team with annoying Blonde is closing on us. Shinso-kun said. Turns out, annoying Blonde was Nito Minoma from 1B. Seriously, dude had some issues. He started rambling about the greatness of his class, how superior they were and how they would finally take away the limelight from one. He said that while he recommended their effort and respected them deeply, all while shedding a fake tears, he needed to take away their headbands to assure that he would pass to the next event. It took him 3 minutes to finish his monologue. Wow. You're good at speeches. Are you natural? Shinso-kun asked with fake awe. Finally. Minoma said, before his body went limp. Throw your headbands to us and jump of your horse, idiot, he commended in satisfied tone. Izuku caught the sight of Blonde throwing points perfectly into Mei's extended hands and using palms of his teammates as a springboard. He crashed into the ground hard. The rest of 1B boys were too shocked to comprehend what just happened. Thanks, Shinso. Mei happily exclaimed. Yes, thank you. He was starting to get on my nerves. Momo admitted with sigh. Told you. Your quirk can resolve any standoff. Izuku added. No problem. Shinso-kun told them timidly. Mei, how much do we have? He asked. The point value would determine it they next actions. Give me a moment. She started counting under her nose rapidly. 1,315. That should be enough, right? Shinso-kun asked hopefully. He was panting rather heavily. Yes. There are only 2 minutes left. Momo answered with confidence. We're moving into defense, right Izuku? That sounded like a statement. Unless something happens. For now we're changing our pace to march, he confirmed. Looking around he saw almost every team trying to get Todoroki's 10 million. Then he witnessed 3 of them rising into the air, leaving Kaminari-san on the ground. Teen used his quirk and unleashed a powerful electric wave that shocked everyone near him. After that, the rest of the team returned and immediately began running away from Bakugo's pack. But Izuku caught up to something. First place squad wasn't moving as fast as earlier. "May, does Uraraka-san look green?" he asked to confirm his suspicions. "Yeah. She's about to barf," girl stated bluntly. Izuku stroked his chin, thinking if the gambit was worth it. They could get 10 million points. No need trying to get attention away from them now, when they'd no doubt advance. But they couldn't just go in. If they only had some kind of cover. Wait. Momo, he turned towards his best friend with small, sweet, innocent smile. "Can you make us some smoke grenades, please?" Nizu couldn't help but fidget in his seat. Cavalry battle proved to be a real thrill. He left most of the commentary to his teachers, savoring the chaos down on the field. Young Todoroki's team was focused on the speed young Ida provided. Thanks to young Uraraka, most likely, the only things Teen had to drag were clothes. Ryder himself continued to use his right side to create ice walls and protect his team with them. From time to time he froze the ground, trapping students after them. Finally, young Kaminari served as an ultimate weapon to paralyze huge threats with his quirk. From time to time they took some headbands, most likely as a backup plan. Other interesting team was the one with young Shiozaki as a rider. Her horses were girls' classmate, young Tetsu, young Tokoyami, and young Aoyama. He heard a few things about the 1B grudge against 1A4, taking down the villains. He was worried that problem could escalate badly, but watching this team function and gather points gave him hope that things weren't looking grim. The chase that young Bakugo made against young Midoriya's team ended well and without the bloodshed he feared. He laughed when he saw Inventor using his repulsors and young Hatsume's hover boots to leave explosive Teen in dust. Then they glued them and he witnessed young Midoriya turn and say something. Whatever it was, young Bakugo's team left them alone, chasing after 10 million points. As for the genius boy and his squad, they took a tactical approach and stole headbands from teams that were distracted or too weak to pose a challenge to them. They left glue on the field from time to time to cause inconvenience for others. They run with young Monoma's team was utterly hilarious and made him check papers. He had to say that young Shinso's quirk would be very useful for Hiro. Being able to literally talk your way out of any situation was useful. Besides, he seemed to be quite intelligent young man. Teen's homeroom teacher informed him that boy had aspiration to become a hero. If he proved himself, then transfer would be very possible. What's going on? Smoke filled the area. You can't see a thing. Yamada screamed into his microphone, pulling Nizu out of his musing. He looked down and saw a great amount of thick, black gas covering more than half of the ring. Soon enough from it emerged young Midoriya's team, using jetpack, but the boy himself was missing. His mind quickly caught up to what was happening. He turned to Mike, wanting to tell him to hold off with commentary, but Aizawa already silenced his friend with his scarf. Nizu shrugged it off, whatever works. He gazed back at the field and after short wait young Midoriya shoot out into the skies, meeting with his team. Young Hatsume took something from his mouth and started cheering. Nizu gazed at the scoreboard and let out a laugh. Look at that people. With only a 20 seconds left, Team Hatsume takes 10 million points for themselves, gaining indisputable first place. That's what you call a twist. Yamada commented, making crowd go wild. Explosion happened and young Bakugo shoot up, flying towards young Midoriya with tremendous speed. Nizu felt a pit grow in his stomach. This could end up badly. But then happened something that he hadn't envisioned. Inventor pointed his arm at Teen and fired a repulsor blast. Attack was too fast to dodge and hit young Bakugo, sending him towards the ground. Fortunately, his team caught him. Genius boy protects his team victory, literally shooting down their competition. Who would have thought that he would be so set up on winning this with big prize? Nizu frowned. That kind of fall would easily put young Bakugo's life in danger, if not outright kill him. He took his binoculars and looked at young Midoriya. He had scowl on his face and seemed displeased with the result of his action. Aizawa-san, young Yaoyorozu is rather close to our inventors. right? He asked in curious voice. From what I know, she's eating lunches with them and visits them daily. Whenever class talks about duo, she's first to join, abandoning her prim persona. Eraserhead said in his usual tired tone. So it seemed that young Midoriya's already bad relations with young Bakugo only worsened. Without a doubt after young Yaoyorozu's close call. Nizu knew how Inventor's mind worked, or at the very least he thought so. He knew that young Midoriya didn't have friends before UA due to his quirkless status. And with how close the relationship between teens sounded, he hoped that his business partner wouldn't do anything too serious. By the way, you owe me 3,000 yen and month of detention coverage. Nizu informed happily. Aizawa's groan and quiet curse filled him with joy. Mei glued her eyes to scoreboard. They passed second round just like planned. But she still had hard time believing that they took first place. And all thanks to that crazy plan Izuku hatched inside his wonderful mind. Using smokes to take away enemies' vision and going in with infrared goggles to steal that 10 million headband while they took into the skies. She was nervous. Her mind supplied her with many what-if scenarios. But then he shooed up towards them, headbands secured in his teeth, grinning at them. That was so awesome. From what she remembered, they didn't have any strategy like that. Did it matter? Nope. And Izuku blasting down the blonde JRK, who screamed a bloody murder, was like a cherry on top. Mei turned around and quickly caught Izuku and Momo into tight, overjoyed hug. She felt them embrace her, which caused her grin to widen. Wait, something is missing. Correction, someone. She looked around and found Shinso walking away. Oh no, you don't. Hey, Shinso, she called, gaining his attention. Come join us. It's a victory hug. He looked at them with baffled expression. What? He asked in disbelief. Mei is right. It was thanks to you that we were able to advance by taking away Team Monoma points. Momo stated, smiling softly. Shinso scratched his head and gazed at the ground. Small smile graced his lips. Without it we wouldn't be able to go after 10 million, so in a sense, you are our hero. Izuku added happily. Teen looked at them with shining eyes and open jaw. Mei and Momo nodded, confirming statement. They wouldn't go with that crazy plan if their win wasn't already secured. Shinso shyly walked towards them and allowed to be dragged into the hug. Guy really was socially awkward. Well, after he spends some more time with them, he'll open up, Mei was sure of it. So, who wants a lunch? I'm starving, Mei exclaimed, making them chuckle. Oh, and you, she pointed at Shinso. You're sitting with us. Friends stick together. She started jumping up and down in excitement. Friends? He asked, completely lost. Yes, I'd like us to be friends, Shinso-san. Momo said, bouncing on her feet. Izuku chuckled and laid his hand on Teen's shoulder. Don't even try to fight it. We're all dead set on this. Shinso looked at them and blinked. Finally he snorted with laughter. If you say so, he smiled at them. It was one filled with happiness. Momo kept gazing at the Izuku's tablet that had a picture of matchups. There were some that piqued her interest. Like Mei's and her classmate Ida-san. He was by far the fastest in their class, thanks to his developed musculature and quirk. But with Mei as his opponent, she just hoped that her friend wouldn't humiliate him too much. Another one was between Ashido-chan and Kirishima-sen. Here she wasn't exactly sure how it would go. Pink Girl was very nimble and could keep her opponent on distance with her acid. But if Boy could withstand it and caught their classmate, he may be able to snatch a win, but it was rather unlikely. Izuku's fight against their new friend, Shinso-san, was first. She remembered his file, especially the part about his psychological profile. Being scorned by society for what you have no control over. She had hard time wrapping her head around it. Why would people do it? In sense Shinso-san was similar to Izuku. She knew that strategy against the teen basically said, keep your mouth shut, but whenever she peeked at Green Inventor, he looked to be deep in his thoughts. His face betrayed that he was torn between something. She just hoped that whatever he's going to choose to do, it would be for the best. Her own match was with Tokoyami-san. It was one of trickier ones, but she had a plan. It was her second fight that she fretted over. There was no way that Bakugo wouldn't win his match against Tetsu. Blonde was one of the biggest obstacles in the tournament. Izuku pointed it out over and over again. And she believed him. Her run with Bakugo during exercise was still fresh in her mind. She felt her palms being grabbed. Looking to her sides, she saw Izuku and Mei, smiling at her softly, silently telling her that all was going to be okay. They always were able to tell when she needed their comfort. It melted her worry away. She rubbed her thumbs against their hands. Triplets. Izuku was sure that it was planned. He could bet his money on it. And he wasn't sure if he wanted to kill or thank Nizu. Before his match, Present Mike made special announcement and said that the school wanted to show something to everyone. That something turned out to be his arc reactor. Nizu praised him for developing it, said that it powered the school and bigger part of their region, told the whole world that it was clean energy produced using cold fusion, which was thought of as impossible to archive. Izuku could already imagine his mailbox getting filled with companies' requests asking him to allow them to use this to power up their fabrics. And that meant money. Lots of money. He already earned absurd amount thanks to school's reactor. Seriously, which 15-year-old earned nearly $500 million weekly. And that was about a 50% from the sale to Power Grid. It donated bigger portion of this to charity, but he still had more money than he could even know what to use for. He shook his head. No time for being distracted by finances. He had a match to win. He just pleaded that his plan would backfire. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. And to start things off, we give you the two guys who placed first in cavalry battle. Present Mike shouted, making crowd go wild. The first one to go is a kid who may be related to Eraserhead due to his eye bags. Seriously, dude, do you know what a sleep is? From General Department, Class 1C, Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku watched his new friend walk out from the tunnel on the other side of the field and step into the ring. He had his hands inside the pockets of his pants and his shoulders were slouched, but his face held determined expression. He knew what the stakes were and what Teen wanted to archive. And his opponent, the smartest kid in the school. Honestly, he should be teaching at the university right now. How his brain fits inside his skull, I have no idea. From Support Department, Class 1H, Izuku Midoriya. He stepped out from his passage. Crowd cheered, but he paid no attention to it. He gazed at Shinso-kun and smiled kindly at him. As it's a first match, allow me to explain the rules. Midnight started, her voice carrying through the stadium. You need to push your opponent out of bounds, make him unable to continue or surrender. Everything is allowed, but don't use tricks that are too dirty or I'll disqualify you. Same with doing a serious harm. I can end match at any moment, if I see that one of you can't go any longer. Is everything clear? They nodded. Begin, she said, striking the air with her whip. Hey, Shinso-kun. Izuku called quickly. How about we level the playfield? He saw Teen opening his mouth to say something. I won't use my equipment and you won't brainwash me. Just good old fist fight. That way you can show that you're not your quirk, that you have some others' qualities and get into the hero course. What do you say? He really hoped for it. He could easily blast him away, but that wouldn't do right to him. Shinso-kun was similar to him. Society labeled him by his genes, not his deeds. Teen looked at him suspiciously and narrowed his eyes. And what about your quirk? Here was the gambit. Did he use his quirk or no? There was no way of telling it. Izuku scratched his cheek and positioned his body in such way that his arm would hit it if brainwash was activated. He hoped it would be enough of stimulant to break the quirk. Chuckling a bit nervously, he gave soft smile. I don't have one, he said in sincere tone. Nothing. Nothing happened. His mind didn't go blank, his body wasn't limp. He saw Shinso-kun's shocked expression that morphed into the understanding one. Okay, he said quietly and got into fighting position. His posture was full of open spots. Izuku reached towards the regulator and switched it off. He didn't want to accidentally use Repulsor's blast. Taking the initiative, he rushed at his opponent and jabbed at him. Shinso-kun barely dodged and tried to shoot his own punch. Izuku grabbed it and thrown Teen over his shoulder, gaining a pained groan. Boy sent an sloppy kick from his down position, but he quickly jumped back. Shinso-kun took that opportunity and rose up. Teen rushed at him, throwing punches and occasional kick. He was very telegraphic about his intentions, which allowed Izuku to easily dodge or counter. But Shinso-kun wasn't stopping. Even when his breath became quick and short and his knuckles turned red from hitting metal gloves, he still pushed forward. Izuku admired that and respected it. Shinso-kun was just like him. Both had seemingly impossible dreams, were shunned by society and its people. No one expected them to do great things. But they didn't agree. They stood back and pushed forward. Izuku shoot a straight punch, which connected, and followed it with roundhouse kick, sending his opponent on the ground. Teen rolled back a bit, rose up and gazed at him. "He know how to fight. Aren't you supposed to be some nerdy inventor?" he asked, panting hard. Izuku gave out short laugh and smiled. "I am. But you're not the only one who wants to become a hero." Shinso-kun tilted his head. "So you too want to get into the hero class?" he asked with curiosity. "Nah, I'm taking Izuku." His reply was laced with happiness and confidence. Boy's jaw dropped, his eyes went wide and he choked on air. He vaguely remembered that Momo had similar reaction. "You nuts or something?" Shinso-kun shouted. Izuku just shrugged. He only wanted to take the hardest possible route to make his dream come true. Besides, his girlfriend was Mei Hatsum, the girl who could cause explosion with anything really. Maybe he had some loose screws? Deciding that it was high time to end it, Izuku rushed at Shinso-kun and grabbed him by his jacket without much trouble. Then, planting his foot on the ground hard, he spun around and threw him out of the ring onto the grass. Honestly, how light that guy was. Hitoshi Shinso in out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya advances. Midnight called. He heard crowd clap and cheer, but ignored it and walked to his friend. "Need a hand?" he asked, extending his palm, smiling softly. Shinso-kun took it and stood up with a groan. "I got my arse handed to me," he commented dryly. Izuku patted him on the shoulder. "If you want to change it, be sure to swing by my lab. We can train together." "I may take up your offer," he replied, walking towards the tunnel. "You want to watch the rest of festival at my class booth?" Izuku asked quickly. He wanted to get to know his friend better. Not that he had anything against Mei and Momo, but having a guy to talk to was kind of a fresh breeze. His answer was Shinso-kun stopping for a moment, then turning around with ghost of a smile and walking into the Izuku's passage. When they arrived at his class booth, he was positively surprised when he saw Momo sitting next to Mei. Both girls smiled at them and pointed to free sits. He thanked to his classmates, who congratulating him. Taking the chair, he turned to his friend from Hero Course. "I thought you'd sit with your class." He couldn't help but comment. But they were a bit too loud for my likeness. Besides, Monoma popped up every now and then behind the wall and pick a fight with us. She answered truthfully, sighing loudly. He nodded at that. Guy really was unpleasant to be around with. Mick's voice caused them to end small conversation and snap their gazes. At the field, two of Momo's classmates were down fighting now. Denki Kaminari and Achiko Uraraka. This match was pretty one-sided in his opinion. When Midnight signaled the start, air around Kaminari-san sparkled and electricity discharged in all directions. Uraraka-san tried to dodge it by using her quirk on herself and jumping slightly up, but was still shocked. Fight ended instantly. Kaminari-san really could use something to control his quirk better. All that wasted energy. "Mei," he turned towards his girlfriend with giant grin. "I have an idea for awesome baby." They delved into their baby-making talk and started bouncing off ideas, obvious to the outside world. The baby-making was too important to them. And this idea could be used for his suit, so it made that even more significant. "Mei, aren't you next?" Momo's voice, mixed with chuckle, pulled them out of the inventor's talk. "I am," she asked, blinking. "Oh, I am. Against that weird, speedy guy with glasses, right?" She tilted her head. "Ida-san. Just don't let him get close and you're good," he said with big smile. He and his friends and classmates wished good luck to the girl. Izuku wanted to give her a kiss, but this level of affection in public still was a trouble for him. "Baby." Shinso-kun asked in weak, unsure voice. That's how they call their inventions. Momo clarified happily. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. She looked at him with understanding. Is there a way to get out of this friendship? Teen asked hopefully. Izuku and Momo just laughed at him and his depressed sigh. Mei checked her babies again. Jetpack was good to go, hover boots ready to rock, glue guns sat comfortably on her forearm and stun gun was attached to the utility belt, along with fuse cylinder filled with markings and gas mask. She was ready to go. Present Mike screamed their intros. He called her a wild hurricane of madness. Excuse her, she wasn't mad. Her mind just worked in a way that others didn't understand. Except for Izuku and Momo. They were special and could keep track of her spawn of ideas. Maybe Shinso could too? She remembered the look he gave them when she called him their friend. Mei really thought that he could use some people who would accept him. Besides, that was one more person to praise her and Izuku's babies. Wait, no time for sappy things. She had a match to win. Finally her babies could be used and show everyone their awesomeness. About time. Midnight told them to begin and her hover boots came to life immediately. The glass guy sure was fast. He was almost right in front of her almost instant. She did the only thing she could. Activated the jetpack. Shooting into the sky and using fans in her hover boots to steer her direction, she began shooting at Speedy with glue guns. He easily avoided them. Mei furrowed her brows. Time to use another baby. Grabbing gas mask and putting it on, she took one cylinder with pink belt, shook it and threw on the ring. Pink gas poured out of the container shrouding the field. Weird guy tried to avoid it, he even took a deep breath. Remembering what Izuku and Momo taught her, she dived down and got closer. She wasn't much of a fighter, but she didn't need to hit him. The more you moved, the more oxygen you used. So she just kept outside of his range, shooting with her glue guns. Soon Speedy had to take a breath, swallowing some of the gas. Almost immediately he started getting drowsy and swayed sideways. Looks like sleeping gas worked faster than they assumed. Maybe they should check in later. Landing on the ground, she walked toward her opponent. He tried his best to stay awake. She just pushed him, making him fall on the ground. Tenya Ida is unable to continue. Mei had some advances. Midnight called. She grinned. Babies worked. Taking a look at the place where support companies had their representatives, she zoomed in and saw them talking between themselves. They were interested in her and Izuku's cute babies. Great. She hoped they would get great internship offers. Using her jetpack, she rose up and steered towards her class booth. After landing and taking of the babies, she took the best possible sit in the entire stadium. The Izuku's and Momo's laps. She quirked her brow at their surprised faces, but grinned widely nonetheless. They just chuckled and started petting her head. Is this another thing I have to get used to? Shinso asked. Why did he sounded so depressed? Her boyfriend and friends started laughing. She didn't know why, but decided to join them. Shinso just groaned loudly. Nizu observed battles between students with great amount of interest. Their fighting proneness, strategies, usage of quirks. It was just so interesting. And thanks to Alan, who transmitted every piece of possible conversation due to Midnight's earpiece, they could learn even more. He was pleased with how young Midoriya acted. A bit of surprise rose when he said he was quirkless to young Shinso, and near the end, when he mentioned Iggy. Why did he said this? The puzzle for later, but he would get to the bottom of this. His jaw went slack when young Todoroki produced a giant iceberg, defeating young Aoyama in instant. He knew that boy was powerful, but this was a tad too much for a first-year student. Endeavor must have trained him hard. He frowned a little bit, hoping that it wasn't too hard. It was a sliver of hope, but he needed to believe in something. Nizu laughed silently at the response young Shiozaki gave to Mick's intro. He heard about her religious persona and pacifistic tendencies. While he admired it, he knew that girl would have to make a compromise if she wished to become a hero. Fighting was unavoidable in that profession, but she was good at capturing targets. Young Siro tried to get a quick victory by shooting out his tape and pulling young Shiozaki out of bounds, but girl just used her vines to her bindings. Her vines grabbed Teen and gently took him outside of the ring. Young Ishido and young Kirishima looked like they dancing. Girl abandoned her shoes and used her acid to glide across the field, literally making circles around the boy, who tried and failed to catch her. It ended with Midnight's calling the fight, when young Kirishima couldn't hold his quirk any longer, losing the protections from the acid young Ishido threw at him. Next match was between young Tetsu and young Bakugo. Like he suspected, it was kind of the bloody fight. Blonde student was relentless in his onslaught, setting explosion after explosion at the metallized teen, who didn't back down and answered with his own assault. He needed to turn down the volume due to the loudness, but young Bakugo's foul language still cut through. Sessions with Hound Dog really were for nothing. The fight ended with Blonde using giant explosion on young Tetsu and sending his opponent flying with hard crash against the wall. Young Bakugo looked pleased with himself, which didn't sit well with Nizu. Before going back, Blonde looked towards 1H booth with his normal scowl. "It's time for your problem child's fight, Aizawa-san," Nizu happily announced, getting growl from the man. Momo thought about using creation to get some ice in hope to cool down her red face. But why did Mei have to kiss her on the cheek, wishing her good luck? It was normal, but at the same time it wasn't. Why was her heart beating so fast? Why was she feeling butterflies in her stomach? And why was she grinning like an idiot? Was that happy squeal that escaped her mouth? She took few deep breaths. It was okay. Everything was fine. It was just a simple gesture from her friend. Nothing more. It was normal for female friends to plant a kiss on each other's cheeks. It was normal for Mei because she was touchy, adorable, bright, full of joy, cute, smart, with weird sense of humor that made her laugh, quirky, beautiful girl. She hated her mind. And would her face finally stop blushing? Get ready for the last match of the first round, people. The fight will be between those two. The Lord of Darkness, the Raven of Destruction, the eggiest kid in this tournament. From Hero Class 1A, MrKage Tokoyami. Verse. The recommended student, who can create things at her whim. Anything is doable for her. The class president of 1A, Momo Yaoyorozu. Quickly getting a hang of herself, she walked out of the tunnel. Stopping across her opponent, she gave a short bow, silently wishing them to have good fight. Tokoyami-san answered with simple nod. His eyes were slightly narrowed, keeping his gaze at her. Midnight barely called the beginning of the fight and Dark Shadow already was out, speeding towards her. But she was prepared. Momo ran straight at Tokoyami-san, surprising the teen, and at the last moment she slid under the creature, dodging a swipe. Quickly rising up, she continued her sprint and glanced behind her shoulder. Dark Shadow was gunning her down. Pulling her jacket up, she used creation and produced 2 flashbangs without the pins from her back. Grenades exploded and Beast shrieked. She locked her eyes on Tokoyami-san. His face had displeased grimace. After watching video and reading his file, Momo learned his biggest weakness, that made Izuku scowl. He was absolutely quirk reliant. When she thought about it, Tokoyami-san always had trouble during no quirk sparring session and frequently lost. Momo engaged him in combat and began pushing towards the end of ring. Boy had a hard time dealing with her assault. Compared to Izuku, he was moving in slow motion. She landed a few good hits and defended against any that he tried through, desperately trying to get her away. "You're wide open." Dark Shadow screeched behind her. She smirked and squatted down. A huge claw flew over her head. She created some more flashbangs, making the creature roar in pain and hide inside Tokoyami-san's body. Doing a leg sweep, she caused her opponent to fall on his back. Jumping at him, she pinned him down and got ready to strike. Her classmate's shocked expression made her smile. "Surrender," she proposed hopefully. Tokoyami-san sighed and relaxed his body. "The victory is yours." Crowd cheered when Midnight called her the winner. She rose up and helped him stand up. "I must say, Yaoyorozu-san, that I underestimated you. I believed that Dark Shadow would be able to easily defeat you. You've really improved lately," he admitted, before turning around and walking away. Momo blinked at his words. Did she? Sure, Flash creation was big addition and helped her tremendously. Her sparring sessions with Izuku also were beneficial. Now she knew the do and don't, could make a decent punch or kick and was able to keep track of people faster than her. But was it that noticeable? She returned to the booth and was immediately hugged by grinning Mei. She happily returned the embrace. Peeking up, she saw Shinso-san nod shyly at her. She hoped that he would eventually open up to them. "Where's Izuku?" she asked, realizing that he was missing. "Oh, after you won he ran back to the lab to suit up," Mei replied, sitting on her lap. Momo found herself enjoying that and begun petting her friend's hair. "Suit up?" Shinso-san asked, interested. They smiled cheekily. "That's a secret," they said in a sing-song voice. "Welcome back after the short break. Without the further delay, let's jump straight into the second round of the tournament. In the right corner, the boy who can give you a free shock therapy, from Class 1A, Denki Kaminari. In the left corner, Genius Boy, who showed us that he doesn't need his toys to whoop someone's butt. Class President of 1H, Izuku Midoriya. Present Mix voice carried through the stadium, making crowd go wild. Izuku chuckled a bit at the intros and took a deep breath. This was it. He was going to show the world his way of becoming a hero, a thing that would keep them safe in the future. Wearing his Mark I armor, he walked out from the passage into the daylight. He could fly there, but he wanted to save it for the big entrance with Mark II. That is, if Alan finishes debugging and checking its functionality. He and Mei barely finished it yesterday. He heard people murmur and saw his opponent looking at him with wide eyes and open mouth. Zooming into the company's representatives area, he saw them talk enthusiastically and taking pictures. It gave him strange sense of accomplishment, which in turn made him feel happy. He allowed it to wash over him. He wasn't attention craving, but it was nice. "What is it?" Midoriya brought out some kind of costume. "Midoriya? Is that you?" Midnight asked with astonishment. He snapped open his faceplate open and smiled brightly. "Sure is, sensei." "Holy cow. Dude, this is awesome." Kaminari-san shouted ecstatically. "Thanks," he smiled brightly. "But sorry you're about to lose, dude," he said with cocky grin. Lighting cracking around him. Izuku just smirked and shut his face mask close. He was prepared for it. When Midnight called the beginning of the match, Kaminari-san shoot out a huge wave of electricity at him. Normally it would paralyze you or get you knocked out. But thanks to the arc reactor and supercapacitors that he emptied down before the fight, it only tingled him a little and made screen glitch. "Power capacity is at nearly 300%, sir," Alan told him, showing him the exact number on his screen. That was interesting. This arc reactor wasn't new, and during Sports Festival its efficiency dropped to only 43%. To think that Teen could generate that much power. "Well, how about that?" Izuku said in smug voice. Kaminari-san looked at him stupefied. From the looks of it, he slightly overused his quirk. That meant he was harmless. And all due to being awfully quirk-reliant. He charged up his hand repulsors and shoot a double blast at the Teen, sending him out of bonds in about a second. He walked over and saw his opponent, laying on the grass, with his jacket burned a bit, but other than that there was no damage. Izuku let out a breath. He was a bit unsure if the powering system wouldn't go crazy with all that excess energy. He decided to go back to his class locker. He didn't wish to get bombarded by his classmates' geek questions or sit in the sun in his suit. Pet Midoriya wasn't on menu today. "Alan, please inform Mei, Momo and Shinso-kun that I'll be in class locker." "Of course, sir. And would you like something to drink?" "Coffee," AI answered with usual cheekiness. "Tea, please," he answered happily. He turned around the corner and almost bumped into someone. He looked up and saw red, spiky hair, narrowed, cyan eyes and flaming beard. Izuku scowled deeply. He disliked Endeavor. Sure, man was #2 hero in Japan, but his attitude and that tense air he had made him absolutely unlikable. Besides, after reading countless damage reports and blogs about his fights, he was sure to say that Endeavor was his #1 disliked hero. "Boy," he said sharply with superiority in his voice. "I must say, I am impressed with your plan-making skills and intelligence. I assume that to coming up with this arc reactor and that power suit you must be very smart." Did he just praise Izuku? If yes, then why did it sound like his inventions were nothing out of ordinary? Seriously, Just how much could one human be disrespectful? Thank you, sir, Izuku said in neutral voice. He hoped that Endeavor would just leave him alone. Your next fight would be against my Shoto. And while your device is impressive, I suggest you to give up. My son doesn't have time for testing the toys. He has a duty to surpass All Might, Hiro said in tone that held no room for argument. Toys? Did that burning trash can just called his life's work a toy? Izuku really wanted to use remaining power and blast that JRK with his repulsors. He still have to fight Mei. She's no pushover, he replied, trying not to sound too angry. Endeavor snorted and shook his head. That girl is going to lose. Enjoy the rest of the festival and try not to embarrass yourself too much when you face my Shoto. With that, Hiro turned and walked away. Izuku continued his trek, but was fuming. How could one of the top heroes have such audacity? Did that man thought that he was some king of the world because he won the genetic lottery? Endeavor was just like Bokugo, JRK with gigantic ego. He shook his head. He wouldn't allow those words to get to him. He knew his worth, knew what he could do in archive. He was aware of it all. Opening the doors, he was met with sight of Momo and Shinso-kun helping Mei strap her equipment. Jetpack and hover boots were already on her. But glue guns were gone. Against Todoroki-san, they would be useless. In their place was something they called a sound rifle. It was a speaker connected to amplifiers and oscillator, powered up by the cord linking it to arc reactor in Jetpack. It was quite large, taking most of Mei's arm. Fortunately, the version for his suit was more compressed. He saw that she still had some cylinders and stun gun. Nice fight, Mei said, her usual grin stretching her lips. Thanks. You ready to take down the icy boy? He asked, opening his mask. Yeah. Hope that our present mic 2.0 will work against him, she answered, playing with dial. He nodded, sharing her hope. Izuku caught Shinso-kun looking at him and admiring Mark Eye. He smirked at that. You like it? He asked, pulling his friend out of his bubble. Teen blinked at him and scratched behind his head. Yeah. It's impressive, he admitted. All done, Mei, Momo said, straightening up with huge smile. How about we walk you to the tunnel? Yeah, sure. You can watch the match from there, she agreed happily. During they walk, Izuku saw Mei using her quirk non-stop, not taking a part in conversation. Which was absolutely weird for his girlfriend. Was she nervous? They witnessed Todoroki-san bringing out a massive glacier in a span of few seconds. He had that information, but reading it and seeing were absolutely different things. Mei, you good? He asked worriedly. She hummed and blinked at him. She had a strange expression. Normally he saw it when she was concentrated while building babies. Just doing something that may help a bit. What exactly? Momo asked, showing her interest. Not sure really, but it links to my quirk. Two of you can figure it out later, she replied with small smile. Mei stood in front of her opponent, waiting for match to start. To do something kept looking at her without much curiosity. Was he utterly uninterested? Rude. How could one not show even a tiny spark of excitement for witnessing her and Izuku genius? Their adorable babies were too cute not to admire them. Oh, midnight was about to start the fight. She remembered the advice Izuku and Momo gave her. The word, begin, barely sounded and a wave of ice traveled towards her. Her answer to that was activating Jetpack and taking a comfortable place in the skies, making it much harder to turn her into icicle. Putting gas mask on, she dropped 2 cylinders with orange markings. Those one had a rather nasty version of pepper gas. But before containers could release their content, Lollipop Guy froze them. She pouted she liked those babies. And to give them such a cold treatment. Her opponent started making ice pillars, trying to hit her. But thanks to that strange concentration, she archived due to her quirk, she easily maneuvered around them. Then an ice spike from a pillar shoot right in front of her, followed by dozen more. Did this guy try to turn her into the shish kebab? Flying further up, she pressed a button on PM 2.0 and pointed it downward. Babies started sending sound waves. In rapid succession, but ice structures still stood. She touched the dial and begun turning it up slowly. Finally the pillars begun to crack and soon breaking apart, shattering into pieces. It worked. better than during test runs. But it was loud. Even with sound protecting plugs, she heard the noise. She zoomed in to see what her opponent was doing. She saw him on his knees, hands covering his ears, mouth wide open and eyes shut. He was in pain. Mei pushed the button again and cut out the power. She gazed at the field. Ice pillars turned into a dust, and in some places concrete seemed to have some cracks. Peeking at Lollipop Guy, she saw blood leaking down from his ears. And then he puked. PM 2.0 was working too well. They would have to change it here and there. Or give everyone in Japan a sound-protecting headphones. She lowered her altitude, hovering above the ground. Tadu stood up and sent her an annoyed look. Excuse her, this baby was theoretically still in testing phase. He looked like he still wanted to fight. Mei also wanted to win. Normally she would just step out from the ring and go to the lab to work on her cute babies. But Izuku and Momo were here and watched her. And they wanted to rise to the top. So how couldn't she? Besides, they promised each other to meet in the finals. If she won, then she would have to fight Izuku. And that strangely excited her. Deciding to get her win, she took the stun gun. Lollipop Guy sent another ice wave at her, but she steered with her boots to the side and dodged it. Charging forward, she got into the necessary distance and shoot Tadu with her cute baby. Immediately he went down, squirming on the concrete, screaming in pain. Mei peeked at Midnight, who was about to call the fight, when temperature dropped down. Snapping her gaze at her opponent, she only saw a giant wave of ice, rushing at her. Cold. It was so cold. Like someone threw her right into the bathtub filled with ice. She couldn't breathe and move. The only thing she heard was beating of her heart and blood in her veins. Her lungs begun to burn. She wanted to take a breath. She needed it. Soon everything begun fading into black. Ice in front of her exploded, and finally she could take a huge gasp of fresh, chilly air. She coughed, her throat was strangely dry. Her vision was blurry, but Mei was sure that she saw Izuku's armored glove. Oh, and his head with those softly glowing green eyes. She heard some noise. It sounded similar to his voice. Was he calling her? Or someone else? Soon more ice was taken away and she felt herself fall forward. Her body was so goddamn heavy. Someone caught her. Izuku's helmet was really close. Some of the weight from her right arm and back disappeared. Then something nice and warm touched and wrapped around her. Heat radiated from her chest, which made her want to snuggle closer to it. She was sleepy. Her body begun moving, but she wasn't in control. Looking around, she saw the walls and lights on the ceiling. Momo and Shinso were here too. But why they wore such worried expressions? She wanted to call to them, but her voice couldn't leave her throat. Her eyes shut down and she drifted into the dreamless sleep. She was terrified. How could she be? Her best female friend was fighting against the boy, who was at the top of her class in term of power. And he tried to skewer Mei. Momo was impressed by the sound rifle. To turn that amount of ice into dust and crack concrete, it needed to be very powerful. Besides looking at Todoroki-san's pained face, she was sure that device could be extremely efficient when it came to disabling and capturing people. She didn't want to be at the opposite side of this baby. She thought that it was a good move to defeat Todoroki-san by simply using a stun gun. Most likely he already had damaged ears, and with current position, Mei's rifle would hit part of the crowd directly. Momo was so sure of Mei's victory. So was Izuku and Shinso-san. They prepared to celebrate, but then she saw Todoroki-san slap his right hand on the ground. Soon the gigantic mass of ice flew at her friend, burying her under it. Her heart stopped along with her mind. Mei! Izuku screamed, shooting towards the glacial. She ran, Shinso-san next to her. She barely registered Midnight call the fight. She observed Izuku using his hand repulsors to break the ice bit by bit, but it was going too slow. At this rate, Mei would lose oxygen and freeze to death. Todoroki-san, she turned to the downed teen. Use your fire. We need to get Mei out, she pleaded loudly. He looked at her with unfocused eyes. What? She asked you to use your fire. Hurry up and fix it. Shinso-san screamed, pointing at the mass of ice. I can't. Todoroki-san relied with weak voice and looked down. What did he mean that he can't? Her friend could die and he just refused to help them rescue her. What was the point in being in hero class if you won't do what hero is supposed to do? Sure, he was shocked and his eardrums were busted, but no doubt he still could use his quirk. Alan, all power to the chest piece. Izuku called hastily. She turned to him and saw a huge beam shoot out right from the place where arc reactor was. It quickly destroyed the ice. Shinso, keep looking if we can see Mei. I don't want to accidentally hurt her. Momo makes something to heat her up. She's sure to have hypothermia, he told them urgently. She opened her jacket, not caring if people stared at her, and begun creating a couple of blankets, along with a hot pack wrapped in cloth. I see her. Shinso-san called. Izuku stopped using his beam and ran forward. He used his hand repulsors to get last chunks away. When Mei's face became uncovered, she took a deep breath and begun coughing. Her face was sickly gray-blue and her eyes were hazy. When her friends finally dug her out, her body fell forward limply, but was caught by Izuku, who held her close. Get jetpack off, he ordered to Shinso-san, working on taking off sound rifle. Momo watched her friend closely. She was shivering awfully and her breathing was shallow. When equipment hit the ground, she walked forward and opened Mei's jacket, placing the hot pack on her chest. Then they quickly wrapped her in blankets. Izuku stood up with Mei in his arms and sprinted towards the tunnel. They followed him. They tried to call to their friend, but she didn't respond. Momo was worried. They all were. Girl's eyes closed eventually. Recovery Girl's office came into view and she speeded forward to open the door. Something told her that Izuku would just force them open. Heroine just pointed at the bed and when Mei was placed down, she told them to back off and let her work. The wait was agonizing. They watched as Recovery Girl checked their friend functions. During it Mei woke up, but it looked like she didn't recognize where she was or what was happening. Heroine gave Girl some warm drink, but she only sipped a bit, before coughing roughly. Finally an oxygen mask was given to her, along with fluid bag. She's stable. Recovery Girl told them. They all released a breath, allowing their body to relax. She needs to rest up. You can stay, but be quiet not to wake her up. They walked to the bed and closed the drape. Momo sat on the bed and begun petting Mei's hair. Girl responded, snuggling closer to her hand in her sleep. Izuku leaned against the wall, massaging his face. He kept his gaze locked on their friend features. She peeked at Shinso-san, who stood on the other side of the bed and fidgeted. He caught her eyes on him and looked away. Sorry, I've never had any friends, he admitted shyly. I don't really know what to do, he sounded slightly mad at himself. Was it a curse or something, that all of them didn't have any people their age around them, before UA? She smiled kindly at him. Just being here counts as a sign of support, she said softly. They continued to sit here, watching Girl sleep. Somewhere in the middle of that, Recovery Girl came in with new uniform and asked Momo to help change Mei. Boys went out for it. She was still cold, but at least she wasn't as sickly looking as before. I'm going to make Todoroki regret it, Izuku told them, breaking the silence. His voice was cold. Momo looked at him. He kept his gaze locked on Mei's features. But his eyes, they were shining, a raging inferno of wrath behind them. Dude, no offense, but that guy can make freaking glaciers pop out like mushrooms after rain. Yeah, your suit is awesome, but do you even have a chance to do anything? Shinso-san questioned with disbelief. Izuku just laughed out humorlessly. It was part hollow, part menacing. It made her shiver. She never saw him like that. Then he turned to them and smirked. You haven't seen me do a sheet yet, he simply stated. Yaoyorozu-san, your match is about to begin. Please go to the tunnel B. Alan informed her via her glasses. Izuku turned to her. His face turned softer and his lips stretched into small smile. Go. We'll keep an eye for her. Yeah. Mei wouldn't want you to forfeit the match. Shinso-san added, looking at her shyly. At least that's what I think. Okay. She agreed reluctantly, taking of her glasses. She wouldn't need them. Before she left, she leaned forward and kissed Girl on her forehead. Momo felt like this was right, like something she was supposed to do. She was sure that Mei would do that to her. Walking out of the drape, she saw Todoroki-san on the bed. He peeked at her with his usual indifferent gaze. She snarled at him. Did he even care that her friend could die? From the way he behaved in class, she doubted that. It was wrong to think of him in such way, but her friends were too important to her. She stepped into her passage. Crowd cheered on present mic introductions, but she couldn't really care for them now. Her opponent was Bakugo, a dangerous foe. Izuku told them many times over and over again about him. His file was the most developed in database, no doubt due to knowing the blonde. She looked for a chemical compounds that could neutralize nitroglycerin that he had in his sweat. One of the solutions was sodium hydroxide, but could very easily severely harm teen or kill him. So she took different approach. Momo looked at Bakugo. He already was in his position to shoot forward and end fight quickly. His annoyed gaze was firmly kept on her form, scowl deeper than usual. She cleared her mind and focused on her opponent. She couldn't mess it up. Midnight called the beginning of the fight and Bakugo rocketed towards her. She quickly created goggles and protective mask around her nose and eyes. Then from her hand came out a silver cylinder. She threw it at the teen, who did what she expected him to do. He exploded it. That led to setting free a white powder, which completely covered his arm. It was dexterous. Using his momentary distraction, Momo created 3 grenades filled with that substance and threw them forward. Soon Bakugo turned completely white and coughed violently. Rushing at him, she made herself a metal staff. Using her momentum, she jumped up and brought her weapon down. He raised his hand to set up an explosion, but nothing came out. The look of pure bewilderment pleased her remarkably. Her weapon hit him on the shoulder and Bakugo grunted in pain. He tried to get into close range, but she fended him off with her staff. She had the advantage of range that Izuku taught her how to use. She wasn't giving it up. Still he attacked relentlessly with his fists and legs. He kept growling at her and throwing profanities left and right. Bakugo was just like a wild animal with rabies. Dodging his hook, by stepping to the side, she hit him on the back of his knee, which to him losing balance. Momo kicked him under his jaw, sending him on his back. She swiped down with her pole, hitting him hard on the stomach. She was going to win this. Yield, Bakugo, she told him, putting one end of her staff next to his throat. His eyes snapped at her and face twisted into expression of utter wrath. Growling loudly, he swatted her stick and tried to kick her, but she jumped back in time. Bakugo rose up, a single little explosion popped on his right hand. Compared to his usual output, this was similar to sparklers. He ran at her and when Momo hauled off at him, he closed the distance by jumping at her. She created a metal beam out of her stomach, stopping his advance, but Bakugo managed to firmly grab her arm. He turned around, jerking her along. Blonde released his hold and she skidded forward. Before she corrected herself, he kicked her, taking away her balance completely. She fell on the ground in awkward position and heard something crack in her left arm. A pained shout escaped her mouth. Suddenly her head was grabbed roughly and hit the concrete. Her mind went hazy and vision blurred. A fist connected with her cheek. She saw Bakugo with vicious sneer above her, ready to strike again. She lifted her good arm to protect her somehow, but he simply swiped down and produced an explosion. It wasn't powerful, but it managed to move her hand away. Kick to her. Temple followed almost immediately. She produced a flashbang without a pin, which got Bakugo to back off. She stood up, her legs shaky. She needed to do something. Blonde was already charging at her. Momo created a bunch of glass ball from her stomach, which scattered on the ground. Her opponent just jumped up and used his quirk to shorten the distance. He fell on her, bringing them down on the concrete. Her back hurt from the impact. Before she could do something, he began hitting her with his fist over and over again. Her consciousness started fading away, due to the pain. You thought that you could win by covering me in that white sheet? Think again, you think extra, he shouted at her. That's enough. Midnight's voice reached her ears. But he didn't stop. He continued punching her face, even after being declared as a winner. Only after Midnight and Cementos dragged him away with great effort, the beatdown stopped. She could barely keep her eyes open. Heroine checked on her. Medbots are coming, Yorozu, she assured her. Hey, you extra. Bakugo called her. Tell Deku that if he doesn't lose to the FING Icy Hot, he's getting even worse treatment. After those words, her world went black. Momo cracked her eyes open and smacked her lips. She was dizzy. Her face, arm and back were in dull pain. She blinked and looked around. She was laying on the hospital bed. That suggested infirmary. She tried to rise up, but a pair of hands caught her by shoulders. Hey, easy there. Shinso-san said in gentle tone. He was sitting on the stool. You have concussion. Recovery girl healed you as much as she could. How long was I out? Her voice was hoarse. About 20 minutes. May answered, walking towards her, wrapped in a blanket. She looked much better. How are you feeling? She asked worryingly. Girl sat on the bed and took Momo's hand in her. Like I ran into an angry Pomeranian. She joked, making them all chuckle. She squeezed the palm. And you? Still a bit cold, girl admitted with a shrug. Thanks for all those blankets, she grinned at her. No problem. Momo replied with small smile and looked around. Where's Izuku? After recovery girl patched you up, he left to prepare. Shinso-san informed her. But he told me to give you this, he said, presenting her with earpiece. She slid it on. Izuku? Momo? How are you feeling? He asked in concern. Better. Where are you? Back in the school. I'm bringing out a big guns, he said in smug voice. Big guns? She questioned. We'll see. Keep your eyes on the screen. With that the line went silent. She heard May cackling and looked at her quizzically. Girl sent her a Cheshire cat grin and her eyes held spark of mischief. You're going to love this. Nizu played with his pawns, deep frown marring his features. He was glad that crises were averted, but he was still worried. By all logic, young Hatsum won her fight against young Todoroki. She utterly dominated it with that sound device. It was awfully loud, but it worked splendidly. He was concerned as to why young Todoroki tried to skewer the girl, but time for questions will come later. Nizu didn't like it. From the looks of it, boy's quirk went haywire or he just panicked. Nonetheless, it almost caused the tragedy. Nizu could only imagine how terrified the girl was, after being buried alive under a glacier. Thankfully, young Midoriya, Shinso and Yaoyorozu came with a rescue and got her out. He was interested in that powerful beam his business partner used to carve his way through, but again, question for another time. Recovery girl informed him that young Hatsum's life wasn't in danger, which lifted a weight out of his shoulders. Everything seemed to go okay from that point. That was until last fight. He was impressed with young Yaoyorozu's strategy. Covering young Bakugo with that white substance completely shut down boy's quirk and gave her tremendous advantage. Girl's fighting skills also improved, no doubt thanks to those training sessions with young Midoriya. But young Bakugo was relentless, attacking with enormous ferocity. It was a shame that finally he overpowered young Yaoyorozu. What worried him was that the boy didn't stop punching her even after he was declared a winner. If it wasn't for Midnight and Cementos, would he continue? Nizu didn't want to know the answer. Teen final words worried him greatly. Honestly, at this point he really considered expulsion. However, the face of other troubled teens showed in front of his eyes. He wouldn't do it, at least not yet. He believed that he could help young Bakugo. Right after the sports festival, Nizu would start his private investigation. He felt like they should disqualify the teen, but young Yaoyorozu wasn't in shape to fight. Besides, they already had students who took it even further. Endeavor being prime example. Welcome back after the break. Yamada yelled into the microphone. Before we move into the semifinals, let's hear the opinion about matchups. Eraserhead, what are your thoughts? Aizawa neared his mic and turned it on. Both seem pretty straightforward. Todoroki and Bakugo are powerhouses and getting through them is really hard. But I would cross out Midoriya and Ishido yet. They can prove to be quite a challenge, he said in his usual tired voice. Principal, what's your input on the matter? Mike asked with his typical excitement. Nizu cleared his throat and grabbed his microphone. I agree with our co-commentator. Young Todoroki and Bakugo are very strong, but we cannot outright say that the matches are over before they even began. Everything can happen, especially with young Midoriya out there. Yeah, Genius Boy is still a mystery to us. Honestly, I think it's the first time that support student came so far. Yamada said while nodding to himself. Now, without further delay, let's start semifinals. The first to arrive is the kid, who can bring back the Ice Age. He was a bit cold lately, so give him a warm welcome. From 1A, the Ice King, Shoto Todoroki. Mike called and Teen walked out into the arena. Before Yamada could continue, an electric guitar sounded through the stadium, soon to be followed by drums. On their laptop was a message from Alan. I'm borrowing the speakers. I don't know who turned on the music, but it is good. With that, let us welcome the boy, who can give you a headache with the lecture about the physics without even trying. Our favorite inventor from Class 1H, Izuku Midoriya. Young Midoriya didn't walk out from his passage. Instead, the image on the big screen changed. It showed the fast-approaching stadium from top perspective. Nizu grabbed his binoculars and looked through them. He saw it. The shining green-silver armor nose diving towards the arena at high speed. When young Midoriya got closer, he did a flip and used his repulsors to slow down his descent. He landed on his knee and slowly rose up, giving them a good look at his suit. It was similar to Mark I, but a bit more streamlined here and there. On his shoulders were two boxes. Nizu had no idea that purpose they served. Now, that's what you call an entrance. Mike shouted into his mic. It was theoretically ready. Alan finished the diagnostics and debugging. Everything was uploaded and ready to go. Mark II was going to get a baptism of fire. And he was fine with it. He needed to show that his inventions were on par with overpowered and glorified quirks, if not better than them. He couldn't allow Mei hard work with making his grand entrance go to waste. She spent too much time working on it to be simply thrown away, because he was said. Correction. He wasn't said. He was furious. The humongous wrath filled him. Normally he would be disgusted with himself. That wasn't what a future hero was supposed to feel. But honestly, Izuku didn't care. He was angry and wanted to vent his frustration. Both Todoroki and Bakugo hurt important people to him and didn't show any kind of remorse for it. Well, if they couldn't be remorseful on their own, then he would beat it into them. Music started playing in his earpiece and he cracked a smile. It was good that he left Alan in charge of it. He loved this piece. Besides, it would make his entrance even better. Dropping down from almost 25 kilometers wasn't something the sane person would do, to just make a show. But Mei wasn't sane. And it rubbed on him a bit. Crowd was silent. Midnight was looking at him with astonishment and Todoroki was surprised. Huh? That wasn't what he expected. Now that's what you call an entrance. Ah, there it was, the crowd going absolutely nuts, destroying their throats by screaming their cheers at him. That's more like it. Are you ready? Midnight asked. They both nodded. Begin. Right on the cue, Todoroki unleashed the wave of ice at him. Honestly, how much more predictable and monotonous one could be. All better for him. He lifted his hands and fired double blast, one at the concrete, other at his opponent. Floor was destroyed, stopping the advance of ice. As for the teen, he was hit right on his chest and pushed backwards. His saving grace from losing was making the wall of ice. Todoroki stood up and looked at him with annoyance. Bold of him to do that. Okay, next trick. Izuku called, tapping his foot. I've seen this one many times now. Show us something new. He tried to sound like owner talking to his dog. His answer was another wave of ice, but this time bigger. Tensing his shoulders and arms, he pushed his chest forward, releasing the energy beam, which was bigger than Mark I could make. It melted the ice instantly and ended hitting the wall of stadium. Good chunk of it was destroyed. Todoroki tried to hide his bewilderment, but seeing as the beam shoot right next to his face, he had every right to fail at it. You know, your fights are boring. Izuku said in deadpan voice. All you do is send waves of ice until your opponent turns into icicle. What is your point? Teen asked him with low growl. My point? That you're too easy to beat, he replied, rising into the air. Here's something special for you. You seem to enjoy it in last round. Front cover of boxes opened, showing everyone the speakers. Todoroki scowled and tried to send a glacier at him, but PM 2.0 destroyed it immediately. Teen screamed in pain and went to his knees. Izuku lowered and output a bit, but kept it coming. You see? Without your ice you can't do a thing. Izuku taunted him, hovering near him. If your right side doesn't work, how about your left? Todoroki tilted his head towards him and looked at him with anger. He tried to produce the ice, but it cracked as soon as it was made. Izuku turned off the sound rifles, but kept himself in the air. So, either you drop out or try with your fire. Both are fine with me. His voice was the one of absolute indifference. I won't use it. Todoroki groaned out. You won't? Okay, fine. You want me to give you the mic so you can say whole world that Shoto Todoroki will not use all of his quirk to protect the people as a hero? I'm sure they will be overjoyed with it. He laced his voice in fake excitement. Shut up, Teen screamed, standing up on his shaky legs. He swayed to the sides. You know nothing about me. Izuku huffed. Yeah, I don't. But just from watching you today I know that you're just like your father. Endeavor must be proud of you. He didn't try to hide his anger. I'm nothing like him. Todoroki shouted, unleashing another mass of ice. Izuku rose higher and started shooting at his opponent with hand repulsors. Teen tried to save himself by making the ice dome, but soon it was blasted into bits. Zooming in, he saw a frost covering most of the right side of Todoroki's body. You're getting frostbites. And you're shivering. You see now, they only need to endure you until you make yourself unable to continue. Izuku commented, snarling lightly. He dropped down on the field and walked towards Todoroki. Another wave of ice rushed at him and covered his legs. Izuku shook his head and simply broke from his restraints, thanks to the suit power capabilities. Compared to the beginning of the fight, this ice was weak. He hit Todoroki straight in the face, enjoying his pained groan. Grabbing him by left arm, Izuku threw the teen like a rag doll to the opposite side of the ring. Boy rolled on the ground, stopping few meters shy from the bounds. You've said you're nothing like Endeavor, he said, walking closer. But all I see is an arsehole with powerful quirk who doesn't care what's going to happen to anyone around him. Izuku opened his faceplate and looked at Todoroki with anger and disgust. I hate people like you. You don't know what he did to me. Teen said, trying to stand up. I don't. And I don't give a shit for your tragic backstory. You could have killed the person who is very important to me, he stated, shooting blast at his opponent back, which downed him yet again. And what was that earlier? You can't use your fire? Well, newsflash, idiot. It's part of your power. Honestly, you have a chance to become a great hero, but please by all means, continue to hold back due to your petty reasons. I'm sure that families of people who you don't save will congratulate you. He brought out his most sarcastic tone. And all because of what? Shitty childhood? Daddy issues? Izuku shook his head. Grow up, kid. Todoroki kept gazing at him with broken expression. Was truth that hard to swallow? No matter. It wasn't his problem to deal with it. He just wanted to blow out some steam. And if his preaching did some good, then all the better. If not, happens. Scram. I've got another dusha bag to teach a lesson. Izuku used simple repulsor blast to throw Todoroki out of the bonds. He ignored crowd clapping, midnight calling him a winner or present mixed commentary. Turning around, he searched for flaming trash can. There he was, looking at him with sad expression. And above him, from 1A's booth, stood Bakugo, popping explosions on his hand, sending him an annoyed look. That made him smirk. Alan, give me the stadium speakers for a moment. You're going to do something utterly stupid, sir. AI stated in deadpan voice, but gave him control nonetheless. How was that for a toy? He called, surprising people. That toy just kicked your brat's arse into the next week. And you want him to exceed All Might? Don't make me laugh. Looks like the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Both of you are incapable of solving situations that can't be handled by brute force. He was about to end, but a thought struck him. One that would devastate Endeavor ego even more. Closing his helmet, he added, "Oh, and for the record, I'm quirkless." The eerie silence filled the stadium. It was very soothing in his opinion. Turning away, he walked into the tunnel and trekked into the infirmary. Maybe it was a bit too much. Did he just declare a war on number 2 hero? Yes, he did. Endeavor was known for his wealth and political influence. Semi-direct one. You couldn't badmouth him or his agency because you would get a case in the court. Every newspaper that tried to say something that showed Hero in a bad light was immediately closed. Many blogs and sites that were dedicated to him and his work were erased. Basically, he just picked a fight with the worst possible enemy. Well, another mountain to climb over. He entered the infirmary and saw his girlfriend and friends look at him with mix of joy and disbelief. Opening his face plate, he smiled nervously at them. "Hi guys." "That was so badass," Mei shouted, jumping up and down, grinning widely. "It was brutal, but I think that Todoroki deserved that." Momo agreed reluctantly. She smiled a bit at him. Shinso-kun just looked straight into his eyes. "Remind me to not get on your bad side. Like ever." He chuckled at that. Taking off his helmet, he stepped closer and leaned against the wall. He was glad that they enjoyed the show he put out. "Izuku," Momo said, gaining his attention. "Tell me, do you have another grand entrance for a final fight?" She was really curious. "Not really," he admitted. "Shame. It was really epic." Shinso-kun commented with a sigh. "Well then," Momo started, turning to him with small smirk. "How about we make you one?" Inko sat comfortably on the couch. She was at the Bakugo's residence, waiting for sports festival to begin to watch her son perform. Normally she would do it at home, but Mitsuki invited her over. She was a bit surprised by that. After college, their only contact was during parent-teacher meetings at schools. Nonetheless, she accepted. After a mass of commercials and commentary to hype people, the thing finally begun. She watched the class coming in, waiting for her son to appear. Now from the support department. Class 1H, and leading them into the field is no other than a student who should teach at the university. Trust me when I say that his nickname, Genius Boy, is well-deserved. There was her adorable son, singled out and embarrassed in front of the whole world. She couldn't help but laugh at the silly, but suiting nickname. "Izuku is already famous there?" Masaru asked in awe. "Wow, you're lucky, Inko," Mitsuki said, grinning at her. She just politely nodded at them. Then came Katsuki's athlete oath. She blinked, absolutely not understanding why Mitsuki laughed at it and cheered. Masaru just shook his head. Seems like Katsuki was still loud and throwing challenges left and right, but did he have to be so disrespectful? Obstacle race begun and here they are. Inko looked at screen with great interest when camera showed her baby boy along with 2 girls. Izuku told her about his female friends. She vaguely recognized Momo from her visits in the comic book shop. Those girls were really pretty. Scratch that. They were beautiful. Almost every day Izuku told her about something they did together and such. She really hoped that one of them would catch her son's eye. She wanted grandbabies in the future. Do you see it, people? I don't know how that happened, but let me say you this. Only Genius Boy could do something like that. She snapped out of her fantasy. Why her baby boy was riding on that monstrosity. And why her potential daughters-in-law were doing it with him. But they looked like they had fun. She will let it slide just this once. Oh wow. Your son have some ball to do that, Inko. Mitsuki shouted in excitement. Yes, he does, she simply answered. Camera showed the last obstacle, the minefield. She had mixed feeling about it. Go get him, brat. Take that first place. Mitsuki shouted when Katsuki was showed on the screen. He was fighting with a boy that had some kind of ice quirk. Then explosion happened and pink smoke filled the field. She wondered what could happen, and just like that the feed showed her Izuku with outstretched hand and still glowing repulsor. She remembered when her son told her about his success in making arc reactor and Iron Man suit. She was so overjoyed. Her baby boy's dream was closer than ever. She remembered the long hours Izuku spent reading about machinery, electricity, studying periodic table, filling out his notebooks with ideas and theories. It all paid off. She was really proud of her son. Damn it. Mitsuki screamed in anger when Katsuki was declared second, making her and Masaru cringe at the volume of her voice. She was glad when her son came back on the stadium, sharing the place with his friends. The suggestion of them being a power team really pleased her. Would you look at that? Little Izuku is surrounding himself with girls. Who would have known? Mitsuki said in her teasing. You're so lucky, Inko, you at least have a chance to be a grandma. Not like me with that brat of mine. She chuckled slightly. I hope so. Izuku told me about those two young ladies. They're close friends. That's good. I remember Izuku being a loner in middle school. Maybe even before that. Masaru commented, smiling softly at her. Cavalry battle started and there was her son with his female friends and unfamiliar boy. Most of the event focused on Team Todoroki and them defending their 10 million, but from time to time she saw Izuku and his team running around the field and snatching points from unsuspecting squads. When scoreboard showed up, she was glad to see them placed fourth. It meant they would pass to the next event. But she could help but cringe a little at the brutality Katsuki displayed. Mitsuki was really enjoying it, but Masaru had a little frown. At least he wasn't blind to his son's violent behavior. What's going on? Smoke filled the area. You can't see a thing. The top-down perspective was shown and most of the field was covered in thick, black gas. Soon Izuku's teammates launched into the skies, but her baby boy was nowhere to be seen. After few more seconds of wait, her son shot up and stopped near his squad. Mei took something from him and they all cheered. Look at that, people. With only 20 seconds left, Team Hatsum takes 10 million points for themselves, gaining indisputable first place. That's what you call a twist. Her baby boy swooped first place. She was glad for him and his team. Then Katsuki launched himself up, straight at her son. But Izuku just blasted him of the skies. Something was wrong. Her mother instincts were tingling. Her baby boy could easily dodge it, but he chose to shot another person. From that height Katsuki could be easily harmed. Maybe even killed. Demon it, second again. Mitsuki huffed. Congratulations, Inko. Masaru told her, smiling a bit. Thank you. I'm sure Izuku and his team are also overjoyed, she replied, smiling back. As if on cue, her baby boy was shown, hugging with girls, soon to be joined by their other teammate. Her son was close to those girls. Like really close. Her chances of being a grandma skyrocketed. Now is the tournament, right? Masaru asked in wonder. Yes. It's always on the third event. Inko informed, nodding slowly. Finally. Some good butt kicking in going to happen. Mitsuki cheered, visibly pumped up. Before the tournament begun, there was a special commercial, showing Big Arc Reactor. It looked similar to the one in the Iron Man movie from pre-Quark era. The one who developed this device is none other than our first-year student, Izuku Midoriya. With his consent, school built the bigger version that powers our facilities. All the access energy is sold to the city grid. I'm not allowed to disclose the information about its performance, but let me to tell you this. Arc Reactor is giving power to the bigger part of our region. Device is completely eco-friendly. Its energy is clean, produced by a cold fusion reaction, the principal said during the video. She heard choking noises. Looking at her friend, she witnessed them with their jaws slack open. Her heart swelled in pride. Inko, is it true? Masaru asked in weak voice. Yes. Izuku dedicated most of his life to make this possible, she informed. Holy crap. I knew he was smart, but demon. Mitsuki said in awe. Does he get something from it? Yes, but I don't know the exact number. But she knew very well. His account was supervised by her. Her son earned many times more money in a week than she did during whole year. And her job was good. Her baby boy was first, fighting against the boy from his team. His introduction made her chuckle a bit. She knew Izuku could easily blast the teen away, but they fought in all-fashioned way. Would you look at that? Genius boy not only knows how to build. His fighting skill are also one to be admired. I didn't know that Izuku knows how to fight. His moves are very good. Masaru commented in slight awe. Izuku has green belt in Oyama karate, she answered proudly. Her baby boy was able to handle himself. Mitsuki snorted with laughter. Green? Does he have some kind of FTSH for this color? Not really. Only his room and accessories are green, she replied, making them all laugh. Her baby boy won. She hoped that he would bring out his suit soon. She wanted to finally see it. She enjoyed Mei's fight. Girl was clever and knew what to do to keep herself safe. Izuku extolled her many times, mostly girls' intellect and building skills. She had a good laugh when he told her about their babies. They all gaped at the huge glacier that Todoroki made. Inko hoped that her son would have to go against him. Katsuki's match was too violent for her. She was reminded of those angry dogs that wanted to attack you for no reason at all. She peeked at her friends. Masaru was rooting silently, but he had a small frown marring his features. Mitsuki cheered loudly, screaming at her son to blast that kid away. And that he did. She was worried slightly for the boy's safety, seeing him stuck into the wall. She was impressed with Momo's fighting skills and quick thinking. Izuku told her that he was helping her to learn how to fight better. Girl knew how to handle herself. Second round rolled in after a break. And there he was. Oh, it was so similar to movie version of Mark II. She hoped that it functioned good. It had to be. Otherwise Izuku wouldn't be so proud of it. That's Izuku? Mitsuki shouted, completely astonished. Inko just nodded happily. She wished that Stan could see it, they owed him so much. The match was short and she couldn't help but compare it to the scene from the first Avengers movie. It was exactly like that. A lightning hitting her son, him just shrugging it off and blasting his opponent away. She briefly wondered if the power reading was the same. Once again she was impressed with Mei and her abilities. The girl navigated in the air with a strange grace, dodging the ice pillars popping out from the ground. But then she feared for her potential daughter-in-law's health. Why did that boy try to skewer her? Didn't he know that it could kill her? Fortunately Mei raised up and used that strange device on her arm. They only heard a bit before it was muted, but it was so loud. She pitted people on the stadium. She was so sure of the girl's victory. She played this perfectly, and when she shot Todoroki with her stun gun, she thought that the match was over. But then the massive amount of ice rushed at Mei and buried her. She gasped, terrified for the girl's life. Fortunately her son and his friends rushed to her rescue, digging her out and taking away, most likely to the infirmary. She released the breath she was holding, but still wished that Mei was all right. But something didn't sit right with her. There was so many heroes there, even Endeavor was present. And none of them moved an inch to help. She questioned their behavior. Next match was normal and without any kind of moment that made her fear for participants' life. She was glad that the girl from 1B didn't suffer due to acid. Her hair, despite being vines, were really beautiful in their strange way. Last match of the second round. Momo versus Katsuki. She silently wished for her potential daughter-in-law to win this. Come on, brat. Just blast her away. Mitsuki screamed, annoyed that her son's opponent was winning it. Maybe that white stuff is messing with his quirk. Masaru suggested, stroking his chin. Inko cheered for Momo. Girl really gave her all. Maybe she could get to the finals? She wondered how her baby boy would fight his friend. But then the tables turned around. All because Katsuki managed to grab Momo, swaying the fight in his favor. She cringed at how rough and violent he was. Shouldn't he be disqualified? He continued to hit the girl even after being called a winner. Poor Momo, her face was all bloody and swollen. She hoped that recovery girl would be able to heal her. He took it too far, Masaru said, looking displeased with what they've just watched. But he won. It's all that matters. Mitsuki replied, gazing at her husband weirdly. Inko scowled a bit. She hadn't seen Katsuki in quite a while, but watching him today, she couldn't help but question his behavior. She had hard time describing it. But she was sure of one thing. He didn't behave like hero should. Izuku was fighting against Todoroki. She feared a bit for her baby boy, but believed he could win. Her phone pinged. She looked at it and saw a message from Alan. It read, "Enjoy the grand entrance." The music started playing and she immediately begun tapping her foot and bobbing her head. She loved this piece. "Inko, you know the song?" Masaru asked, intrigued. "Yes. It's from the old, pre-quirk band called AC/DC. Me and Izuku really like this one." Then her son came from the skies, made a flip and did a superhero landing, posing similar to the Iron Man. He had another armor ready. It gave the movie's Mark III vibe. Inko pouted a bit, seeing that suit wasn't the red gold, but she understood that Izuku wanted to make his own image. She wondered a bit about the boxes on his shoulder. Match begun and Izuku dominated it. But something was off. Her baby boy was too violent. He could end it quickly, but it seemed like he was dragging it on purpose. Was he mad at the boy for what he did to Mei? Judging from Todoroki, it looked like they talked about something, but she had no clue what their conversation involved. After winning, Izuku looked somewhere and his voice carried through the stadium. "How was that for a toy? That toy just kicked your brat's arse into the next week. And you want him to exceed All Might? Don't make me laugh. Looks like the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Both of you are incapable of solving situations that can't be handled by brute force. Oh, and for the record, I'm quirkless." Her jaw went slack. During his monologue the camera changed, showing them annoyed endeavor. Why did Izuku did it? It was so unlike him, especially that rude language. Her baby boy picked a fight with number 2 hero. She didn't know what to think of it. Mitsuki howled a laugh. "Your son have some ball there, Inko?" Who would have thought that quiet Izuku would declare a war on Endeavor? She didn't feel like laughing. Katsuki's fight against Ishido was a quick one. He just rushed at her, not afraid of girl's acid, and set up a powerful explosion, throwing the girl out of the ring. "Looks like our boys are going to face each other," Masaru stated, folding his hands on his lap. "Yeah." Mitsuki turned to her. "Hope Izuku wouldn't be too mad for getting a second place." She grinned teasingly at her. "I doubt it," she replied politely. "But I'm more worried about Katsuki when he brings home a silver medal." She smirked a tiny bit. The bet was made. And it involved good money. Normally Inko wouldn't do such a thing as betting on her son doing something, but it was her baby boy. She was a good mother and believed in him. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the final round. Hold tight in your sits, because those two could blow you away." From 1A, the boy that literally blasted his way through the whole thing. Katsuki Bakugo. And now his opponent. The roof of the stadium begun to close and 2 reflector lights pointed at the passage for her son. Massive amount of smoke was spewing out of it. The music played again, but this one was heavier. It was Iron Man by Black Sabbath. With first chord of a guitar 2 green lights shone inside the fume. When the first lyrics came, Izuku walked out slowly, his armor shining. The boxes were gone. "Dimin. That kid knows how to make an entrance. He looks like the final boss." Dear listeners, I have nothing left to say except that Izuku Midoriya from 1H is here, ready to rock. He really needed to thank Momo for her idea. And Shinsokuin, his input with suggesting the smoke really made the whole thing better. The crowd was excited and Pomeranian was said beyond his usual scale. He grinned at that. Yeah, sure he got more attention than he wanted, but he guessed he would need to get comfortable with it when he'll finally become a hero. He opened his face mask and smirked at Firecracker. It only annoyed Blonde more. "What's up, Boom Boom Boy?" Boy gritted his teeth and his features become more animalistic than ever. "You FNG enjoy this, Deku? Just wait till I blast that smirk out of your effing face." "Oh no. I'm so scared. Big bad Pomeranian is going to bark at me." Izuku mocked him in fake fearful voice. "Someone should get you a leash and take you to vet to see if you have rabies." His smirk stretched further. He heard Midnight laugh at his comment. "Shut up or I'll kill you." Firecracker shouted. "Just like you tried to do that with Momo twice?" he said, snarling at Blonde. There was no reaction from Bakugo. "I'd like to see you try." Izuku growled out those words and snapped back his faceplate. The fight begun and Pomeranian shoot straight at Izuku with his explosions. He waited till Blonde was close and attacked with a vicious right swing. Dodging under it, he grabbed the arm and swung Bakugo over his shoulder, making Firecracker hit the concrete painfully. Using his free hand, Blonde set up an explosion right into Suit's chest piece. His sneer turned into the look of surprise when Armored Teen didn't waver. Instead, Izuku threw Bakugo into the air and hit him with a repulsor blast, further pushing him up. Flying up, he quickly caught up to the Pomeranian and delivered strong haymaker right on into Firecracker's face, sending Blonde down to crash on the floor. On the last second, Bakugo used his quirk to slow down enough to land on his feet. He spat out the blood and growled, scowl marring his features. "Had enough?" Izuku asked, hovering in the air. "You think that having a fancy armor means something?" Pomeranian screamed, throwing his hands to the sides. "I will blast it to bits. Then those two beaches will see just how pathetic, shitty nerd you are, Deku." Firecracker jumped out and used his quirk to steer towards Izuku, but he just blasted him off the skies with powerful repulsor blast. Blonde rolled on the ground and groaned in pain. "You really think that Mei and Momo are that shallow to only befriend me because I have a multibillion, high-tech suit?" Izuku let out a short, unamused laugh. "They're not like all those people sking up to you all the time," he sneered. "Yeah, sure. Those two slots like you for being yourself. Get FING real, Deku. No one would ever like a quirkless F-. Beaches are just effing with you." Bakugo screamed, standing up, his jacket's front in shreds. "Get out of that toy so I can make you remember your place." "Did he just?" "He did." Okay, he planned to go easy on Blonde Menace. Play with him a bit and then just throw him off to humble him. Of course, rough him up a bit for almost killing Momo twice now. But Pomeranian just crossed a line. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Bakugo was leaving this place on a stretcher. He landed on the ground and started walking towards the Firecracker. Blonde ran at him, aiming with a hook on the helmet, but the attack was caught effortlessly. Izuku gripped hard on the wrist, making Bakugo hiss. Another hit, this time the uppercut, was grabbed in similar hold. Pomeranian tried to use his quirk, but Izuku just steered the hands up and away from his body. "Deploy cuffs," he ordered. The shoulder pieces of his armor opened and two bulky, metal rings shoot out from them, latching onto Firecracker's wrist. Then they expanded, covering the hands completely in a dome. Using a low-powered blast from chest piece, he sent Bakugo away, making him land on his butt. "The F are those?" he questioned, before using his quirk. Then a blood-curdling scream filled the stadium. Pomeranian trashed on the ground, shouting curses left and right, tears poured from his eyes. Black smoke rose from the cuffs. That view shouldn't bring him so much joy. But it did. A huge grin found his way onto Izuku's face. Clapping slowly, he walked forward. "Congratulations, Bakugo. You've just gave yourself at least a second-degree burns and maybe even busted some bones." He stopped a few steps from the blonde. "I've developed those cuffs for people whose quirks are based around their hands. Just like yours." He enjoyed the look of pure hate he got from Pomeranian. "So, in other words, you're quirkless now." He ran up to Firecracker and kicked him in the ribs, sending a good distance away. He was sure that some of them cracked. Bakugo stood up on wobbly legs. Letting out a roar, he charged at Izuku. Armored Teen met him in the middle. Dodging a straight punch, he jabbed Pomeranian on the face, then delivered an uppercut into his chin. Grabbing the blonde by shoulders, Izuku hit him with his knee on the stomach. Firecracker bended, coughing up a blood. A powerful right hook sent Blonde sprawling on the floor. Bakugo took a painful breath and rolled onto his chest. Placing his arms on the sides, he began to rise up. Izuku placed his hand on Pomeranian's back, stopping his movement. "Here's something that you may remember." Repulsor in the glove whined softly. "Stay down," he hissed out. Blast shout out, downing Firecracker yet again. Blonde howled in pain. A perfect circle smoldered right between his shoulder blades. "That's it. Katsuki Bakugo is unable to continue. Izuku Midoriya is a winner." Midnight called out. The crowd clapped and cheered. Present Mike rumbled some kind of commentary and fireworks shoot into the skies. But for Izuku it meant nothing. Crouching next to the Bakugo's face, he opened his faceplate and looked straight into his eyes. Try calling any of my important people names again and I'll make sure that you stay quirkless forever, he said in grave tone. And for the notice. For me, you're never going to be a hero. People like you are villains. Snapping his mask back, he stood up and walked away into the passage. There, waiting for him were his friends. But none were smiling or cheering. Everyone wore somber expression. They heard everything due to earpieces they had. Taking off his helmet, he allowed girls to hug him tightly. Izuku released a long sigh and buried his head in Momo's shoulder. How is a guy like him in the hero course? Shinso-kun asked angrily. Leaving the comfort of the group hug, he gazed at his precious people with sadness. Because that's what most of our society wants. Heroes with flashy, powerful quirks. It doesn't matter if they are arseholes. As long as they have power, they're extolled. People with weak or villainous quirks are being told to give up by everyone. And quirkless, he let out a bitter laugh. If homicide was legal, I'm sure they'd get rid of us. Izuku blinked, his words catching up to him. Sorry, but... No, Momo said, looking at the ground. You're right. I had moments in my life when I had thoughts like that. That one of the important things to a hero is having a good quirk. But... She gazed at him with regret. But being around you in May, I understood that what hero needs lies in different directions. Izuku smiled softly at those words. He felt proud that his actions lead to someone's realization about their corrupted world. Good for you, Yaoyorozu. You'll make a fine hero. Shinso-kun said, smiling kindly. She beamed up at his words. Thank you, Shinso-san. So will you. Teen scowled and looked away. His eyes narrowed. Doubt it. My transfer to hero course isn't likely to happen. I won't be a hero, he told them. Bitterly. Then let us help you. Mei shouted, jumping next to the boy. What? Shinso-kun asked. He was utterly perplexed. You heard me. We'll help you become a hero. Girl explained, grinning like a maniac. Izuku saw Momo nod and smile brightly at their friend. He followed her example. Yeah, we'll help you become a hero. That's what friends do. Friends? Shinso-kun whispered, a ghost of a smile gracing his lips. I'd like that.